And let's see, did I get the gate rolling right? At least where you can hear me while I'm transmitting. Break, break.
Warning, don't believe the AI trading hype until you watch this entire video. Hi, I'm Lane Mendelson. I'm the...
Okay, this is a quick vid for Thetis 2.10.3. Let's see this. As soon as you've installed it and you run it up for the first time, you need to upgrade the database, so we'll do that here. Plans are afoot. The KLM who realigned and coloured some of it. You can have this highlight thing off and on as well. But also, if you were to type in like VAC1, enable VAC1, that's there. VAC1 indicator, don't know where that is. That's that thing there. Some of the things are, and if you can't see them when it looks like this thing here, if you can't see them when it opens a window up, for instance, like this one up here, what is it, VAC indicator, you can see what it actually is, and it's a label somewhere that might actually be hidden. I decided to show everything in here, but obviously if you can't see it, then like if we search for transmit profile, there we go. Some of these things might be RX2 only as well, which we wouldn't get to see. But yeah, you get the idea. So that's fully searchable and works across a whole bunch of different forms. So you can literally find pretty much anything. 125 would probably find one of these values in these controls. Instead, if you change that to like 126 and then search for 126, it wouldn't find it. It builds this when the system starts, and at the moment I don't ever rebuild it again. So that's Finder. Excuse me. Bit of a froggy throat tonight. Okay, so we will carry on. So let's have a look at the skin server quickly. So we're going to general appearance, skin servers, and this list it got from GitHub. So these are the approved skin servers, and this list is maintained in the GitHub repo. So we can go on to the default ones, and that will, if we download this, it will reset all the meters. And there's an option here to add meters, so if it's a meter skin, type meter skin, it will add it to the current skin that's in use, which of course is here. If we add, let's add a cross meter, let's add those to that, and then go to the skin server. And these are the default ones, of course. If I went to Ernst's OE3 IDE, did a refresh, I can see all the ones that he's got hosted, and these are coming actually off his server directly. So if I download these multimeters here, hit download, you can see that it changed it straight away over there. Like so, and that's actually putting it into the skin folder of IK3VIG. So if we quickly look at that, which we don't have to do that way, we can actually click this button now. IK3VIG has actually got a meters subfolder in it now, so they're stored against the skin. When you have that checkbox enabled, add to current skin, if that's off, then it puts it in the original place, which was the meters folder inside. I can go to it through here, inside the meters folder here. So like the default ones, if the skin doesn't have any of its own. So that's the skin server. Quick overview, we can change the skin totally. Let's go for something from Rob, W1AX. We could try for the camouflage one, and that's actually getting that thumbnail from Rob. and it's downloading it. You can cancel it at any time. It doesn't update the skin straight away, because I didn't like how that worked. So you come into your skins here and it will be in the list, and there it is. And you can see there were no meters associated with the skin, so it loaded the default ones in. But you can obviously you know, use Ernst if you want. And if we had a for instance, appearance multimeters magic eye in there, and we set this bigger, this is essentially the green bit or the eye size, and this is the bezel. They're separate. But if you go into Skin Server, Ernst, download the retro, it will just change the eye skin, and then we can go back to appearance multimeters, and we could change the eye size to make it look correct, like so. So yeah, that's the Skin Server. Okay, let's get back to my default skin, and I will download the default meters, which are there. So let's replace that, and then of course I've got to resize that back. But I'll scrap that for now. That. Okay, we have in DSP FM, we have the low and the high, low cuts, high cuts, AF filters for FM. In DSP CFC, this has been slightly improved, not massively improved. I got rid of the auto because I couldn't see the point in it. You can set if that's 10 dB, 20, 30, 40. And then this line here represents all this stuff here. So if you were to if you're adding 16 dBs on there, of course that's 0, but it only reaches 0 when it's right down there now. So that's how that works. If you've got only 10 dBs, then I scale it to fit this so that you actually get to see it, and you can never push it off the top. So it's not a true representation of the levels here. If this is 0 to 10 dB, it just made it nicer to sort of visualize it rather than driving it off the top. So that's that, and the display is a bit different as well, so let you check that out. I may actually remove this from here or implement a version in meters so we can have it up there as well, but that'll be in the future. Okay, port audio has been updated. I don't really want to go changing audio devices around here whilst I'm recording, because I'm likely to break the audio in my video recording software. But suffice to say, this is a newer version of port audio, as I mentioned at the beginning, and you can, with WAS API, you can use exclusive mode on the port, on the in and out parts of it as well, and you can actually run some very, very tight timings with excuse me, with the different drivers here, the WAS API. As you can see, I've been running this all this time, and we're at 6600. I'm on ASO, and yeah, it's all working fine. So that's that. Let's have a quick look at release notes just to see what else has been added. Yes, the noise pulse that we used to get. Let me quickly change into a dummy load. There used to be like a noise pulse that you used to see in the waterfall when you were doing things. and it's related to the waterfall AGC, and so that is delayed. As you can see though, if I have a very slow, let's change this to quite a small bin width so it will take longer to fill. You can see that this spike of RF takes a while to actually move because it's and to get rid of. So we're actually seeing that in the spectral data there, but because there's the waterfall is delayed now based on how long that takes, and you don't get to see it down here, but you're seeing it up there. There is an option in display general, purge WDSP buffers on a MOX, which is pretty forceful. It literally gets rid of everything that's in WDSP, and you'll notice a little yellow light up here that is telling me that there is literally no data from the Get Pixel Analyzer in WDSP, so we're not seeing that crazy jump or anything at all. But if you want a quicker response, then that happened because I didn't really give it time to turn off. It probably turned off as it was turning on. But yeah, that's a bit improved anyway. That waterfall spike stuff. Okay, what else? Skin server filters we looked at. Oh yes, IQ swap for VAC output, which is great for things like skimmers and SDC skimmer and all that. SDC software defined connectors, SDC from URI can make use of that, and all works fine. It's quite handy having the release notes on here. Okay. Additional things are stored against TX profiles now. So we go into TX profile, highlight everything, and we are seeing things like the RX side, the EQ, of course the FM filters, Swap IQ, and a whole bunch of other stuff there. Release note showing rear amp, audio amp, so that option now works for a G2 and the 1K version. And as I mentioned, we've got this phase reverse for the mic. It's not related to phase rotator, it just Warren wanted to have it put in the phase rotator group box here. But we could move it just outside by there, which is probably more appropriate, but it's in there at the moment. So that's that. Fixed a bunch of stuff. I can have a read of that in your own sort of time, but one of the big ones there was not able to engage pure signal after using CW, especially when you move to a new band, and that seems to have been fixed now. And Warren and we spent quite a bit of time getting to the bottom of that. CFC was broken last version. I accidentally broke it, but it's fixed now, plus it's been updated. Shutdown speed of the software is a bit slower because we're now tidying up properly the radio DSP, which we weren't doing before. Mon, when using CWU, was broken, that's fixed, and hopefully notches should import when you upgrade. Port audio, yes, we've updated to a new framework. URI's updated a few controls around and about, that's very helpful. So that's cool, that's gone in. This is a very late change that I made only about an hour ago, so I don't know what the implications of this will be, but we can, if there are any, we can certainly move to 2.10.3.1. Device drop down, Jay, you probably noticed that on audio. These are way bigger now because we couldn't see anything before. But yeah, they're bigger, so that's that. Let's just see if I can change this audio. I hope this doesn't break. If this breaks, then I'll re-record with a dub. Oh no, it's still looking okay. So yeah, on some of these they're massive. Yeah, there we are. And the system CPU load has been a nightmare from the beginning. But as you can see, it is now extremely close to Task Manager when you've got system shown. In fact, it uses this essentially this value from Performance Monitor tools. The Thetis only is still not reporting correctly, and I'm still investigating that. Like Thetis down here is at 7.5%, yet it's showing 1% up here. And if I use something like Process Tracker, a Process Hacker, and I look at this here, I see sort of 5, we're looking at Thetis, 5 and a bit %, which isn't quite the same as this, but is more accurate. So there's still work to do, and I still haven't found the answer to it yet for that. So that's pretty much it for this release. I think various fixes and bugs that don't really get logged, but hopefully you can get it up and running and give it a try. Alright, cheers. Back to some coding, I guess. I might put my feet up for a bit. Cheers then. Ta-ra.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Ham Radio Crash Course. Welcome to Saturday. What is a ham to do exactly, guys? All your friends are getting into SDRs with their remote network capabilities, and you want to get into SDRs too, but you don't want to spend an arm and a leg. Well, today we're going to be talking about frankly, a fantastic SDR for, I think, a very reasonable price. I haven't had it very long, but I'm quite happy with the results, so we're going to get to all the details after the memes, of course. Thank you for watching. We'll get started soon. Alright, what is up, everybody? What you're listening to is the Hermes Lite 2, and I'm running the Power SDR software. Listen to it. PODA activation. We got a bit of a Kiso party going on too, so.
Yeah, about the same. I didn't know he was there. I wasn't really hear him. I just kind of hear him in the background, but I hear you talking to him, and you're coming in like gangbusters. So
Good.
I
Not
thought
bad
I'd
at all.
just step in for a second and see if he could pick up my signal. Over.
Alright.
Of course I am, my friend. I got a heck of a radio signal here, right, Randy?
He does indeed. Tell him, Randy. It's a good signal he's got there. All right, what's all this about? Well, first of all, thanks again for clicking on the Ham Radio Crash Course. We'd like to bring you along to the ham radio fun, introduce you to some new things. Now, this radio that we're going to be talking about is not a new thing, but I think it's new to some of you, and I think it's also kind of a good starting point for a lot of people to look at just a bare bones is the wrong term, but a software-defined radio, something that you use software to manipulate, not like a traditional, like the 7610 in front of me that has knobs and dials and all that stuff. This is a device that you connect to the network, give it power, give it an antenna, and then you connect to it via the network grid. Pretty cool. So what is it? Well, we got a couple of websites here to go through, and don't worry, there's a lot to talk about here, and likely this very much has to, if you have a lot of detailed questions, I highly encourage you take the link in the description to our Discord, where we will have an after chat where we can talk about a lot of these things, get more in the weeds. Like I said, I'm kind of new to this radio, but we're going to have a lot of people who are way more familiar with them on the after chat. They'll be able to answer some very specific questions if you have them. Anyway, I'm talking about the Hermes Lite. This is the 2 version. And I heard some people saying, oh, it's unobtainium. It's really hard to get. Oh, contraire, not at all. This radio is $269, which if you compare and contrast that to last week's live stream, when we were talking about the RSP Duo from SDR Play, that's receive only, and while it may be a better receiver, I gotta say, this receiver is very good, and at $269, it's a pretty good deal, particularly if you're interested in the type of radio where, again, you connect it to your network, and then you remote into it via a computer that is on that network. So you could be pretty much anywhere on your laptop, around your home, and you can be playing with your radio, which is super cool. What makes this so interesting, and I always like to use the term when I can, it's Sony guts. It's got Sony guts. Well, the guts of this radio, at least from a receiver point of view, is what goes into, largely, the Apache Labs Anon radio. To some degree, I know there's a lot of variations, but if you consider some of the prices here for a radio of similar quality on the receive side, you're looking at a multi-$1,000 radio. Of course, that generally includes a much more higher power output. The Hermes Lite only has a 5-watt power output, which is kind of the limiting side of it, but at $200 and something, that's better than a lot of QRP radios that, physical QRP radios that we're all talking about. Even the G90, it's cheaper than the G90. Sure, doesn't have the 20 watts, but I gotta say, it's not that bad at all. But hey, thanks again for clicking on the Ham Radio Crash Course, and if you want to help support the channel and the show we do here live every Saturday, go to hamtactical.com or consider joining us on Patreon or becoming a YouTube member. Get yourself a fun shirt and possibly an FT8 waterfall jacket like I have on my body right now. All right, so let's dive into this a little bit. Don N5SKT is the one who kind of encouraged me to check this thing out when they came available again. They're available right now, right? So I'm not showing you anything that is unobtainium like I often end up doing. But I bought this, I feel like, a couple months ago. It took a little while to get to me. I had this thing out of the box and set up within like 30 minutes or so, and there is a bit of assembly that you have to do. If I go back to the website here, I'll kind of document a little bit about this. So this is the radio, right? The bare board as it is, $269. If you scroll down, though, right, there's a little bit of background on how to set it up. You kind of need two things. You need the N2ADR filter board, which is $52. And you can see that's here. All the links are in the description for this as well. The rate, I definitely am not doing that. Thank you very much. Get out of here. And then also you've got a enclosure, and the enclosure will handle the filter board as well. And so that's $16. So all told, what does that put you in? $300 something. Yeah, $350 about, maybe closer to $400 once you factor in shipping and all that. Not bad. You can do it without the enclosure if you wanted to, but the filter board is recommended. Anyway, there is a bit of assembly. Where is it? Here's the assembly. So it comes in 3 boxes like this. This is exactly how I got it, and I am, this is a big shout out to W8ER. He's just got a really good write-up, so we're just going to take a look at this real quick. There is one aspect to this that's just a bit like a little bit more involved. There's a shim, that metal shim there you see on the side, or shunt, and what that's doing is basically allowing you to spread the heat over the PA, I'm guessing, or off of the PA and onto the enclosure. I ran this thing for probably 2 hours straight doing FT8 earlier today, and it didn't even get warm to the touch or anything like that. It does not have a fan, so it's incredibly silent. As far as radios go, it's pretty cool. 5 watts, so it's not that big. That shunt goes under this little board right here where the screw is, the nut and bolt, and that's what actually connects to the shunt. It goes right through it. So there is a bit of doing of sliding it into the enclosure. If you look at the final assembly pictures here, this filter board just connects via this pin header that you can see right there. Goes into the enclosure like so, and you basically will use a center punch, spring-loaded center punch, or just a manual center punch, I guess, to pop a little hole in the enclosure. You're running a bolt through it, and that's what you feed through the shunt. I did take a hand file and filed out some of the material here to just help the heat. And then I also used a bit of thermal paste for processors for a computer. And then you slide the sucker in, and that's the part where the only difficult part of this whole build is this right here, making sure that the shunt piece and the board kind of go together. And you can use a screwdriver or something that's relatively the same diameter as that hole, kind of use that to push it in. You will push it hard. You'll push it real good. So make sure that you take your time with it. You will not hurt the radio gun unless you're not. It's on the hand one. See, that's an example. So yeah. Alright, so the build's not that difficult. Straight up. It's also something when you're paying these kind of prices for it, you're likely going to spend a little bit more money when you do this kind of... sorry, you'll spend more money if all this work is done, otherwise you're going to be doing it on your own. But here's where it looks like when it's doing its thing. You give it a network connection to the network that you're on, and power. You could run a VPN, I guess, and fully remote it if you want to. But that is a power meter as well that I have hooked up to it. And I do have this connected to my Step IR on my roof, my 3-element Step IR, which is helping it, I guess, from an antenna point of view. But as far as the cool aspect of this, if you remember again last week, there's a lot of different software titles that you can use to connect to these types of radios. The Hermes Lite has been really, really popular as far as development of new software titles goes, or adapting software titles that already exist. And there's a list of all the software that is available for these different radios, again, on GitHub. So let's go back to the website. You've got all kinds of different titles. I'm currently using Power SDR, but we're going to take a look at 2 other ones. You got Quisk, Spark SDR, SDR Console, Thetis is one that's really popular, and the list goes on. But that's one of the cool things about these devices, that you can kind of use whatever you want, and they all have subtly different user operation and controls. Some of them are a little bit on the prettier side, whereas some of them don't look as good, but they kind of have the controls you're looking for in the performance. I find that Power SDR is a good balance point between the two. Now, the only downside that I can see on this radio is that it doesn't have a keyer, so you're going to be using a straight key, or you'll have to attach a keyer to it. At least that is in the box. I know there are software titles that potentially work around that. I have not explored that space, but everything else works perfectly fine. It uses the microphone from your computer and your headphones for the speaker that you are listening to when I'm using it. And you just use keyboard commands for things like PTT and scrolling around. You can get a VFO knob if you want to. But yeah, it's I don't know what else to say other than let's demonstrate the thing, have a bit of fun on the air, and we'll play around with some of the different titles. I did get this running on FT8, like I said, via WSJTX, and I will show the setup for that. That is a bit of doing. It is somewhat outside of what normally you do for connecting a device to FT8 or WSJTX, because you're not just using USB, right? You're using a network connection. I'm going to show you the hard way to set it up. There is a way to set it up via over the network for cat control, which is a totally acceptable thing to do. But we will be showing you the hard way, which is how I inevitably do everything, is the hardest way possible. All right, so let's go back to the list here. Again, this is Power SDR. And what you're seeing is obviously the spectrum display. I don't have the waterfall on, but I can do that by changing it to no, not Panscope. Which one is it? Nope.
Man, Randy, I've been keeping you busy tonight. Okay, Randy. Good talking to you. Alpha Golf Flight Sugar Radio, you know. KH6 RT. Randy from the Big Island. Aloha.
You notice his signal's wider than my filtering, so let's open this up a little bit. See if he comes back. Alright, we'll jump around a little bit.
73 for now. This is November 5, Victor Bravo Papa. You are set. The Whiskey Station, stand by. Kilo 6, come again and fill your call.
Yeah, and you can adjust the screen, which I'm not messing with right now because I'm 1080p.
5, Victor Bravo Papa. 5 and 9 into
Oh yeah, done.
County, Oklahoma, Oscar Kilo. Can I get your QTH and our signal report for the loss, please?
What you should be focusing on here is the quality of the audio, because this is literally going from my computer to YouTube.
California. Roger that. Well, thank you for coming back to us. And 73 for now. If you find any others down the dial, please send them our way. This is November 5, Victor Bravo Papa, and the Whiskey Station standing by. Come again to fill your call.
Does not run through.
Station, come again. Roger that. Whiskey 0
So,
November Quebec. It seems like we talked to you not too long
parsec
ago,
there.
but you're still a 5 and 9 in Comanche County, Oklahoma.
I would put the receiver equal to that of my RSP Duo, or potentially
Roger that.
better.
73. This is November 5.
That is just my ears telling me this.
Very beautiful people. You are
I
set.
bought both of them, so I'm not beholden to any company here.
Whiskey 6, Alpha Lima Golf, you're a 5-9 in the Comanche County,
That is,
Oklahoma.
I
and
think,
if you
true,
also
Ricardo.
got you earlier today to yourself.
Yeah, so the RSP DX is 14-bit. I think the Duo might be as well, but if it's not,
Roger
it's
that. Thank you
12.
for the
But honestly, this sounds really good.
For now, if you find any others down the dial, send them our way. This is November 5, very beautiful people. You are set.
Kilo Juliet 7, Sierra Echo November.
Kilo Juliet 7, Sierra Echo November, you're a nice 5 and 9 in the Comanche County, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Making
So Ham Radio for Non-Techies, good question. This is pretty cool. Could you hook it up to a 100 watt amp?
You're
Yeah, you can.
5-9 here in
And
Idaho.
there's a number of amps you could use with it, but sure.
Roger that. Thank you for the 5-9 into Idaho. Roger that. We'll send you 3 for now. If you find any others down the dial, please send them our way. This is November 5, Victor Bravo Papa. You are good.
Let's put in This is WWV. I think we have it too wide actually. It's going WWV's not very wide. Yeah, this is a banger. Alright, since somebody asked, what the heck. By the way, I can't really hear I don't ever get 1700, so let's see what happens.
See if anybody would comment on my audio. Since we were talking about audio, yeah, I thought I'd go to 3K, and this is, I'm liking 3K. I'm conserving some energy, and it's getting confined to the 3K.
Now we're listening on
But
3K.
let's see here. Let me see here. This is what I like about the Anon, is that I can just go to my little transmit profile.
He's
and
on
with
an
one
Anon.
click, I can go back out to 6K. So there you go, Georgie.
Sounds
Did
great.
you
Much
say-
better.
I'm going to step off my soapbox, and let someone else pontificate for a little bit.
Go
there
ahead,
it is.
Ryan.
Yeah, he's a bit wider.
I
You
was
can see
just
the
saying
pink.
that sounded way better. And as
Wonderful.
far as equipment goes, my
Oh, this
take on
guy's
it
huge.
is, since I homebrew most everything, is
That's
a lot of the
4.4K.
amateur stuff, in my opinion, is made like crap. I don't even look at amateur product reviews at all. All of it's overpriced,
listening to
and if
them
you
on
take
the air,
anything
Venus
of it
Radio right
apart,
Yes.
it's not very well made, Daryl.
Not planned at all, man. This just all happened. These are all guys with really wide transmit audio.
Well,
Holy
you're
smokes.
blessed with the ability to take things apart and look at it and understand what's going on in
No, I
there.
think he
I
was-
don't have that
I'm
gift
on
or that talent.
4.4 right now.
So I have to go with what other people
I
say
think
and
this
listen
guy's
to
on
them.
5.
I know when I had an 870,
Sounds better on
I came with
4.4
870, I heard a couple people on the Anons, and heard enough people on the Anons that they must be pretty good. And then, of course, then my son picked up one, and then I picked up one, and then George picked up one, and then Randy picked up one, and I think Todd picked up one, and it just, that's kind of how it is. But,
It's a
yeah,
little
you're
touchy with
absolutely
the
right. I
AF
agree
gain.
with
If
you.
you look above my head, I'm adjusting the AF gain.
Well, the Anon is a very special case. If you
Listen
look
to
at the
these
history
guys.
of it from the HPSDR stuff, when they were the ones
I'm on
designing all that, they had a goal
7.199.
in mind that price was no object at the time, within reason, and they wanted to build the absolute best SDR they could.
This is really
And
good
it didn't
audio.
really follow much of the amateur radio policy. And then the guy in India
This is single
took the
sideband.
design and has been slowly tweaking it. If you actually look at the board that's in here, the Hermes versus what's in the latest 7 and
I don't have to
8000,
do anything.
they're very, very
Here
similar.
you
Even
go.
the design is
Oh, we're just
similar.
gonna play
But you
these
added
guys
another
talking.
ADC, and there's a lot more things at the front end. But they don't typically, they're not really following the,
I did not plan any of this, but this could not be better. These guys sound amazing. Now they all know that they're on YouTube. That's why
I'll
they
be right
stopped
back.
talking.
Got to grab something in 6 hours.
Hold on, I got to go check the YouTube channel. That's streaming this audio. I am running a 3-element step IR. I don't know if they know that we're listening, but they sound fantastic. You guys keep going. Take the show. You're the new guest on the show. Hey, this side of the radio. No, well, you're sending me money, and then you're gonna go buy this radio? Man, that's. Well, thank you, though. Well, let's. You got trash audio. Get off the radio. Bring the other guys back. No, I'm just kidding. My step IR is not nearly high enough. It's good. It's good for 20 in the higher bands, but on 40, it's not high enough. It's like 35 feet. Nah, there's people talking. Don't interrupt these guys. Let them talk. We want to hear them talk. They sound amazing.
Someone else is making a call on the frequency.
Yeah, don't call me. Wait, let them talk. We want to hear these guys. They
Just
sound
let them
awesome.
know frequency is busy, sir.
These guys sound great. All right, well, we'll move on because I don't want to interrupt their key song.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Bill, I have moved on, but he's
right.
screwing up his own repeater. And honestly, your window is...
All right, so that's power SDR. I'm going to run another SDR for you now.
He is.
That. So this is as simple as... by the way, there are a number of links in the description on the software side of this. There is some setup that you have to do. And so following the guides on the air are going to help you out. I don't think I can get this on the screen. You have to do something. We'll take care of it. Let me close this one down and we'll bring up another. This is Spark SDR that we're running. There we go. Not where it needs to be. Okay. So the interesting thing about Spark SDR is it's kind of a short boy, and you'll see. So I've got the Hermes light. If you see above my head, it says Hermes Light 2 above. I'm going to click power on that. Now the cool thing about these guys is that they basically are network. The software knows where to go look for it on your network, so you don't have to like get your router connection going and start diving into all that stuff. You just kind of start it up, have the Hermes running on the same network, and it'll find it. Yes, Alan, it's $269 and it transmits. It transmits only 5 watts, and I'm unaffiliated with this. I'm just sharing this with you guys, and really it's from the work of Don and 5SKT. So my audio is screwed up for some reason, so we're gonna fix that. Or do I have it muted? No, audio. What happened? What was that word? Oh, I'm going to this one. Yeah. Okay. What are we on? Let's go back down to 20. And we'll change the mode. Let's see. What do we got? There we go. Now, this does decode. You can see it's decoding above my head here. A little small. It's going to be hard for you to see. Yeah, the meatball menu. Yeah, and for those asking, this is not unobtainium. This is all shipping and is available now if you want to buy it. And the links are in the description. Again, I'm not affiliated with any of this. I'm just showing you the fun stuff. Hopefully. Come on, baby station. Yeah, once you factor in the filter, the enclosure, the shipping, it's about $400. This guy's just, the way he's keying's kind of trolly. Not bad. It's up and down a little bit. Okay, it's you get the idea there. I am drinking a local brewery. In fact, I've got the camera. Shout out to Lahara Brewing here in Norwalk. This is actually a shout out to Norwalk, California, this Sunset Skylink thing, and I'm drinking the Jekyll, which is an American style. let's go back to FT8 noises commencing. I do need to show you how to set this up on FT8 because if you're going to go buy this, I'm assuming you're going to know that. And they got to go with the big signal.
Sections up. I don't know if it'd be
now remember,
worthwhile.
it's the same
I don't know that
hardware.
I'd get
We're
into
just
any
using
more
different
differences.
SDR software.
It plays so good on where it is now when it's fully up at 50 foot, and I pretty much work anything.
You could probably use a remote Wi-Fi Ethernet adapter. It does not have Wi-Fi though.
Yep, they do great.
I love the sound. Yeah, that's what Mike and I woke up to. That was our alarm clock at the Hamfest vacation. FT8 noises. Jason. Well, thank you, Christiana. I know you know the difference between Jason and I, so I'm assuming you're trolling me.
And then there's this W9 actually got his call. He's got one too. They always done well. And it's nice to have
By the
all
way, this is a really nice
bands going
SDR
out.
software. It doesn't look great on a live stream, obviously, because you can see I've got all this
pretty
vertical
much
space. I can put the chat room up, I guess. But I really like this for using it in just a simple like control aspect. It's really slick. It's really nice to use.
It definitely is. It's you got a good antenna for all the bands.
Spencer, I don't know the answer to this question. If you join us on the after chat, someone might though. I'm guessing that there's probably a way.
Very good. My 5-element model.
Yeah, you could PoE it
on a
maybe.
26-foot boom, and
Let me answer something to the chat.
could be extended a little bit more too. The 10-meter beam is 5 elements on 10. It's on a 24-foot boom, which I don't know, it works pretty good at that. But yours probably would your antenna for 10 and 15 meters probably really is really strong on those bands.
All right, we're about 30-minute mark. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to go back to Power SDR and I'm going to show you how to do the setup for FT8 because it's not that it's hard. It's just you kind of have to think a little bit different about it. Oh my God! How do we go? Oh no! Oh no! Don't tell me you're doing your thing. Okay. Whew. That scared me for a second. So there is one thing I'll tell you. When you set some of these SDR softwares up, it wants to do a performance check on your computer, and that can take like 30 minutes. You just start the install and walk away. All right, so we are back on 14 megahertz.
Ayun, at magandang hapon ulit dyan sa Missouri, oy. Oo nga. Balik siya dyan, Ed. K0AFG BA60T.
Alright, let's show you the FT8 setup. For that, we're going to...
Lumulupok yung signal, Carol Dan. Balik siya dyan, Carol Dan. Nawawala na naman eh.
Alright. Change of views here. So now you're looking at my desktop.
Okay, so yeah, up and down,
I'm going to power this down for a second. Okay. So, upper left corner, it says Setup. Setup is this cool little window. It pops up. You can adjust this really. A little bit. Oh, good. Yeah, good. Anyway, so I'm assuming that you're going to go through the whole setup for the SDR. There is a video online. I believe I linked it. If not, it's linked on the software list that I set for Power SDR. I'm going to show you how to set up WSJTX on Power SDR. So once you have it all set up, so you've got the Hermes selected, Hermes, whatever you want to call it, and you've gone through and you've done the control for the filter, all the other stuff you need to do. Yeah, you got to go check all these boxes. And there's two things you need to do. Cat control. Right, and I have cat control set up. Now, I am using what's called a virtual COM port. So you have to create a virtual COM port to be able to do this capability. You also need to be able to set up a virtual audio cable. That is the most important aspects of this, because we're going to be using a software to key a software, right? So WSJTX is going to key the SDR software. So we have to have a virtual cable to do that. So there's a virtual audio cable and there's a virtual COM port, okay? I've set those up previously. I've done other videos on that, but creating a virtual COM port is not difficult. There is a bunch of free titles that allow you to do it with that set. I have established 2 COM ports, one for cat control and the other to enable PTT, and they are on separate ports, and that's the screen you're looking at right here. In fact, I have a larger image of this. That's the image. So here's the cat control, and there's the PTT. I'm going with a 9600 baud rate, and everything else is the same. Parity none, data rate 8, stop bits 1. That's what I use. Now on the audio side, I'm using VB audio virtual cable, and that is going to be the output of the virtual audio cable goes into the input of the radio, and the output of the speaker option goes into WSJTX. Okay, so I'm going to show you what that looks like in WSJTX. But first, I'm going to go SDR.
Meet Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates and visualize timelines. Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free today at asana.com.
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card, earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases you want, like dance lessons. And on what you need, like memory foam inserts. That's real life ready. Visit wellsfargo.com/activecash. Terms apply.
That's I need to change the audio, so I'm going to make it back 1. We're going to change this to VB audio cable output, and we're going to go to VB audio cable input. This one. No, that's not. I have so many audio cable, virtual audio adapters. I believe that's right. We'll check. Hold on, we'll check that. VB audio cable output and speakers. Yeah. Okay. Let's hit apply. And okay. All right. So now we can turn this back on. Wait. Let me bring up WSJTX first. And stand up. We're not going to hear anything anymore because we're piping the audio using the virtual audio cable from the radio into WSJTX, right? So which is what you see there. So I'm going to drop this down to 20 meters and I'm going to show you what the settings are for it. Okay. So let's go up to File, Settings on WSJTX. And here's my radio setup. So using that virtual audio, using the virtual COM port, I have COM port 3 set as the cat control port. And the other side of that port is COM port 5, right? So that's what you see there to my left. And I've set it to 9600 baud. Data bits is 8. Stop bits is 1. And we should just be able to test cat. Maybe? There we go. The radio type is a Kenwood TS2000. And if we PTT, and you've got PTT. You can see the SDR changed when I did that. On the audio front, this is the flip side of the VB audio cable unit. So we're going to use the audio input as the output from the SDR, and we're going to use the output of WSJTX into the speakers of the virtual audio cable. So go back and forth. And if we've done it correctly, we can see that we get this green signal up here in WSJTX, which is what I have to put up. So we're now copying WSJTX. All right. So technically, you can just minimize your SDR at this point. I'm going to bring up Grid Tracker. Kyle, it's 5 watts. So they make amps for this that would bump it up. All right, so now if I do a tune, and I have not really adjusted the power output, but if you want to, let's slide this down. Hold on. I'm tuning this closely on tune. Let me show you the test here. Let me click the tune button for you. And it's about 4 watts out. And if I bump the audio up a little bit, there's 5 watts. But I've been running it at about 4. I'm sliding the power a little bit. Oh, there you go. I get you. I'm going to stop this one. That's fine. We'll leave it at that. All right. I'm going to do a little update now. So let's test this out. So we'll find a nice empty spot, which I look like I'm already on one. Holy smokes, look at that. Alan, would this radio be good in the field? I don't think I'm qualified to answer that. I think that'd be a good question for the after chat. My gut feeling is no, because you'd have to establish a network of some kind. You might be able to just connect a laptop via Ethernet directly to this, but yes, I'm on 5 watts. We can go to the 10-meter band if you gotta try that out. Ethernet crossover cable, maybe, to bring back to my old LAN party days, maybe. We'll take another contact here and we'll hop down to 10. But so that was an East Coast contact. I'll take that. That's not bad. I think it was East Coast, right? The transmit is open on all frequencies in HF. I think that may be true. I'm not sure of 6 meters. Yeah, right. Richard, I should have thought of that. Yes, I'm sure that they auto sense the crossover cables now. A cheap router would do fine. Yeah. I mean, I guess the like go get a QDX Mini or something like that, or a number of other radios that are already like QRP, right? So I don't know. I'm not against this being portable, but it's I don't know. Like you could get an 817, for instance, right? I guess it's more expensive though. So yeah, I don't know how I feel. Since you require a laptop to use it or a computer of some kind, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, so there you go. I guess you could just go direct. Who doesn't camp with their own network? Right? I will be using this on the after chat to do FT8 after we get things started. So if you don't make a contact with me right now, don't worry about it. We're going to be doing the after chat. Oh, great question, Mike. Join us in the after. No, we can do it. We'll do that live. We'll do that next. Good question. I'm not making it. W1. W1WB. Let's go. We'll get my calendar. It doesn't have Wi-Fi. There. This radio is Wi-Fi free. It's got no Wi-Fi. Come on, W1WB. You're holding up the show. People want to know what that power output is. Let's go. Let's do this. I like the predator vision that this thing has. That's just something to set up along with the powerful. All of that you set yourself. It kind of makes me laugh that I should probably figure out how to run this portable and then do that. But 5 watts is... I mean, I guess I do it with 2LP, so... Yeah. Alright, that's enough of that. Sorry there, WB. Alright, let's take a look at the power output. So we'll stop this guy. Alright, I'm going to disconnect it. Looks like 3.2 watts, 0.23 amp draw on just receive here. Let me start it up. Okay, let's do a power. We'll run some FT8. $12.7. Oh, it stopped transmitting. I think that was 0.24. No, it's higher than that. Hold on. I'll wait for the next 15 seconds. Don, this is not thesis or thetis. This is power SWO. 0.92 amps on transmit, 5 watts, and a 12.5 to 12.3 watts. So 0.9 amp, 12.3 watts. Not bad. Not great either, necessarily. No, it's fine. Case is not one. Not a bit. Alright, that was just a test for power. Let's go to 10 meters. Give it a second, then 10 is 2 minutes off. This is the... Oh, okay. So, Dawn, then this would be the Thetis, or Thetis, power estimate. So, yes, good correction. Oh, yeah, there is some activity on 10 right here. So, okay. Here we go. Let's get in on there. Okay. A Russian station? Sure. Asiatic Russia? Off the backside of my beam? Alright. Oh, James Hannibal says, Josh, I'm sending you a simple little thingamajig, your way to help alleviate your MobiLink TNC dead battery rolls. I'll tell you more after the live stream. Oh, got it, Christiana, thank you. Sent another super chat, but all I'm doing is just looking after your health and your liver. Thank you so much, Christiana. Yeah, I think I saw that. Thank you, K1MAZ, for being a YouTube member. David Fuller, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. There it is. There's the other one. I got it. Thank you. Well, 5 watts isn't a whole lot, so. Now, I will note that I am not the, I don't know enough about this yet, so my noise floor is higher than if I was just running on the 7610. My 10 meter antenna is actually really, really quiet, so I've likely got some setting wrong here, and yeah, we're probably going way over everybody on 10 meters. Anyway, you get it, right? So that's a really good question, Arnold. So for that, and let's stop here. When you are in CW mode with some of the other devices, it will pop up a special screen. But in this case, if you go to CWX here, you can. It pops up this little window. It's still freaking out. Now with this guy, you can actually send messages, and you can do a lot of this directly via this screen. The SDRs all have their own kind of implementation of how they do this. So, the carries: Hermes versus Hobby PCB RS-HF IQ-HF SDR transceiver from KC631. I don't know. I have the Hermes. I don't have the Hobby PCB, so I can't answer that definitively. So I apologize. Victorious, I can't answer. Apologize. Yeah. So yeah, you could send whatever these are, and you can pre-cache them. You can also, I believe, add. Yeah, you can keyboard. You can just keyboard type that. Okay, but yeah, you can keyboard type as well. Now you can do that over the network, which is nice. All right, I'm not a. That was not good going to. 10 meters may be good, but it was a lot better earlier today. So let's go ahead and give a bit of a shout out for the after chat. We're gonna have Heath, who is one of our admins and mods on the HRCC Discord. He is an active SDR user, and obviously we'll have Dawn, N5SKT, who's a big fan, as an unarmed Hermes Light, among other SDRs like Flex radios, and they'll talk more about the difference. So Kim, they have Heath has the RS-HF IQ, and he says I have the Hermes Light too. And Don has every SDR. That's probably also true. So join us at no way. Is it? Oh, the Hobby PCB is the same. Yeah, we have to go check on that. Let's see if there's. It's still in stock. We're not going to see it. All right, let's hop off of this and jump around the air a little bit. All right, so to do that again, I'm going to just change the audio input, right? So I'm going to go back to setup, and I'm going to go to audio. I'm sure you could do this with some kind of script or something. I don't know. But if I just change this back to my Focusrite and change this back to speakers. There we go. is definitely FT8 noises if I've ever heard them. Alright, get out of there. I'm resizing the screen, that's why it's freaking me out like this. Come on, buddy. Come on. We can do it. Make it do it. Okay. Give it a second. There we go.
Where we're at and what's around.
Sometimes we'll take the boat if we're going and stay at a reservoir. We'll just take the fifth wheel and fish the streams or something along those lines. Sometimes we just go fast.
I think 600. And then we finally got the 7800. And then we had a chance to get this 7851 at a really good price from a guy who had to get rid of it. And it was new at the time. Now it's about a month and a half old, and we saved $3,000, so that helped a lot, good.
Now, this is an SDR, so we can adjust the zoom, which is what I'm doing right now. Let's open this up a little bit.
To the band, it's great to see them coming alive, and I can only imagine what it's going to be.
Enjoy it, have fun, and thanks so much for stopping by. Greatly appreciated, Matt. I will drop you a connection on QRZ, so be watching for it, my friend. Yeah, thank you so much. God bless. And please, anytime you hear me out there, drop in and say hi.
Commanded.
K7, Papa America.
All right, noise reduction is on. Oh, really?
The Whiskey Bravo 2 station, Whiskey Bravo 2. Come back with that full call, please.
Well, Don, you should tell me to do this from the beginning. Holy smokes, everybody had to wait till the last 10 minutes to do this. It's a little underwatery.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. This is K7 Papa America, Papa Ed. We're located in the Yellowstone Valley. We are 10 miles west of Billings. We're almost your neighbor. And this is Scott on this end, and I'll give you a signal for it next go around. Good evening.
All right, now we're in NR2. Noise reduction 2. This is a little scary. It sounds like I'm listening to an EVP recording. And where couldn't Timmy find you? In the well. Kind of watery. Let me find a bigger signal.
Ganda propagation, sabi ni
How's that?
I spent some time in Portland a while ago. We
That's
had
really good,
the
when
founder
it's on,
of Dave's Killer Bread, which is from Portland. You're probably familiar with it. He was one of our sponsors. This was back when he was right in the middle of the company, and I know we went through some challenges. And Portland was such a beautiful city when we visited, and I hear all these horror stories of how it's changed. So I'd love to hear it from the horse's mouth. As it relates to the mic, it's hard to really nail it down because the conditions are kind of up and down. It sounds, I looked on the scope, it sounds kind of flat and a tad bit on the high end. So I think it's 100% copyable. but it sounds kind of flat. I think that you've got to do some adjusting to the parametric EQ QSL.
Yeah, I've got weird RFI problems. Our neighbors are not happy. Oh, they're too high, that's why. I've got the radio set too high. But anyway, hamstudy.org, go check them out for studying for your license, and the Gordon West books on Amazon.
You've got a high pitch to it. You need more lows in it, and it's got a tad bit of a tinny sound to it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. That'd be great.
Just trying to show off the audio, guys. Just trying to show off the audio.
All right, we've got an audio guy that just jumped in, so you can give your... so while he's setting that up, this is Ed. You're able to copy him, Gerard?
No.
Okay, so audio. What's your read on his audio on that last transmission?
Could be, but I can't hear him, and anyone can hear him.
Okay, Ed, did you copy that?
7-3, thank you. Idaho QSO party, Whiskey Golf 7, Mike Mike.
November 8, November 2.
Kilo Sugar 1. Kilo Sugar 1, Whiskey Kilowatt. Thank you, 59 Canyon County, Charlie Alpha November.
I don't know what you mean there, Don. Grab that
Thanks
G
for
and
Charlie
move it up
Tango,
and
Whiskey
down.
Golf 7, Mike Mike.
Alright, let me pause this for a second. Okay, I'll repeat this. Yak fishing. Hamstudy.org for practice tests. I am dropping a ham technician study guide next week on my channel, which will be broken up by sub-elements. And I also highly recommend Gordon West books, so check this out.
Again?
I just got it.
You are good. I don't use that party. Whiskey Golf 7, Mike Mike.
Yeah, where's Oh, watch out.
Kilo Golf 6, Lima, again.
Someone's farting in the air.
Kilo Golf 6, November Lima Whiskey, 59 Canyon County, Idaho.
Don't tune up on those guys.
CQ, Idaho QSO party. CQ, Idaho QSO party. Kilo India 7. Alpha Mike Quebec in Coogee County.
Kilo India.
Ooh, he's got a pilot.
Kilo India 5, November Hotel, question mark?
Kilo India 5, November Hotel Zulu, over.
There you go. Kilo India 5, November Hotel Zulu. You are 5 by 9.
It's supposed to be a product. I don't think they will. Oh, it's all the VK stations and whatnot, really not with 10 meters on them. Alright, well, we've hit the hour. So I think we're going to wrap things up to get the smart people in the room. So we're going to close this live stream down, and we're going to open up a new live stream, which is going to be full of our after chat people and a lot of folks who know all about this stuff and will play around with mine live and adjust it appropriately. So it should be a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and stop it right now. Hey everybody, thanks a lot for the watching, taking the time to click on the Ham Radio Crash Course. Links again are in the description if you are interested in any of this. Again, I am new to this radio, but so far it was very straightforward in setting it up. If you are more of a IT-ish type person, somebody who knows how to work on computers, this should be a no-brainer for you. It's pretty straightforward to get it done. And the assembly is really quite easy. Again, all the links are in the description, including the link to our Discord, which is where we post the after chat. I will be live streaming on YouTube, but the best way to ask your questions live, and we do appreciate hearing your voice, and makes things a lot easier to have a two-way conversation, consider joining us on the Discord. All right, everybody, thank you very much for watching. I'll talk to you later. Wait, that's right. I gotta do the Patreon. Big shout out to the patrons. Oh, hey, what's that? Oh, that's my hand. That's my. I realized I put my my webcam on. That's why it's orange, and I was like, oh, orange? Oh, it's literally my mat. So big thank you to the patrons. That allows me to buy things like this box that we can do videos on. I'm curious to do a portable video now with this. I wonder how easy it would be to use this portable. I think we could probably work that out. I'll try and figure that out. Let's see what's the somebody else has the creepy hand. There it is. Creepy hand's right there. So never you fear, the creepy hand is there. So he's saying he needs help. Yeah, I don't know what to say. In an hour, it's kind of difficult. SDRs are something where it's like you kind of have to set them up and use them to kind of get the value for them and understand why they're effective and useful and all that interesting stuff. So, yeah. Been looking for someone who can do videos to do a video on this radio. Hey, Don, thank you. You didn't have to do that, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. So yeah, big shout out to Don. He messaged me and said, hey, he spent my money. He said, hey, I don't know if you know, but the Hermes is available again. I did go out and buy it. So this video is thanks to Don and his recommendations. So anyway, guys, please feel free to join us over on the after chat. It's going to take me about 5 to 10 minutes to switch everything over. So go ahead and jump on the Discord. You got to set up your audio over there as well on the PTT button so you can get started on that while I get things flipped over. Enjoy the memes. I'll play it. 73. Take it easy, everybody. Patrick, that's a really good question. I don't remember, frankly. I think that I had that radio long enough that I tested it both, and it will hold full output for a little while, like 80% battery, and then it'll start coming down. Hey, well, we appreciate you hanging out, buddy. Damn, I didn't know about the news, and literally Jason told me before we went live, man. That's crazy. Assassination attempt is like in today's day and age? That's wild. That's probably not a word you want to use on YouTube to kick off a live stream. That's just in the news, guys. Oh man, sorry, dude. Indeed. The after chat today is going to be answering your questions, but then I want you to help me answer a question. How do we create better ham radio reviews? I want to hear from you, all you watchers and listeners out there. What would make a better amateur radio review? Are there things we're not including, or things that we include too much of? Now, yes, a lot of this is going to be HT focused, to be honest, because HF radios, like if I drop a 710 on my table, or a 7300, 7610, a DX10, that's really difficult to review in 20 minutes and then be like, oh, that's it. There's the entire review. It's almost like reviewing a car. If anyone here's your car for a day to try and review it, that's almost impossible, right? You have to you gotta have it for a little while, you know. So that's kind of my opinion on that. Let's see. Let's catch up. Are you having a public meetup? Oh, hey, Paulie, appreciate that. Well, every year, Paulie, I go to all the major ham fests. So Hamvention, Hamcation, which is going to be in the beginning of the year, or if you can make it, Huntsville Ham Fest. I'll be there. Huntsville Ham Fest next month, and then every year in April we do the HRCC Campout, which is California, Southern California. So feel free to come on out there. It's a weekend of fun and frivolity. We provide the food and everything to go along with it. It's a lot of ham radio fun. Now, your question's great though, because I still haven't done a POTA meetup because it's so difficult for those non-tentpole days for me to just take a day and run off with. But it's a good one, and I should probably do it. I should probably do it in the summer. We should probably do it soon. So, yeah. K-Booty missed $90 on the live stream. Okay, well, it's free, so I don't know how you work that out. There it is. All right, so let's see. Oh, no, so great question. So how we do the after chat? Actually, this is a really great segue. So thank you for setting that volleyball right up front. The after chats are about answering your questions, right? But they go for hours. I'm here for a long time. Don't worry, we're going to be hanging out answering questions. So all you guys are rolling in, pay no mind. It's all right. We'll take care of all of you. Because we did an interview, Jason and questions for Jason are going to take priority. We'll take those right up front. And then we're going to get into kind of open questions. We'll take some of those. We're going to talk to some of our YouTuber friends who hang out with us on the Discord. We'll let them talk for a little bit. And then we'll get to the show topic, which is usually at the end. This show topic is going to be making better amateur radio reviews. And I hope people find that valuable. But to do that, to get all started with that, I'm going to go ahead and have to hop into the actual Discord here so we can talk. And I realize that my audio settings are probably all screwed up. Yep, they are. So hold on. We got a new audio interface. I'm using the Scarlett 414, which is what I had before, 3rd gen. Now I have a 4th gen. So I'm using this mic without a cloud lifter. I had a cloud lifter in one beforehand. Tell me what you guys say. Am I okay? Am I peaking? Is it too much? Am I cracking? I don't know. You guys tell me. How's the audio quality? I can dial back the gain a little bit. But I dialed back the gain and everybody told me it's too low. So that's the problem. My dynamic range is stupid. I'm too loud. I know that I'm too loud. Even when I add compression, I'm too much. All right, let's. I'm like Rich Evans of ham radio. Go ahead and everybody start. Anybody catch that reference? Anyway, let's go say hi to our friends on Discord. Oh, levels are good on YouTube. I like it. Very good. All right, let's sort things out here. In the Discord.
Yeah, it's over 30 years now. Jeez.
How's it going, everybody?
Hey, Josh.
Oh, we got started late. It's already 6:40. Man, we're cutting into our peak after chat time. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out and waiting for me. I think Jason is already in the chat. I see him there, KM4ACK with the radioactive logo. All right, so let's just dive right into having Jason answer some questions. So is there anybody in here anywhere on the Discord, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're seeing us live, X even, start text chatting, put the word question in your comment, or if you're on the voice chat, dive in right now and say, hey, you got a question for Jason. Let's take him live, okay? Let's do it. And we had a couple of people in the text, so we'll wait for those to come in.
I don't know if this...
Oh. I heard, I don't know if, and then you died out. Go again.
Sorry, my text things went bonkers. Anyways, I don't know if this is a question per se, but on one of the screens, it looked like that band was spelled B-A-U-D or something like that instead of B-A-N-D.
Baud? Baud.
Yeah.
That's legit.
Baud rate is the character transmission rate over a digital line.
So it is entirely different from bandwidth.
100%. Yeah. It can be two things. Well, actually, go ahead, Jason. You explain it probably better than I will.
No, it's actually over my head, but it's just a speed at which things communicate. That's the simplest terms I can really make it.
So there. If you want to look up the history of it, look up something called Baudot or Baudot, and that will give you the background on what baud rate is. Baudot
It's
code.
basically another convention for describing the speed of the data going over the serial line. Like think megabits, but it's a different formula because it's based on Baudot character speed. It's kind of archaic, but they still use it with like modem stuff.
Never mind that crashing noise. So once upon a time, we have freed ourselves of the shackles of the baud rate limit, kind of, on amateur radio. Everybody hasn't caught up yet. So once upon a time, there was a discussion about how much data we could put over the transmission lines, over RF. And on higher frequencies, lower limits are much more feasible, and so a Baudot baud rate, if you will, of 1200 baud was considered good enough. And so hams have been shackled to that for a very long time. And what it should be instead is kind of you kind of tipped at or poked at, Jeremy. It should be bandwidth based. The rate at which you can express characters over a given bandwidth, that is much more important. So if we limited bandwidth to 2.8 kilohertz, then how much data you can move in that 2.8 kilohertz is way more valuable than this archaic, disconnected baud rate. And that's what amateur radio is going to. The FCC has agreed to that. And so we get to finally get rid of the baud rate, which is great. Now, that has never mind with the baud rate expression of USB devices. So your computers are still going to communicate over baud rate, right? So 9600, etc., along those lines is going to be what you're going to see for some of the devices over like USB and some of that stuff. So, all right. We did get a question. Question for Jason. Is Linux like the stuff I learned 30 years ago with commands? Chris, radio and life. Yes.
I don't know what he learned 30 years ago.
Yeah.
He learned Oregon Trail like I did.
Yeah. I used a command line, and it was all JCL and batch jobs, and that had nothing to do with Unix.
Ah. Yeah, so another person says DOS, I guess. So, yeah, there's... Well, Jason, I guess let's go back to that, and I can poke at this a little bit, because this is a great question, I think, if we dive in a little bit deeper. So, how much of your Linux life is spent in the terminal window? Because we dipped into it a little bit.
I spend a lot of time in the terminal, but that's because I'm writing code. I'm writing what 7.3 Linux does in the background.
Right.
So I spend quite a bit of time. Now, if I'm out playing radio, I spend very little time unless I run into some weird issue that I want to go dive deep into. Mm-hmm. But I was out a couple of days ago with a Parks on the Air activation, never opened the terminal window.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Now, I will say Linux, for me, there's one hurdle that I always had issues with, is I was never part of the, like, build, compile from code kind of guy and install from that. I've done it, but it's always like, oh my gosh, it's such a slog. And then they started creating like this add remove package manager kind of thing within like Linux Mint has it. But it always feels like you have so much more control if you just install applications off the terminal window. Has that changed at all, or are they better integrated? Because it felt like sometimes I would install something using the package manager, and the terminal window and the rest of the system had no idea what I did, and nothing meant anything. It was total chaos.
I can speak to that if you want.
Unless Jason wants to add something first.
No, he's good.
Okay, and this comes from years of experience. The best thing to do on Linux, if you're trying to get software, is to use the built-in package manager, be it RPM, be it Debian, or Debs, or whatever. Yes. Because the system tracks that through a database. And if you can't find it, then the next best thing would be to try to build it yourself or find a repo that might have it. But I always prefer the system package first before building it from source or building it from code. And also there's a lot of stuff coming out with Python now. I'm doing a lot of Python at work. You can end up blowing stuff up. I'm sure Darn will attest to installing stuff from outside the package manager to overwrite stuff in the package manager. And if you are building something from scratch, like with a makefile, every Linux distribution has what's called user local, right? And the package manager will not put anything under user local. So if you're going to install stuff, install it under user local. That way it won't interfere with system packages and break your system.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now, can I say something for the sake of an argument?
Yeah,
sure.
Go for it.
He's absolutely right. The only downside, though, by getting things from the repository is you may be getting a much older version than you can get if you build it from source. So let's take FLRig, for instance. If you grab it out of the repository, it may not support the latest radio that just came out, even though the latest version of FLRig supports it because it's just got an older package in the repository. Building it from source would get that latest one that might give you that new rig that you're looking for.
That's especially true with hand radio software.
It is
almost always out of date in the repository.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. I come from the old Slackware days. We had to compile everything.
Yeah.
And so I love the package manager, but then you go to use WSJTX. There'll be an old version in there depending what distribution you're using. So yeah, that's why I like 73 Linux, is because it just does all of that for you.
Well, yeah, and that's fine. It's just if you go to install it, don't install the package one and install, build it and install it under user local and adjust your path to pick that up before it picks up, like user bin or whatever.
Yeah, when you're, I prefer, actually, I love to compile code, but that's just me. When you're compiling things, usually it's not, the package manager database is not going to get updated. So you're not going to end up getting killed by something. What I don't like about compiling code is that a lot of times you'll go out and get something out of the repository or out of the Git or whatever, and it won't build on what you have loaded in that particular version of Linux. And so then you're fighting compile errors, which I like to do, but I'm sure a lot of people don't. And so you run into these deals where, like, it's a frustration thing because it simply doesn't work. Right. And I ran into that today with a device driver that I desperately need, and the thing will not compile for me in my version. But we're rarely going to have that in ham radio. In ham radio, what Jason is doing, I don't know if he runs into this or not, but he's building things and he knows builds on the version of Linux that he's running, and he's done a lot of the hard work for us. And so, yeah, it's a, well, I was telling him earlier, what he's doing for us is really fantastic.
I agree. And I just got to add this. We got Satan here. Satan's joining us in the after chat along with one Mike, KMRD, the Ham Radio 2. Love that so much.
Had to fire back, Jason.
Thank you so much. Hilarious. Well, we got a ton of questions to go through, so let me go back here. By the way, these are APRS stations I've picked up since we stopped being live. I'm getting all the way down to Mexico, okay, guys, on APRS. Is that relayed? Yeah, probably. But that's pretty impressive. So next one's a quick one. I'll just knock this out really quick from Gregory. Question: Summits on the air on an HT. Possible? And if so, what's a good option or options for a technician novice? Cheers. So the answer to your question is yes. I've activated a couple of POTAs with just 2 meter simplex. So 146.520. You start out, right, calling out for CQ. And what will inevitably happen is if you're in an area like here in Southern California, those are a lot of hams that are listening to 520. And so you probably want to get off of that frequency. And I have done full activations on 146.580, which is kind of like our unofficial adventure frequency. To do that, 2 options I would recommend for you. So go get yourself a Yagi antenna, so like an Arrow antenna or an Elk, or build your own at a tape measure, or pick yourself up a half-wave vertical telescoping antenna that you leave in your bag, and you get to the location you're going to activate, twist it on there, and then you're really going to kill it with a half wave. Half wave is great. I love them on SOTA because you're such a high vantage point. Everybody's going to hear you. So yes, you can, but it's also going to depend on how many people are actually listening to 146.520 or 580 wherever you're at. So, bit of a challenge. If you're in Southern California, no problem. You could activate probably all of the Angeles crest, San Gabriel crest that face the South Bay completely on HT, and it wouldn't be a problem. All right, this is a wild deep dive question from JR. They have a Motorola PB1272 Bravo suitcase base station for MX series radios. We looked this radio up, it feels like over a year ago. They're looking to get a manual just to go with the unit. The unit should have been on the TV show Get Smart. It looks so silly. Dude, that is a cool radio, and I know exactly what you're talking about. I have no idea where to go to manual for this thing. I have no idea. You might be able to, like, go ahead.
Repeater Builder probably has it.
Oh, Repeater Builder. Yeah, reach out to Repeater Builder, see if we can contact them. And the best you could do is print your own and have it like staple bound and then keep it with the unit, because you could probably get the PDF. Okay, moving on. I think I got one in here for Jason. From a wild K Booty appears. So this is for Jason. Any plans to add the RTC setup for Pies into 73 Linux that was present in Build-A-Pi?
Oh, I didn't realize it was not in 73 Linux.
If it is, I missed it, but I went back and looked for it a couple of times. But I can understand it if you're moving away from Pies. You don't need to worry about that with laptops and stuff.
You can support both.
I thought, yeah.
Well, that's true, but yeah, that's true. I don't have to worry about it on the x86 machine, but I still want to continue to support the Pi because there's still good applications for it.
Sure.
If you've got a GitHub account, file an issue report on 7.3 Linux.
Okay, I may go back and look at it and make sure I'm not talking out of my ass and just missed it, but I thought
I have just got imported over.
Okay, I'll go do that.
I'm going to do a pull request against you for set the default editor to VI.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
Look at that.
Oh no!
Boy.
We're not going down that rabbit hole. It's too early.
I can do it myself.
It's too early to start arguing about Vim versus VI or Nano. We're not doing that yet. That's too damn early. Too damn early.
It's not a coffee fit now.
No, you guys, you gotta put a lid on that. Give me an hour and a half before you get to that kind of nonsense.
Josh, we were doing that before you got in.
I'm sure you were, and that's fine. You can explore that space when I'm not around, or at least wait until I get a little bit more wine in me. All right, so Lee McC, KI5YPR asks, question, can Jason compare use of 73 Linux versus the DigiPi? Maybe versus is the wrong word, but maybe DigiPi as appliance and 73 Linux with a PC? I don't think I fully understand this question, because the DigiPi is... Oh, no, go ahead. You got this. I think you got it.
Well, I was just going to say, Craig's doing some great work. He takes a bit of a different approach.
Oh, DigiPy. That's right. It's a completely different thing. I totally forgot. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, Craig releases an image. So you get all or nothing. 7.3 Linux, and this comes from the foundation of Build-A-Pi. 7.3 Linux gives you complete control over what gets installed and what doesn't. So if you want to grab that 7.3 Linux and just install Direwolf and Yak, let's say you're building a Digipeater out, then you can just install those two applications and get nothing else. So that's really the only difference. But I've seen Craig's work. He does really, really solid work.
All right, so you guys you got to be honest here. Is this the image that had that like weird software on it that had to run in the background?
No.
This is a different person?
No. Yes.
Okay.
Craig Lampart, is that his last name? He's from out in your neck of the woods, Josh.
Oh, okay. No. Well, it's California, my neck of the woods, but yes.
Yeah.
That's like, yeah, okay. So different thing. This is not the other thing.
Yes. Completely different.
Different guy. Different everything. Okay, got it. Okay. All right.
Lamparter, Jason. Lamparter.
Okay. All right. I think I got through the chat comments. So anybody in the voice chat that would like to ask Jason a question about Linux before we open it wide open for any questions.
Well, I have a question, but it's not about Linux. It's about the apps.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, Jason, when I run 73 Linux, and I don't know, maybe you've updated it, but I've tried updating several times. When I start WSJTX, it comes up and says, hey, this is a beta version. Do you know you're running a beta version? It's going to end soon. And is that... Are you aware of that, or are you doing the beta version on purpose, or?
Yes, so 7.3 Linux is grabbing the latest version, whatever WSJTX puts out. That team is really good about putting out a stable version before the end of the beta period, but it will grab the latest pre-release or release candidate or whatever they call it, and it will install it if you do an update.
Oh, okay, so it'll install, the beta version. So you don't, you can't default to the stable version? Or you don't want to?
I could. It's just when I tried to do that, everybody kept pushing me for the latest and greatest. So it tells you right there in the window that it's going, what version it's going to be upgrading to. So you can choose to update or not to update.
Yeah, one time he was releasing versions that would not work with other versions, and so, but I don't know that I'm not sure he's done that in quite a while, and that's why I don't like to run beta versions. I prefer to run stable, but, honestly, as far as, I'm not going to worry about it if that's something you're choosing to do.
Yeah, just pay attention in the update window when it lists out that you need an update, and it should tell you what version it is, and if you don't want the beta, then just choose not to update.
But I want to update the other thing. No.
Well, you can update everything else on the system, just don't put a check mark by that.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah.
So you could choose to update every other single application except for WSJTX if you wanted to go that route.
Yeah. By the way, tonight when y'all were screwing around with FLRig, apparently FLRig supports TCI.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, it was shown on the screen. Y'all know what TCI is, or I won't go into it, but if you know, you know, and to me, it's the way that cat control should be done.
I will definitely have to look into that.
There's a question that came in on text chat there. Hey, Jason, can we do SSTV with 73 minutes?
I was on the Raspberry Pi at one time. I don't know if there's an app in 7.3 Linux for that or not.
What was the app?
I just can't recall off the top of my head.
Wasn't it like QSTV or something like that? QSSTV? I remembered having a Q in it, but...
Yeah. No, it doesn't look like I'm finding anything. But yes, I think that was in Build-A-Pie once upon a time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
Well, if it still exists, Jason can probably get it added.
Or there might be an
an issue ticket.
I don't know how to do that, Jason.
I'll add this to it. As of a year ago, it looks like the author of QSSTV has abandoned the project, possibly. So
that's never
anything you get is going to be an old version. And Jason, there is a good question, and I was thinking about this too. Are there any plans to add SDR or SDR-like apps for trunk listening or plane tracking? So anything like that add into 73 Linux?
No current plans on that. One thing that did not get mentioned, though, on the live stream, there is a way that the community can write their own script to install something, submit it, and it goes into the community folder. It will load right along with the core apps that 73 Linux builds. So if you had something for your particular group that you wanted to build out, like DRATs, SDR, any other application, you could literally write one of those BAP files that's the installer file, and you can look at the others that are already there to kind of get the template format of what's going on. But you could do that, submit it, and I'll be happy to drop anything into the community folder. If there's enough requests for it, we can move it over to the stable version. But for instance, something like DRATs, there is no demand for that around me. And in fact, until Josh did that live stream, I hadn't heard anybody really bring that up in the last probably year or two. But that doesn't mean that nobody uses it, because some things in small pockets of the country are still very popular.
Hey, I ran into, this is an application it was on Linux. The guy was moving to Linux, but his club had to use N1MM. And I went out and found it's called not N1MM. It's a Python logger. It's supposed to be compatible with N1MM, and it works on Linux. Have you looked at that yet?
I have not looked at that. Not 1MM?
Yeah, it's called not 1MM, and it's on GitHub. The user on GitHub's MBRIDAK in Braddock. But yeah, he's currently working on it.
I know an application we can get Jason to install. Node-RED.
Let's just not go there.
Yes, let's go there. Because I can pie it up. Let's pie it up. Because I mean, I'm gonna end up putting a pie with I'm gonna spool up a pie for sure, and I know that I'm gonna put Node-RED on that thing. I'm gonna run it headless. I'd like to have the regular, 73 Linux sidebar on it. I may run some other stuff occasionally. So yeah, I don't know.
Well,
go ahead.
One thing I'd like to see is a VNC client after you. So if you install 73 Linux and you get a VNC client, then I can pop on to any of the other computers I've got running here and bring that client up, and then I've got the full desktop. So, I mean, that would be a great thing to have on 73 Linux.
Real VNC is for you?
It is, but there's no client.
Let the man answer.
Wait a minute, you're looking for a server or a client in 73 Linux?
No, a server.
Okay, so I don't have one in 73 Linux. I'm trying to find something here on the fly. In my PyScripts repository, which is very poorly named at this point, there is something that will install a VNC server on an x86 Linux Mint platform.
Well, yeah, you can install like Pipe VNC. There's several versions of because Mint and Cinnamon and all of those are all based on Debian. So You can, I mean, it's in the Debian repository for sure. Type VNC, and there's several VNC servers, but the configuration then for me, no problem, but for other people that do it, if you could script it, script the install automatically, it would just be that much more helpful to someone. And the whole point of that is that if I've got a VNC client, just like I am right now, my radio's in the other room. Well, I could VNC into a machine that's sitting in the other room, bring that client up, and, I can run my radio right from in here in this room. Or, so it's kind of a remote thing that you get with that.
True. I have done a video on that when I first moved to Linux. But yeah, that is something that could be added to 7.3 Linux.
I'd be glad to file a ticket on that.
There you go. Do it, Doug. Do it the right way.
Yeah, feature.
Yeah, but because literally the script is already written to do it. It's in my PyScripts repository. We ran into a weird issue with a monitor. I can't remember the details of it. If it would work if a monitor was plugged in, but it wouldn't work if it wasn't plugged in at boot. And I was trying to get it working on a completely headless system. And I believe we ended up using X11 VNC, if I remember right.
Mm. Yeah, I've run into some of that stuff too, and I actually have a dongle that you plug in, and it has no connector on it, but it plugs into the HDMI dongle so that HDMI thinks there's a screen there. I've done that before, and those are pretty cheap. But again, I don't remember if that's a requirement, because we do it all the time on servers, and servers are headless to begin with, and yet we'll install a X11 on one of the servers, and then we'll set a VNC back up, or VNC back to us. And so there must be a way to do it without a connector. And because the thing was before too, the Pi does VNC very differently than like regular Linux did, at least from what I remember. There's some settings in the config actually that do things, and you don't need config. You can do it as a user. You can do it as root. There's a number of ways of installing VNC or a VNC server.
Okay, so I just dropped a link to that script in the chat on Discord, so you can take a look at that.
Yeah, I'll look at it because I think it may be very Pi specific, but let me look at it.
Hey, for those of you that are going to run headless, and I know Josh said he's going to run headless, and from someone who's done this with Pis forever, I highly recommend moving over to like a CM4 with a carrier board that can give you a like an NVMe or like an SD, like an NVMe drive SSD.
Yeah, don't use Pis anymore. Go straight to mini PCs.
I mean, for Node Red, I'm okay using like a Pi 5. I've got one of those bad things. I will do it until it starts pissing me off, and then I just swap it out and leave. So that's just it.
Yeah, the SD card and power were always an issue with Pis, because we tried setting some stuff up at work in our network operations center to just pull stuff and run displays around so they could see stuff, and those things were so unreliable. And we even make the Pis, so there is that. And yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with Pis.
Yeah, no, I get it. All right.
I've moved away from them a lot.
All right, so we got Jason's time here. Let's take full advantage of it. Is there anyone anywhere who has a question regarding Linux or today's show topic? Yeah. Let's go for it.
Yeah, I got one for you, Jason.
Go for it.
The uConsole. If you thought about building uConsole support into it, I know that thing's painful to actually get working on anything else. But a second question is, have you looked at DragonOS at all? It's more for RF hacking, but he keeps all the ham stuff on it up to date.
I have briefly looked at DragonOS. It's been probably 2 or 3 years ago. uConsole, I have not looked into.
I will tell you that I have 73 Linux running on my uConsole. It's what's running on it right now. I did follow the standard troubleshooting things that Jason mentions, like if you go through the first round and like a VARA or something doesn't get loaded, run it again. He did that, and yeah, it all eventually got like synced up. So the uConsole pretty much has everything running on it right now. But it's still a CM4, so it's, you know, you enjoy your retro games with the uConsole. That's the point of that thing.
I've got the thing set up with all kinds of hand software already.
Yeah. It'll work. It will work. But, you know, just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So the uConsole runs a CM4, a Pi CM4?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, VARA is not going to install on that right now with 7.3 Linux. So I was using another guy, and I cannot remember his name, his install script for doing Box86 and Wine, and then VARA. And something in a Linux kernel update broke something, I believe, with Box86. He's working on that in the background, but he's been working on it for probably 6 months or better right now.
Okay.
There is some workarounds. If you go over to groups.io and search for MyCall, there is some workarounds for manually doing it, but automatically getting it done with 7.3 Linux is not possible at this moment.
This is an interesting one that came over on text. Holy Demand asks, have y'all tried to program DMR on it yet? Because DMR is kind of a pain, because you have to have like a piece of software for every radio on DMR. Have you even tried that on Linux?
I am not a DMR fan. I don't own a DMR radio.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm not against you on that.
There's one DMR programming package out there, but it's radio specific. I can't remember what it is, but I've seen it for Linux.
And you will, I mean, if you're going to choose to run Linux all the time, you're going to run into walls that you just can't go around. For instance, I was reviewing that Redivus GMRS repeater. That software is Windows only. Right, so if I want to program that thing, could I try to get it running in Wine? Yeah, I could try, but it's not worth the effort. If I really needed to reprogram it, I would find somebody with a Windows computer and reprogram the thing once.
Create a KVM? No.
What I finally have done is, because I don't want to dual boot on my laptops and stuff I drag out into the field, I just run Mint on them, and then I run a VM for the stuff that has to be Windows. So that's what I settled on, is just virtual machines.
So like nerd stuff. You nerd out hardcore. Is what you're saying.
It's so damn easy though.
But okay, everybody that's saying like it's so damn easy, you gotta like tell people how to do it. You gotta teach them how to do it. Otherwise, they're gonna be like, well, yeah, it was easy for you.
Yeah,
because it's not until you like go and the first time you do it, it takes a while. You know that, right?
Well, and one of the reasons in all of my videos, you will still hear me explaining what the CD command is.
Right.
Anybody that's used Linux for a year understands what the CD command is, but I try to break that video down so that if this is the first time you're loading anything in Linux, I want you to understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and that's appreciated, I promise you. So very goodly, done there. All right, questions for Jason. Let's take them.
I had one that I came up with myself here.
Go for it.
Jason, I know you did a video on Pablo's dashboard, and by you doing that, I actually brought him on for a live stream. Are you going to incorporate his dashboard into an update of 73 Linux? Are you able to? Or, I mean, a simple, easy install, and, you tell people change this, this, and this, and be done?
Technically, I could.
You remember those?
Yeah, I guess it's possible. There would be nothing I would touch in the config file because that would be so user-specific. But to drop his sample config file in there with it, yeah, that could be done.
That would be pretty cool. I think a lot of people would like that if they haven't seen it yet.
I am making a couple of notes.
Right on.
That was all I had, Josh.
Right on. Cool. All right. Any other last chance on Jason? Otherwise, we're going to start talking to our YouTube friends, and then we're going to keep moving to open questions from anyone.
Just thank you, Jason, for sharing about all 10 of us who use Linux on a daily basis.
Well, you already drank the flavor of it on that one, right? This video was to try and get people to experience Linux on their own, for the first time, which hopefully we did a good job at. Jason is a fantastic guest and interviewee. So appreciate him being on there because it was a lot of fun doing that. So, all right, let's go down the list. Thankfully, I have a fantastic person who's helping me with this stuff. It's Frank, KG6NLW. Frank, we're gonna go back to the original here. We're just gonna go down the list here. We're gonna go down. Wait,
so reverse how I sent it then.
Oh, okay. I got how you did it. Okay, got it. So, Bill, Ham Radio Tectonics, where are you at, buddy? What's going on with you?
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you just fine. How's it going?
Oh, let me turn this camera off. I am in North Carolina right now. I'm based there. That's where I work. And I'm in Greenham Machine Trailer. And I just finished an antenna video today and announced my antenna giveaway. It's FL-HRT Ham Radio Tectonics. And I'm working on finishing this mod on my QMX for the Touch Team. Mm-hmm. And tomorrow I'm going to go to Austin, Texas and drop off, so I can be there on Monday to drop off my Flex Radio for repair.
Oh, buddy. Flex Radio is already going back to the shop. How do you feel about that?
I still love that radio, and hey, you know what? Things are going to happen. So, and if people look it up, here's the thing. I had somebody ask me about the TX500. They've got their share of problems. You said TX500 users, Flex users, DC users, they keep it inbred, in family, that is, and they don't tell the world because they don't want the world to know that their little baby walks crooked. But something happened with maybe a power surge, maybe I did it, maybe I didn't, and I lost my DITs. And if you look that up on the community, you'll see that I'm not the only one. So it's a thing. And luckily my radio is still in warranty, so they're going to fix it. But so I still love the radio. I would trade it for the world.
All right. Well, somebody who sends something in for repair and they still come back and say, "Yes, sir, I'll take some more." That's pretty good. So right on, man. Appreciate you hanging out. Are you going to be in Huntsville?
I am most certainly going to give that a try. Yeah, I'm going to. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take medical leave, and arrange all my medical stuff to happen in Huntsville for that period. So I'll be totally legit. Hey, they screwed me out of the Zion and the Yellowstone. They wouldn't give me the days that I needed. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to make sure I'm going to use the federal government to make sure that I legitimately get the days I need.
Bill, I feel your pain with that one.
I like it. Well done.
Rules are made to be used in the proper way. But hey, guys, thanks for giving me a shout out and letting me talk. I'm going to get out of the way.
Right on, man. Thank you for coming out. Appreciate it. All right, so next in the list is Dom, N5SKT. So this is a topic of a show that was dear to your heart, but what's been going on with your build-up in the homestead?
Well, I've done a number of things here. I've put up a 9-to-1 and a couple of other things, and actually I was out with my sister today and I bought a golf cart, which anyway, and I'll probably have a video on that. Now, the video that I was talking about last week, I did not get a chance to do. And there's some things that are going on for me personally that are very, very exciting. I can't talk about them right now. But so I did not get a chance to actually drop that video, even though I've got it all recorded. So, I didn't do any. I should have recorded the 9-to-1. I'll probably go out and at least document how I've done it. And I was working with my sister today, trying to plan out like the next stage of the ham shack, and trying to figure out where. And by the way, if anybody knows anybody that understands how to buy sheds and get them installed, I would love to hear it, because I know nothing about it. But it's the logical conclusion to me being stuck in that little room over there with these window things just running out the through the window. So that's kind of where I'm at. I no video for me from right now, but hopefully they'll have at least one dropped, maybe 2 next week.
Very good, very good. Well, thanks for hanging out and adding your expertise to this, because I know you're a long-time Linux person, so I appreciate that.
Yep. No problem.
All right, Eric is in the house. Eric, I think where is he? Where's he at? Eric, there he is. Our Eric from Hawaii. How's it going, man? Do you have Zippies this week? Did you eat the Zippies this week?
No, I haven't had it in a couple weeks.
Man, I love Zippies so much.
Yeah, I get on a kick where I'll eat it like 2-3 times, and then I don't touch it for a month.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time I go to Hawaii, I eat there multiple times. Anyway, go ahead. How you been, man? What have you been up to?
It's different when you live here and it's just down the street and you get burned out.
Yeah.
Uploaded a video a couple days ago. Did a special contact for someone. He was my first ever satellite contact ever. And I recently found out he had 49 states confirmed and just needed Hawaii. So we found a pass that was about 5 degrees both sides, and did a video on making that QSO right from the coast, so I could, basically point at the horizon. Other than that, just unfortunately working a lot, so not getting a lot done.
Okay. How's nothing's changed on Green Cube, right? Everything's still like
so not only is it good, but I think some of the congestion has lifted.
Okay.
I think there was a couple for a while. It was pretty hot and heavy when everyone thought it was going to go away.
Yeah.
But now I'm getting. I can work it with my 10-element arrow down to 0 degrees. I had a couple QSOs recently at like 0.5 degrees up off the horizon.
Wow.
For some skids. So yeah, it's working pretty good. Getting a lot of people are getting pretty good digipeat rates. So yeah, satellite's working good.
All right. Well, yeah, you're just. That's the news that I now know that I have to get a little bit more engaged in that, because I want to. I do want a Green Cube setup. I want to get on there really badly, and he's just telling me all the things I know that I have to hear to get started.
But in sad satellite news, it looks like the Tevel birds are set to re-enter here shortly.
So were those linears?
No, those are FM sats. They were put up, I think, in late 2022. They're not used by a lot of the people that are on like the ISS. So like a lot of dedicated satellite people use them for like roving and things like that. They sounded really, really good. But the atmospheric drag from all the things that are making HF good are creating more atmospheric drag in the low Earth orbit area. So a lot of the satellites are getting their orbits are degrading.
These are CubeSats?
Yeah, they're 1U CubeSats.
Okay.
But I did hear that they plan on launching 9 more, but there's no timeline.
Okay, well. Satellite is such an interesting part of amateur radio because it's so fast and intense for such a short amount of time. It's almost the opposite of like what a lot of people do. They get on HF and they're like, and I went to the doctor's today, and yeah, it was another bout of gout. Like that whole thing. And satellite is like the antithesis of that. It's like the action sports of amateur radio, which I appreciate you being out there and being a correspondent. So thank you for...
Well, the thing about them is in 10 minutes, everyone wants to be fast, but if you slow down and like, what is it? Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, or smooth is quick.
Yeah.
If people just like let everyone have a turn, and you just kind of feel it out. Just don't be, don't jump like it. A lot of the passes, QSOs aren't getting made because people are just stepping on each other. If you just kind of slow down, everyone can work everyone, and it's nice and peaceful.
So I guess that's a really good point on what the value of full duplex is. Because the only way you're going to be able to do that is if you're full duplex, right? Where you're going to be able to sense those little... right? You're going to have that.
Because a lot of times you don't know if you're transmitting in someone else's, and you're just fighting for control on who's got the better signal with the FM capture effect.
Yeah.
So there'll be times the ISS is really, really, especially like over the southeast U.S. when I was back home in the mainland. There'd be people that are just not. They're pushing so much power and they can't hear it that they're just fighting for control over it, and they don't realize that they're just jamming it up.
Yeah. Important notes, important tips. I appreciate that. Someone is like literally sitting half on top of me on FT8, so I appreciate you guys not following the 50 hertz rule. If that's you watching me right now, come on, man. Laying up in the parking lot. Appreciate that. All right, next is Frank. Frank, you're next, man. How you doing? How you been?
I'm doing great. I'm going to do a quick shout-out because I do see him in the live stream chat. And Jazz. Simon.
Oh, Simon, join us on the Discord, dude. Come on.
I think he's doing family stuff and just not paying attention there. So, anyway. This Monday, he is traveling from British Columbia to Alberta for camping with the family. They're flying, but he's driving, and he is going to be driving the Canada Transnational whatever it is, Charlie Alpha 508.
Okay.
He is going to be live streaming during that time. Wes, VA5MUD, Mr. Mud's Radio Time, and myself are going to be co-hosting so that when he drops out of cell service, we're going to be there with some videos and commentary, and one of us is going to have the Utah SDR pulled up to listen to Simon as he goes along there. So I'm going to drop the live stream chat for that real quick. And so there you go. There's that. So I'm going to be busy with that. Tuesday, hopefully, I will have a video coming out. I was sent something that I need to do a review on, and I actually have an antenna that I need to clean up the solderoids on a little bit. So got to get that cleaned up. Thursday, my usual Thursday night Northern California live stream chat, listening to SwapNet. Really, Eric? Really? Okay.
You're just so loud.
How's that, Eric? Is that better?
Oh, that's perfect.
What is it with guys named Frank on microphones?
I just turned down the gain just like 1%. That's all it took. So Thursday I have my usual live stream. This last Friday I had my CQ Chit Chat. I had Lou, Hyken and Hammond, Jeff, K3, JRZ, and Vince, VE7LK on, and we talked about POTA and Support Your Parks Weekend, which is coming up in 6 days here. So we're going to be out there hanging out, doing stuff for POTA. I'm going to be doing a live stream at some point during the Support Your Parks Weekend, and any of my YouTuber buddies that are going to be out there during Support Your Parks Weekend, if you want to come in on a live stream and give an update as to how you're doing, feel free to drop me a message and I can bring you in. I can have up to 9 people in at any given time, so feel free to drop me a message if you want to come on in. And that's going to be my week, so very busy and very, very fun. And now I'll drop my link now that I'm done talking because I'm at 530 subs, so we made that happen. Thank you, Josh. And
Good
thank
job,
you,
buddy. Good job.
Thank you to Jason Ham Radio 2.0, because I had a huge spike last month month before, on his happy hour.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You were in that.
I had like a 40+ sub jump on that night. So absolutely fantastic. 2 Fridays ago, we gave away a coffee mug from James over at Corky QRP for my Person of the Month Q and AMA, which Jeff K3JRZ was on as well. So, all right, I'm going to drop my link and shut up for now.
Well, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for all the help you give to so many people. I saw you. I saw T.O. was live streaming. He shot across the bow, and I was literally cooking dinner for the kids, so I couldn't hop in there. But I was watching while I was cooking. So you guys did a great job on the live stream. I had a lot of fun watching it. So thanks for sort of being out there. All right.
Oh, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I'm really jealous of Ham Jazz too, getting to go camping. I'm going to be doing a camping trip with Adam next month. I'm really excited about that. And I think I'm dragging both the sons out. This will be the first for the youngest, so we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll talk to Adam about that. We might not be able to do the same scrambling type stuff that we did with Benjamin. He's a little bit more resilient than Edison.
Camping and Huntsville?
Yeah, after Huntsville.
Wow, okay.
So, it times have changed, guys. Everybody, kids, wherever you're at, I feel for you. I really do. I'm going to go to me for a second. So I remember a time when summer break was just the most important thing in my entire life, and I would just relish the time I had in summer break. I would explore the sloth that you could achieve as a child, and then just get crazy busy camping, Boy Scouts, all that stuff. And my kids go back to school in like late August, and so the weekend before they go back, we're going back into Adam. That's the only time that worked. And my wife has not pitched a fit yet about it, but I'm dragging them out. We're going to bring them back on Sunday, and they're going to school on Monday. So that's the way we're going to do it. That's the way it's got to be. So I'm excited about it. I don't know what we're going to do, but it'll be a lot of fun regardless. So I'm really excited. Always, anytime you can go camping, and particularly backpacking, put your whole existence on your back and hike it out there. That tells you something about yourself. All right, next on the list is Gray Man Poda. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing good. Just got back here to the house. Is that in a twofer?
Oh, right on.
Down in actually Owen County, Indiana. So racing back and dodging lightning and thunderstorms. So
right on.
I haven't really had time to shoot a video, but I've got some projects. I'm taking that POTA challenge, 1 pound POTA challenge to heart, and kind of combining that with some personal goals. And I don't know if people have noticed or seen over the year. Last year I've lost quite a bit of weight, and so my goal is to start hiking a little bit more, getting out a little bit more. And this POTA 1 pound POTA challenge is really I think a good thing for me so I can go out and do it, and I don't have to backpack on a big radio. But just going down the rabbit hole with the True SDX and some of Adam's projects, the antenna, the microphone, the adapter. Although I've got an iPhone and I can do it with the USB cable. I lost track there. I'm sorry, I've got an Android tablet. I can do it with the USB cable, but I also want to try to do it via the iPhone too, because I'm an iPhone user. So,
yeah.
Just all these little projects, little bits and pieces coming in. So I'm going to start filming some of those as I build those more in depth, and I'm not sure how that's going to play out, but it's not a POTA video, so there you go. Just staying busy with that, and I hear what you were saying, Josh, about your kids having to go back to school. Mine, I think, are going back while we're in Huntsville.
Yeah, it's the week after we're going to go camping after. Like it's crazy, man. I just don't even. And doesn't feel the same. Doesn't feel the same.
I grew up in the late 70s, early 80s. We were feral. We were feral kids all summer long.
You had a bike, man. You got a bike, and you go outside, and that's it. Take your bike and get the hell out of here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I am looking forward to getting down to Huntsville. I am taking the entire week off. I get yelled at for not taking enough PTO at work. So I said, the heck with it. I'm just going to go down Monday, stay the entire week, and come back home.
Good for you.
Yeah, so.
That's awesome.
Been talking with Lou hiking in Hammond. He lives in the area. Giving me some suggestions on parks to go around and stay active while waiting for everybody to show up.
That I love the idea of. Now I'll get there eventually. I'm just not there yet because obviously I still got so much work obligations. But just being able to take a week and just run around, do POTA. I don't care if I'm sleeping in the back of my truck or camper or tent. Just it sounds so free. Just love it. Yeah, explore the space, man. You deserve it. That's awesome. All right, I think we are now hitting Jason. Jason is next.
Jason has left the chat.
Oh no, Jason just left. Bummer. Well, Jason, I had an incredible time talking with you, man. Thanks for hanging out, and I'm sorry you couldn't hang out longer. But everybody go sub to Jason. Really, truly, this man does a lot for the community. Like, just think of how much time. It's not that he made 74 minutes. It's that he made it, and it still works. That's really important. Because if you think about software, right? Anytime there's a change, he has to update his script and the back end of all of it. He has to change a lot of stuff. And the fact that every time you go and run that script and it works is thanks to him continually housekeeping it. It's an incredibly challenging effort, something he has to do all the time. And I don't think enough people give him the respect he deserves. And yes, even if you're not a Linux user, this is like literally what growing amateur radio is about. This is literally what is in the charter of what we do, what he's doing. He's literally out there doing it, and I thank him so much for that. So, Jason, my hat goes off to you all the time, and I just appreciate you, man. You're a great guy.
He's got a good QA team and a great system test team.
Yeah.
Dedicated generosity.
Yeah, seriously, he's a great guy, and literally. Come to a Hamfest. Come to some of the big three Hamfests, please, and meet some of these people. I'm telling you, they're just like they are on video. They're amazing people, and they just care about radio, and they just really enjoy having fun with it. And just think to yourself, you get to go out there and just enjoy the radio. Watch a YouTube video, figure out how it's done, and then go on and have fun with it. These guys like Jason are the ones that are taking their personal time to do the thing they're doing to make ham radio better, in addition to still trying to have fun with radio. And you have to believe that cuts into that occasionally. We'd all rather be out just doing ham radio. But, that's just the way it is. So, yeah, great guy. Fantastic dude.
Same goes for you, Josh.
Yeah, I still have kids. Don't get me wrong. Oh, man, let me tell you. You're not going to see my butt when I start going full retire mode.
but you give a lot to the community in your own way. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do. But really, I fair. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Next is, let's see. Kate Mertz is back in the house. We got Mike. How you doing, man? How you been? I didn't think we roused you back into the after chat with a Linux live stream.
It was tough to stay on. I'm not gonna lie.
How you been?
I have zero interest in. I don't even know what the hell you guys are talking about. But the greatest thing about Jason is that he's not even a computer guy.
Yeah,
he's a photographer.
Yes, that's his background.
And he does all this stuff just out of the selflessness and love for the hobby. So I don't know what's wrong with him to do it, but. Yeah.
Well, he's a true ham. He a little bit of sadomasochism, a little bit of radio love. The two come together and they make a ham radio bond. That's what they do.
Yes, they do. So, I am doing well. We had my first Texas hurricane on Monday.
Oh, how was that?
And it went directly over Huntsville.
Oh wow!
And somehow my neighborhood made it through it unscathed. Other parts of Huntsville, there's tons of people without power. There's still people in Houston without power. It's crazy. I never lost power. It was like a rainy day. It wasn't even a bad storm here. I'm like sitting around. I started to make a video, and then like the rest of the day, I just waited for the storm to come, and it never did. The highest wind I saw on my weather station was like kind of after the eye passed us, and it was like 28 miles an hour. I'm like, what the hell? Now, I don't think it was technically a hurricane by the time it got up here, because I'm about 115 miles north of the coast. But yeah, it was fun. I'm grateful that we didn't lose power. My buddy Ryan, KF8IV, he's a little bit further south. He still doesn't have power. They said it'll be on Monday now.
Wow.
So fortunately, he has a generator. He's got like a generator, like just kind of built into his house, kind of thing. So, but yeah, there's a lot of people without power. And I was all set to have all my batteries. I had all my batteries, all my inverters set up, waiting to lose power. And it never happened, so that's cool. So instead, I just went about my day, and I built, what is today? Saturday, Wednesday, I built a Sherry Pie hat.
Okay.
So I can get on All-Star. I still have no idea what to do with it, but I've hooked up to Jason's node and made some contacts, so I know I built it right.
Okay.
But it just, I don't know if it's Jason's node or what's going on, but I'm just receiving my node will just start transmitting just a bunch of hash. So I don't know what the deal is with that.
Probably a different node. They're probably putting out a different node.
I have no idea. I know almost zero about All-Star, so everyone says to watch Freddie Mac's videos, so I gotta go down that path. But shout out to Ham Radio DX, our good friend Hayden down under. I watched his video on how to like load up all the software and stuff and get it working. So that was pretty easy. He did a very thorough job on that. And I dropped a video yesterday about syncing time with GPS on Mac.
Okay.
Probably the worst viewed video I've made in a long time.
Yeah, not a lot of people. Yeah.
Well, I've never had problems syncing time or just with time on my Mac. But this guy emailed me. I'm like, well, shoot, what happens if I don't have good time? So I found this thing called GPS Dashboard on Mac. It's in the App Store. It's like $8.
Okay.
Works perfectly.
Oh, great.
So today, while you and Jason were yapping on about computer nerd stuff,
right?
I was here in the shack I was watching, but I turned on because I was using that little GPS dongle, you know. And I'm like, well, I wonder if this will work with like the 705 and my ID50 because those both have GPS.
Right. Yeah. Sure
Enough, it does.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, well, my FT5 has GPS. Will it work with that? No,
because it doesn't make a separate port.
Yesu's got a Yesu.
Yeah, they don't share that. That's not.
No,
that's not shared.
You'd be kidding me. And I had to dig through all my cords just to find a what is it? A mini USB that's on that stupid radio.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? And then I'm like, there's that little switch in there.
Yes.
So I grabbed the smallest screwdriver that I had, and it's still a pain in the ass to move that switch. So fortunately, I've moved on to the ID50 as my everyday driver. But
I think you are the front line of the argument for the ID50. That is a fantastic radio. That is
awesome.
The battery lasts forever, and it just works.
Bofang Life battery.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Every time I pick it up, I'm like, oh yeah, it's going to be fine. We're going to have a fine day. Doesn't do APRS, but Mike, we know that you're the biggest fan of that, so that's just right.
Well, neither is ICOM, so even if I wanted to,
right,
ICOM is going to put the kibosh on that.
So expensive for a QRP radio.
Did you see the new ID52 is going to have, or ID52 Plus? It has USB-C.
Yes, I did. So there is a new ICOM out on the market. I'll pull up the.
I don't think it's out yet.
Well, Ray has one, so I'm gonna call that out.
They've announced it, so it'll be here real soon.
So there's this really interesting thing that the Japanese market does. Let me pull this up. ID52 Plus.
Well, you know that. Ira Hayes in the chat says, "Wow, I want a custom K Murder YouTube video too." You can get one. What is it? KMRD at Gmail? Mike?
No, it's KMRD at iCloud.com.
Yeah. Mike is a Mac guy, Frank. Come on.
So let's check this out for a second. Let's check this out for a second. So this is the new ID. So the 52 Plus is it's two models, right? The big thing that it adds is USB-C and also terminal mode on every A and B band, so that you could do DRATs, you could do GPS, you can split them. We're almost at the point. Actually, it also adds a Bluetooth, more Bluetooth data modes, I believe, on top of that. I think that if we scroll down a little bit, we'll talk a little bit about that. New features, yeah. So wireless Bluetooth connection to Android devices, even using terminal mode and access point mode. So I'm taking this as like enhanced data modes. They didn't say that explicitly, and don't hedge your bets on what I'm saying, but I think that's what they're trying to say. Dual operation terminal mode and simplex repeater operations, more versatile USB-C port adopted instead of the USB micro port, which we love. Now, here is the thing that is like cracks me up to a degree. Japanese markets will make a faceplate change, and then they'll be like, "Oh, that's the limited edition." So the ICOM 60th anniversary limited edition is that silver one on the right. And what really clinches the deal, if you scroll down, I already passed by it, leather lanyard loop. That's what gets you. This is the anniversary edition right there. Is what you get for that.
Is it a Hermes leather loop?
An Hermes.
However you want to say it. Mr. Huntsville. Okay, yeah. You're going to correct me.
Yeah, no, the handbag company is Hermes. But a Hermes is an SDR.
Josh, the terminal mode will allow you to Bluetooth to your phone and access D-Star without a repeater or hotspot.
Yep, that's exactly what it does. But I'm also hopeful that we start to open that up a little bit over the Bluetooth or something like that another developer can create an app that can leverage some of that stuff, because I think that's where we need to go, guys. Everybody listening to me, we need to have a situation where we just have like an APK or an API for people that want to develop on these radios. We already have it on HF. I don't know why VHF, UHF is such a hurdle that we can't get over. Like we got to get to the point that people can just start developing stuff. We want that. That's how we get Polo Logger. Stuff like that. It's just super, super cool. All that stuff. But here's a really interesting little factoid with the Japanese market. So this lanyard. So there's a camera I really like called the Ricoh, what is it? The
GR3.
The GR3. I have two of them now. But a lot of the Japanese market will come out with some limited edition one of these where it has like a special lanyard. Of course, I can't find it now.
Oh, and the orange ring on the lens.
Yeah. I have the Urban Edition. That's the one I have, and then I have the other one, the X. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, the point is that the Japanese market will do this, where they'll come up with a different faceplate and a different screen. And it'll be the special edition, but it doesn't really change anything on the actual device. So, it's neither here nor there. Okay. Well,
so
Mike, what's that? Go ahead, Frank.
I was talking about the ID52 and the Bluetooth thing.
School bells are ringing. It's time to get the perfect phone plan for your kids at half the price you're used to. Telomobile comes to rescue your family budget with the most flexible phone plans in the US. Need just talk and text for the little ones? No problem. Have a data-hungry teenager? Go for unlimited at just $25 a month. Easily upgrade individual lines and build a family plan that fits everyone's needs. Visit Tello.com and discover more.
Are we sure it's actual Bluetooth or is that low power mode?
Yeah, see, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. I'm always curious about that because I think that is the final frontier for a lot of VHF, UHF radios, where the VHF, they'll have a proper Bluetooth adapter in it. And once we get that, like even with differing APIs and all that stuff, people will make software for it. It will happen. We just gotta break through, and start getting some good Bluetooth devices in our radios. The D75 has it, but it's very expensive, and so I get why people are like, I don't know that I want to do this. I get it. I understand.
So I have the real question about Bluetooth.
What's the real question?
Will it connect to my hearing aids?
Oh, that's a really good point too. Yeah. That we got to open all that stuff up because that just makes more accessibility to it. Yeah, I totally hear you, man.
Comment?
Go ahead with the comment.
Yeah, I would love to be able to hook up my wife's earpods to a radio and on UHF, VHF while she's shopping and nobody hears what you say over the radio.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, of course.
Except for on the channels that you're transmitting, of course, but locally, if there's a issue or emergency, I can contact her instantly without...
I think there's still some bit of the company wants to make a company Bluetooth adapter, that you have to buy the company's Bluetooth adapter to be able to do Bluetooth with this thing. And I gotta be honest, a lot of the Bluetooth adapters the company, the majors comes out with it's not great. I'd rather just be open-ended. Let me connect anything to it. Let me connect my phone to it. Let me connect my headphones to it. Let me do whatever I want. Just let me have this as a appliance that I can connect to. And I know I'm not an appliance operator. Everybody calm down. But I want it to be like that. I want my devices to be able to interoperate so that I can do more complex things with them. That's what we really got to push for.
Here's the $20 Android one, and here's the $200 Apple one.
They should both work, from my point of view.
Yeah, they should do. I mean, truthfully, it should support full Bluetooth, and not just, we want this little thing, that little thing, that little thing. Should be working with all devices. And they should strive to work with, for instance, with Tim and his earbuds. Hey, it doesn't, you get it, it doesn't work with that. They should be working to make it work.
Yeah, I think, at least open it up to where it, they can connect.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. I'm with you, Don. I think that, whether we scream more about it or not, it's going to happen. That is a thing that is going to drive the technology of radios in the future.
We've been asking for APRs for a while now, and it's not done any good.
Yeah, that's a good point too, Don. You're making good points, man. Just tell you about that.
Well, Ray says that Yaesu doesn't want to innovate, and ICOM looks at the future, and that's why they're doing DPRS.
Yeah, but that's still a QRP radio. I don't care what you do.
I gotta say, I'm expecting a big year. Whether it could be as early as Huntsville. I don't think it will be, but I'm expecting a big year in radio. We're at the age of the 70. First, let me just, the radio companies understand we're rolling into 2025. Peak solar cycle. Everybody's got to get on that and start marking the crap out of it. If they're not doing that, they're missing the mark, right? So 10 meters is going to be hotter than it is right now, which is amazing. Every day is amazing. They got to be selling it. All the brands, all the retailers got to start just saying FOMO 10 meters, because if you're not in this for the next this right now, if you don't start right now, you're missing out for the next 11 years, basically, right?
Yeah.
Second, 7300 is old enough now that we could expect an upgrade, right? And if anything, from the Hamvention ICOM drop, those are parts for a top-end radio, from my opinion. These are my opinion. This is me speculating. So I feel like we could see some top-end radio come out and then multiple iterations of less expensive radios that follow that same architecture that's going to flow out to an entire product. That's what I'm hoping for.
So, Josh, are we going to get a 7300 with a new faceplate and a leather wrist strap?
Leather wrist strap. Yeah, absolutely.
I think we're on point to be getting a $15,000 7851 replacement.
Yeah, that's exactly what that's exactly what I'm expecting. The power amp is 200 watts, right? But so let's compare and contrast. Yaesu did the exact same thing, right? With the F101, the FT101 was the flagship, right? And then they took the flagship design and then they just continued to pare it down until they got to the 710. And how long did that take them? Like a year, right? I'm not saying ICOM's going to do the same rate, but I think that's exactly what's happening here. So we're going to get a brand new top-of-the-line Japanese ICOM radio that's likely not in the market for most people, but they're going to take that architecture and they're going to start paring it down to more cost-affordable solutions, and then that's what you're going to see that. That's me speculation generously. Just my thoughts.
Just to add to what you said, in fact, to highlight something, what they need to do is focus on HF radios and stop putting all this work into.
I think so.
Because those radios, the like the ID52 and all, those will work regardless of the sunset spot.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think the time is right for ICOM to really get back down on HF. I think that's true.
And honestly, I would love to see Kenwood come back too.
I mean, we all want Kenwood to come back. We want that Kenwood mobile, and I know everybody's screaming, Yaesu, where's the replacement to the 818? We know there's got to be something cooking, right? There has to be. So all those things. I think 2025 is going to be a big year. I'm calling it. I think it's going to be big. Or before maybe a little bit, getting into the holiday season, like right there in the sweet spot.
Yeah, one thing they were talking about when the 710 came out that it would have been kind of nice would have been to see an FTDX version of the 991.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think you're right, I don't know that we're going to see radios much anymore that have 2-meter 440 all modes in them.
That's exactly what I want. I want a full duplex 705. I don't even care if they drop HF. Like, give me a 970, a 9700 QRP.
Right.
And they missed the boat on that. Honestly, they missed the boat on that with the 905. They should have done full duplex in the 905.
That would have been really nice.
It's still really expensive though for
even not doing full duplex. You're going to pay more for it.
Oh yeah.
I hear what you're saying though. You're just looking for straight
440 full duplex 705. Like all 1% of the ham community that does satellites.
Exactly, Eric. So at least you appreciate that the market for that is pretty small. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's really small.
Yeah. The problem is that some of our most vocal people also make up some of the smallest areas of the community. Like, there's probably not... Well, I'm sure there's some repeater operators and all that stuff that are watching me right now, but a lot of people that watch, like, the YouTube videos and all that stuff, they're, like, actively, aggressively focused on amateur radio, which I love. That's why we make videos and stuff. But you guys are all, like, the vocal minority to a certain degree. Right, I mean that's just the reality of it.
Well, I think if you got something down of 2-meter 440 all mode with full duplex in the $600 to $700 range, there would be more people doing it.
Of course, yeah, because it would be an option that. So that's this beautiful thing about the hobby, is those people are still gonna do what they want to do. They're just going to find another way to do it. And so that's why they're running like 2 818s or 2 817s or 2 radios. Because at the end of the day, for the FM, satellite bird chasers, you could just put a Baofeng on the receive side, depending on where you're up, depending on where your duplex is, that you have to chase the Doppler and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not the duplex, the Doppler. you're still just going to put a radio on that side and be like, okay, well, I'll just listen to this. And you can record off that, you can do whatever. It's just more crap that's hanging off your antenna. So it's not svelte. It doesn't have that, like, ham sexy vibe to it, like the D72 did, right? The D72, full duplex, handheld, oh, buddy, dual band, yeah, we love that. That's why that thing still goes for so much money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
some people started to run dual 705s, or you pair the 705 with a D75.
Yeah. And the 9700 is full duplex, and I literally have a meme picture of somebody that has a chest rig for the D75. Or sorry, the 9700. The 9700.
Oh yeah.
That radio.
That once.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that are like
do that.
They chest rig.
Not you, Eric. Ham Radio Concepts.
Right. So you can chest rig a 9700, and you can man pack portable that thing if you want to, if that's how hard you want to ham. But that's that's a reality.
I literally just made 4 contacts on the ISS last Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Duplex. And we did not record it, so I have no idea who I contacted.
Yeah, you can do half duplex. It's just so much better when you have full duplex.
And I've had people try to explain that to me, and I don't understand why. If you're hearing them, you should be able to hit it, and we did. So I don't know.
Well, it's just
I'm not
a lot of
a guy.
When you hearing it and it hearing you aren't the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the idea simply...
You know when you're hitting it and when you're off. And
the idea simply is if you hear yourself on the return pass, like down from the satellite, you know you're making it. And there could be a station that's already working a contact while you're listening to yourself, and you're creating the interference that's preventing them from wrapping up the contact. That's why we use full duplex.
Yeah, a lot of the QRM is people don't even know that they're causing it because they can't hear that they're causing it.
Yep. Yeah, so they're screaming in the ether, and there's somebody already working a contact, and that is causing interference. It's making their contact more complicated. Because again, there's one channel. There's an uplink and downlink frequency. That's it for those FM birds. And if you're stepping on somebody that's actively already working it and they have a larger signal than you, it's probably better to just work them, wait for them to fade off, and then pick up from that.
But you can only hear the satellite and nobody's talking, then I'm not stepping on someone.
But when you start talking, if you're not making it in, like hearing it and it hearing you aren't the same. So if you kind of are just marginal, like where you're pointed at it and someone else is marginal, you'll kind of go back and forth and you'll just get like, it's hard to explain. But then even on like the linear sats, that is, I'm not going to say it's impossible to do without full duplex, but because in the linears you have a 30 kilohertz pass band, and on some of them they're inverting. So where you are on the 2 meter section will be inverted. So you'll go from like upper sideband at the bottom of the pass band, and you'll end up lower sideband at the top of the pass band. So if you can't hear yourself, you'll have no idea where you should actually even be listening.
Mike, you're generally right. Like generally your point is accurate. Right?
Generally,
there are some nuances to it, but yeah, you're right. And yeah, if there's not any contacts and you think you're spot on, then yeah, you're probably not creating interference. That's a
yeah. And if you're good at working the birds, you can absolutely nail it with half duplex all the time. But the hardest part is the people who would benefit the most from full duplex are the people who aren't using it because they're just starting out and they're using their Fang.
Well, 2 fangs. Buy 2 fangs. They're $18. Buy 2. Put one on each channel.
You'll probably desense though because the
maybe
if you have like a FT5DR or an ID50, put that on the transmit side so you have a clean.
I see.
Clean transmit.
Yeah. Well, no, the $18 Amazon. That's spectrally clear, buddy. There's no spurs.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't had good luck. When I use my ID50 and a Kenwood, it works pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
So, why does Robert, or use a 2730A.
Full
Doesn't that
duplex.
do that? So it's a full duplex radio.
Yeah, the 2730 is full duplex.
2730 is not that expensive.
No, the 2730 is a fantastic radio. ICOM 2730 full duplex. That's why he uses it. It's a very good radio.
See, Mike, there's a good ICOM radio you can buy for satellites.
Yep.
All ICOM radios are good.
Yeah, they are. They are really good.
The 5100 will work really well as well.
Yeah, it was Hamcation. I stumbled onto it. Oh my gosh, Sean Kutzko just dropped the sweet. This is so perfect. Check this out. Sean Kutzko, I've had him on the chat live stream a couple of times. Look at that. What a dapper man. Oh, that's amazing. That's super. And with Nancy, of course. So Sean has been on the live stream multiple times to talk about satellites and get people into satellites. Look at that picture. That's amazing. I think they're in front of the Back to the Future house. That's awesome. I love that.
There it is. Okay.
Very good. All right. Yeah. Stream has to catch up a second.
Yeah.
Oh, and wow. And then also there was a panel talk over at the Hamfest in Zion. I'm bummed out that I couldn't be there. I got wrapped up with work and it just didn't work out. But look at that. There's Gordo sitting next to Jason and John from Yesu. Wow. All right. That's cool, man.
But, Jason live streamed some of it this morning.
He live streamed his walking around the area, but I don't think he did the top.
Right.
Yeah.
No, not the top. Maybe Frank did. Hi.
We know Frank did.
I'm sure Frank recorded
not me, Frank. The other Frank.
Yeah.
And
he might have recorded it. That's cool.
Don, let's put it this way: had I been there, I would have recorded it absolutely. And like Bill, I had federal things to take care of that wouldn't give me the time of day to get down there. Otherwise, I'd be in St. George, Utah right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wish I could have been there, but it just didn't work out schedule-wise. I have new job responsibilities. I have to go to the office every day. So,
no.
Them's the realities of it. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom really quick, but I think we got, let's see.
There's one more. Been waiting very patiently.
Oh, Mark is next. Mike, anything you got to say before we go to open questions?
Vote for Pedro.
Vote for Pedro.
Yep. I'm going to hit the road here, boys.
All right, I appreciate you, man, hanging out.
Have a wonderful evening. Hopefully my audio sounds better this week.
No, you sound great.
Okay, good. And yeah, I'm gonna go relax on the couch. I'll probably be spying on you. Not on the Discord though. So.
I'll see you sooner than not. You're all good for Huntsville, right? You got accommodations.
Yes, I forgot. Big announcement. Jason and I actually, and Jason from Gigaparts, next month are going up to Iowa. You know what's in Iowa?
Cedar Rapids.
K68.
Other than that's where Slipknot is from, Power Film Solar.
Oh, very cool.
Is in Iowa, so we'll be hanging out with them and touring their facilities and seeing what makes their solar panels so incredibly freaking good.
Very good.
Yeah. I'm very excited for that. Not excited for the drive, but I was going to drive I was going to fly, and then I was like, well, shoot, the tickets are expensive. Then I was going to drive, and then Jason and I were talking at Field Day. I didn't know he was going. And he's like, well, just drive with me. So I drove up to Dallas and then let him beat his car up instead of mine. So
you'll be in the 250 driving up.
Yeah. So up to Iowa and then back down to Texas, and then a few days later we'll be in Huntsville. So.
Oh man, well I'll see you there. I'm very excited to see you as always, and everybody come out.
Say hi to Satan for us.
Yes, please. As always.
Satan Don says hi. He's sleeping. He doesn't care, Don.
And an extra meow as well, of course, when he picks up.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
Take it easy.
Later, Mike.
See you.
All right, then next, Mark. Mark is gonna. Are you there, Mark?
I am.
Mark, I'm gonna give you a huge piece of responsibility. I have to use a restroom break here, so I'm gonna let you go. So you ready? You ready to take the reins and run with it?
I am, man. I got this. Don't even.
I appreciate it. You take it and run. Go for it, man. It's all you.
So, well, I'd like to give everybody an update on Boondock Echo. I'm going to drop some pictures in the live chat to give you an idea what's going on. So we've got all the boards. They've all got to be touched for testing. I mean, maybe they probably don't, but we're doing it anyway. We've got brand new firmware that is going to streamline the setup process. So basically, you turn this thing on, you navigate to it with your cell phone, and you put in your email address, and it links the dock to your account. It can have dual Wi-Fi, so while you're connected to it with your phone or tablet or whatever, it can go out and find whatever local Wi-Fi you've got. So we're trying to get that. We are still waiting on the case stickers, and we're making one modification to the case box, but those things happen so fast it doesn't really affect our ship time. So we still think we can hit the end of the month target. But yeah, I know a lot of buyers are on, and thank you guys for your patience. It's just one of those things where if we were doing this full time, and hopefully one day we will, I mean, we could get things to move a lot faster. But since things are, basically we have to do all the work after our day jobs and still keep the wife and family happy and all that, it does take a little bit longer than we'd like. So, any questions?
I hear crickets. And Don, you're thinking of Idaho. Idaho, not Iowa, for K6UDA.
So, all right. Well, there's no question. Oh, cable issue fixed. Sure. Yes. So we've got working cables that we're going to put out in everybody's boxes. But I am never going to use that manufacturer again. It was just too much time and too much work. You will get a good cable. And then we've got a new manufacturer lined up, and I've already got samples in hand from them. So we'll never have this issue again. So good question.
So I see another one here in the chat just before that. You have enough time for testing looking forward to July 31st. Is it going to be end of July or into August that you're hoping to have them out?
If everything goes well, I can still get these things all out and to Mouser by end of July. It's basically once everything comes in, I'll just take a couple days off of my normal day job and make sure we get this thing knocked out. So that'll be fun. Something else I wanted to share is a video that I saw this week that gained some popularity. A gentleman named Upa, I think is how you pronounce it. For your YouTube creators out there, the 6-minute video version is just an absolutely excellent script, absolutely beautiful editing, absolute masterclass as far as I'm concerned in storytelling. So if anybody's interested in that, you might get a kick out of that.
Right.
Oh, and I do have something else since we're still filling time waiting for John.
No, I'm back.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, Grayman Poda, I haven't forgotten about your generous offer. I ordered some lights, and just as soon as I get these things out the door to Mouser, I am going to start making videos again, and I sure do appreciate that offer if it's still valid.
Oh, absolutely.
So, all right. Well, Josh, I just talked a bunch. Nobody listened, but you know what are you going to do?
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Well, so we hit the end of the list of YouTubers that are hanging out with us. We really appreciate you guys. And Frank for compiling the list. Really do appreciate all the work you do on the back end. It means a lot to me. So here's what I want to do. So this is now you guys all get the concept that this is the first time you've been here, or you've already been here a little while. This is your open call for questions. This is the time. If you haven't asked your question yet, you got to get in there, because I'm going to start diving this deep down the hole of better ham radio reviews. So anybody out there, anywhere, dive in. What's your question? Text, chat, or voice. Let's have them. Go for it.
I've got a comment.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I recently got one of the waterproof boxes, Pelican style, but it's by the company called Nanook, N-A-N-U-K.
Okay.
And apparently all these things have bezels built into them, and they're low profile, but that means if you want to make a Go box or control panel or whatever, you don't have to go epoxy any nuts to your box or anything like that. You just make it and it screws right in. And they give you the 3D files free on their website. You just download them. It's great.
There you go.
I have a question.
Go ahead, question.
Well, so I mentioned earlier, I'm kind of going down the rabbit hole with some of Adam's projects in the QRP antenna. Linked dipole or trapped dipole, or infed wave actually. What's your thoughts on doing links versus using traps?
I'm almost always pro linked versus traps. And that's just because it's like pure resonance, right? There's no extra stuff in the mix. But I know that the addition of the trap is not really causing that much of an issue. So it's probably marginal at best. And if anything, the traps are more convenient because you don't have to go out there and constantly reconnoiter your antenna every time you want to change bands, right? So advantage, the links, because it's just like clips or little BNC or banana plug connectors or the tiny little plugs that we use. But with traps, and you have actually like some kind of a ferrite or a toroid where you've got wire wrapped around it or something like that to provide that impedance area, right? And that that's just more stuff to put in the end, if anything.
That's what I was thinking. The weight versus, like you said, having to canoodle the thing and take it down to plug the link in or not. I don't know. I've been trying to figure out which way I want to go. Heck, I might just build both.
Yeah. Comment. Go ahead. I think it's Paul. Is that Paul?
No, it's me.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Go for it.
I'm going to steal Thomas Witherspoon's idea, and he uses a 40-30 trap so that he can capitalize on 40, and then if he wants 30 in the other bands, he uses that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just an extra. Notice how he's only got like one trap in the mix versus like a whole string of multi-trap for multi-bands, all that stuff. Like you can do that, and if you go to Adam's channel, K6RK, you can probably find like the smallest, lightest trap possible, particularly if you're doing QRP, and you'd be able to use that pretty effectively.
I said trap, I meant linked. I'm sorry, Josh.
Oh, linked. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like, Thomas Witherspoon's really using trapped. I didn't.
No, linked. I'm
linked,
sorry.
Yeah.
I've got it in my brain right, but I didn't say it right. The other part to that is he's doing 10 watt CW or less.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a really good point that I don't think we gloss over it a little bit because I think that QRP is so romantic and we love the concept so much. When you start adding power behind a lot of these antenna solutions, then scaling up the size and the weight of what has to go into it to accommodate that power is going to be a point where it's no longer really portable friendly. So having a trapped dipole that has multiple traps on it for 100 watts starts to get a little saggy, right? It starts to get a little sad. That you might not want to go that route, or you're guying your tripod so heavily in the center position that you're dragging them out, you're putting all this tension on your wires. It starts to turn into a bit of its own little problem. Resonant antennas are always great. Linked dipoles are always fantastic. If you're portable, like you're out there for the day, just go linked, because you can just unclip or clip a link and that's it. And you're done. That's most of the time going to be more effective, from my point of view. There you go. Hope that's a good answer to your question. All right, so yeah, so here's the topic of discussion.
Question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm planning on trying to get tech tested out here this week, and hopefully maybe try and get general. My wife and I have kind of made an agreement. We're just going to get the test over with and work through it. My goal is to kind of get an extended past UHF, VHF reliable mobile-to-base communications. And I'm looking at going to the 6 meter, 10 meter area. I know it's the dreaded question of how far does the FARS go.
Yeah.
But 10 meter, 6 meter, I mean, if you're pushing 50 to 100 watts, and you have, I'm in the Midwest, out in Cedar Rapids area, like you were talking about.
Right on.
Yep. And so, is it reasonable to get 20, 50 miles simplex?
This is such a good question. So the problem you have is that 6 meters and 10 meters they're flighty, right? So 6 meters in particular they call it the magic band for a reason, because somewhere in the astral plane says abracadabra, and then 6 meters has an opening that which you can ride on and get long distance contacts. It's not consistent. So if your goal is consistency, is that your goal, is to be able to make contact? Yeah.
Based off your recent video, I think, of reliable comms and stuff, yeah, that's the goal.
Yeah. So how far is the most distant person that you want to communicate with?
I would love to get 100 miles, but I think that's unrealistic without repeaters.
Well, it depends on the geographic. It depends on the geography, right, ultimately.
State of Iowa. I'm within the state of Iowa.
So pretty flat.
Yeah, I'm in Cedar Rapids, maybe trying to get to Des Moines, and then south into Ottumwa area.
Okay.
It's about 100 miles from those points.
Yeah. So the problem that you have, and it's all elevation. Elevation is the problem.
Right.
So you can take a 100-foot tower and put a VHF, UHF antenna on top of it, and you very likely could hit that. You very likely could. 100 miles is probably the ends of that, right? The ends of that capability. So then you're like, okay, so I can't do line of sight, directional, right? You're not directional, but you're shooting your RF directly at the person. Right. So then now you have to explore refraction, right, where you're bouncing RF. 6 meters and 10 meters is horrible for that. You will get ground wave, and ground wave propagation is where the RF is literally on the ground, but you're not getting 100 miles out of that. You could occasionally, but not the consistency you're looking for, right?
Right.
So now you got to flip it towards the long side of the game, which is 40 meters and 80 meter NVIS antennas. Have you heard of NVIS antennas? You might have heard that before.
NVIS antennas. Not particularly refreshed.
Okay, so it's basically a dipole that you have closely aligned to the ground, like 4 feet above the ground.
Okay.
And what that does is it shoots the RF straight up, and then it hits the ionosphere and then bounces back down. And it gives you a 300-ish range, a footprint, if you will, of RF coming back down. Within a range of 100 miles, you almost have to go that route. The problem, and here's the big crux of the whole thing, is that both sides need that. Both sides need the transmit on the low side, and the other side needs the receive on the low. They got to match.
Right.
And then you both got to be like a general class license operator to do voice on 40 meters. You can't do that as a technician.
Yeah, and we both kind of come to the agreement of like, hey, we're just going to study for the test. We can both do the test memorization, and we're just going to get it and get it over with.
Yeah.
So let's try and cut that in half.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it.
Still running, 50 miles. Because realistically, for day-to-day, there's a tornado, phones are out. I want to hit her with a signal like, hey, check, whatever, get safe. 50 miles away, 25 miles away.
So 50 miles away, you're probably better off using 2 meters in a clear open space with like a 50-foot tower. And a tower, you could do a mast with a vertical antenna on it and guy it out pretty significantly. 50 feet with a 2-meter antenna, you could probably reach them. The problem is there's so many reality things that go into this.
Okay.
You're gonna both need 50-watt radios, so like a radio in your car, 50 watts kind of thing. And then you have feed line loss that is incorporated with the distance of both the verticals. So now you got 50 feet of coax going up the tower, and then you got 50 feet of coax going back to wherever your radio is. And so that's going to cause some amount of loss. At 2 meters, it's not nearly as bad as 70 centimeters. 70 centimeters is a nightmare if you're going up to 100 feet or more, right? So always the right answer is get something up, get something going, and then start building upon that as you start to figure out how you can get it higher or get more power behind it. Usually, though, with VHF, UHF, adding more power is not going to solve the problem. It's almost always getting the antenna higher up, particularly in somewhere like the Cedar Rapids area. You just need to get above the geography. If you can get the antenna up, then the sky literally becomes the limit, because that's what you're firing RF on to everything.
Are you rural, urban, or suburban?
I'm suburban.
50 feet's not that bad. You should.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad then.
It sounds like I need to do homework, Josh. What's the link? A few live streams ago, you had a website that showed geographical line of sight.
So that was... Oh gosh.
18 miles is the horizon at sea level.
No, it's the VOCAP. He was talking about the VOCAP, I think.
Oh, the VOCAP.
So VOCAP...
Can you throw that a link in the Discord? Absolutely. And I need to start doing homework, and that sounds like that'll help me figure out some stuff.
So the problem with VOCAP is you really got to tune it to exactly what you want to do, the frequencies you want to operate on. Right? That's a very important factor of VOCAP. So, let's just dial in a little bit here. So we're going to bring point B over here. So I don't know if it has the granularity of 100 miles, but let's get in here to Iowa. Yeah, I lost it.
The reason that I asked the question that I did is we have just driven through Iowa at spring break, and I was in Madison County, no kidding, looking at the bridges.
Yeah.
And driving from John Wayne's birthplace back to the interstate, we took the long way, but there's a huge valley, and there's high spots and low spots, and those are all things that you're going to look at on the Josh's setup. But it's just one of those things. You don't think of the big valleys as being there, but you do actually have more terrain than you are aware of. So 50 feet may or may not get it, depending on where you're at. But trust me, you hit the right spot to ask the question.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting plot. So I just used Des Moines. I don't even know how far Des Moines is from Cedar Rapids. How far is that?
It's about an hour and a half.
How many miles
It's about 80, 90 miles.
Okay, actually, that's pretty accurate then. So,
and kind of that's why I proposed the question I have, because that's kind of where it's at.
Yeah, so straight up, like, if you look at the legend here, 10 meters is on the floor, consistency-wise, not going to work. All the bands that have consistency are the low meter bands, and I'm assuming it's like an NVIS type situation. So it's 80 meters, 60 meters, and 40 meters. Those are the bands. Those are the ones. All those plot line charts on the top are saying the ones that have a higher level of consistency. And it's generally going to be in the evening. That's what they're saying right there, and you can see like 80 meters is pretty good actually. 80 meters is a big ass antenna, by the way. It's a big antenna. But 40's not bad. 40's not bad. You can make it happen with about a 70% accuracy rating, right? Even the best antenna in these situations it's like 90% for like 3 or 4 hours, right? So that's not, and everybody be very clear when you look at VOCAP. that doesn't mean that every day it's going to work that way. That means that this is using statistical probability in that this is going to be the way that it will be accurate, right? Like, this is the time where most of the windows are open consistently. It's not always going to be open, but that's the time when it's going to be open, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then I guess maybe going into a repeater system of UHF, VHF, seeing what's locally and or GMRS might be more reliable.
Well, so great question. It depends what their backup power is. So, yeah, right? So this is where, like, you start hanging out on the repeater and talking. It's almost like, I like to remind people, showing up on a repeater is not like showing up on welcome day as like a new student. Mm-hmm. It's like showing up to a dive bar where you're an out-of-towner, right? So you got to play cool with everybody until everybody starts becoming cool with you, right? That's how repeaters work, is straight up. Like, that's the reality. You're rolling into somebody else's, like, communication hub, their watering hole. And so you can't start asking 1,000 questions like, oh, will this do, yeah, you have solar power? Do you have off-grid capability? Like, you can't start doing that. You just start hanging out. It's like making friends with people, that whole thing.
Right.
And you'll get all of that over time, but you just can't start coming out swinging with all the big questions. Usually. That's been my experience.
You can grab the call sign of the repeater, and they probably have the info posted on a website somewhere.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Like either the club that maintains it will probably, have info on it.
Yeah, so we just moved up here in June, and there is a meeting in Washington. I plan on going on Thursday. I got to look at the Iowa City stuff, but yeah, I'm trying to get connected into those clubs and kind of get the full warning of what's going on.
Right on. That's a really good question. And I get a lot of questions like that, to be honest with you. I get a ton of questions in my email all the time asking, like, I need to talk 100 to 300 miles, and it's like, oh, buddy, we gotta hit the trail on this one.
And I've been messing around with GMRS down in Miami on the repeater system down there, and I've got the family license, and we've been messing around with that.
Yeah.
So I kind of understand my ranges and how we're working on reliability with UHF, VHF frequencies, and I thought maybe if we went to the license whole thing, we might be able to expand capabilities with being able to deal with it in-house, because I didn't know what was here, and I haven't been able to figure out what it is.
Right.
But it sounds like I just need to connect in the community.
I think you need to do I think you need to serve yourself in the sense of getting your general license. As many people as you can, a part of your group, get general licenses, and then start to involve yourself in the community. That is the right way to do it, and there's no fast track to it. It's just, do the work, get it done, and then you will reap the rewards from it. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Yeah. No, that's a good question. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so last call on questions, because I'm going to take over the rest of this time. I'm taking it all back. All right, good. All right, so here's the big talk, right? So we make amateur radio review videos, right? Obviously, a lot of people out here, and my curiosity is, are we doing a good job? Like we make a ton of videos, even like Baofeng, like review videos, the whole gamut. What is it that is either a good review or a review that could be too long-winded? Is there something you got to cut out of it? I'm just going to start laying down some of my thoughts, and then you guys start diving in on this as we go. So I'm going to call this like sections of a review, right? So I like to cover the I/O or the that's better. The interface, physical interface. Let's do that. Right. So what are we talking about? We're talking about like the way the radio works, the buttons, all that stuff, right? And then go through maybe like the menu system. And we'll do a power test, spurious emissions test, and then like special features. What else? Live on the air, live test, liver test. Yeah, definitely Liver King test. So looking at that as kind of like a baseline, are these good enough for like a radio review? And I'm not saying I'm going to use this as like the bailiwick of all things, but I think that it's good. It's good, particularly if I have this capability to reach out to all of you. And I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and looking at the other chats, and voice here. Like, what do you guys like from these radio reviews? Is there something that's like, oh yeah, that's something that either makes a radio that I would... I'm not saying you're going to go buy it, right? That's not the point here. But it's how I can measure whether a radio is something that's good or bad. Not something you're going to buy. This is not about like me trying to sell you a radio. This is like, if we had to be consistent, like if I applied a rubric across all radios, what would be the way to do it the best way? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Discord, help me out here. Everybody see what I'm saying? Prices? Hell yeah.
Getting to the point is always appreciated. Instead of a huge on-ramp and a long intro video of previous adventures, and then a time period of like, subscribe, and comment. It's always helpful getting to the review.
Yeah, I totally hear that. Yeah. Let's see. Why do I need this? Like, when you say, who is this good for? I love that, because I try to do that. Like, who is this for? Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
And what separates this from the crowd, maybe?
Why is this special or different? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest you actively doing those last two things you mentioned.
What's that?
The why do I need this, and why is this special from every other radio?
I try to do that. I try to do that in my reviews, but if I'm not doing a good enough job, like I can make sure. I mean, again, this is not to critique necessarily my reviews, but if I've done a bad job, then yeah, absolutely call me out. I don't care. I want to do better jobs. And, I want to do a better job. That's why I'm doing this. We call this a live feedback. So go ahead, throw the cinder blocks at me. I have a thick skin. No, I love this though. This is you guys are already like in there. You're in the slot here. I love it.
Josh, critical thinking here. Don't take it personal.
Yeah.
I liked your radio review better than your comment. But I know they're completely different, but I just like your videos like that better.
Sid, you like my video reviews better than my comment? What do you mean?
The comment and the 12-volt power and the interactions that you had, the ones with Chameleon were better than the one with the power 12-volt power guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. No,
I just like those better. But that's subjective. There is no objectivity.
No, so you're saying you didn't as much like the 12-volt power videos, is what you're saying.
And I enjoy them. I like the radios better.
No. So honestly, this is you can hit me. It's fine. So yeah, I get it. Like okay, I totally get it. It is difficult, and that's why when I do videos like that, the views are less, and you're not a minority. Like they just have less views. When I go to a Hamfest, for instance, you know that when I go to a Hamfest that I pay to fly out to, I get less views going to the Hamfest if I just posted a video review. I could review a Baofeng and probably get more views on my YouTube during that weekend and just stay home than go out there, right? That's the reality of it. Right, that's the reality of YouTube.
I get it.
Yeah, right, totally. But we do that because I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun going to those Hamfests, and I'm not going to stop doing that. And I'm still going to go talk to the brands and all that stuff. And yeah, sure, I've been making YouTube videos for over a decade now. So when I put a camera in somebody's face, they're not going to be the same, we're not going to be vibing the same, if you will, right? That's the reality of it. And also, when I go to a brand, they're going to, of course, talk about their stuff. And that's not really a review. It's them talking about the product they're making. So yeah, I totally get it.
And I can understand that you are more familiar, and the Chameleon guys are more familiar with you, so your interactions are better.
Yeah. So Ira Hayes, hey, I'll take the harsh comments. I will tell you straight up, I write off radios I buy. My truck, writing a lot of that off. A ton of stuff I get to be able to write off. Yeah, absolutely. Now, to his point, how much stuff do I actually get free? Not a lot. Not a lot. You will find, and see, okay, go back and look over my channel. Go back and look over other channels. The Japanese companies don't give you free stuff. Sometimes you can get a loan. But the free companies are the Chinese companies. So look at the channels that are doing a ton of videos of Chinese radios. They're getting it for free. And I don't do a lot of Chinese radio videos. Unless I think it's interesting. That's what I do. Go ahead.
TalkPod. That TalkPod. They would give you a radio for free. They reached out to me. I reviewed 2 of their radios, and yeah. Otherwise, everything I review, with as you said, with very few exceptions, I pay for myself.
Right. And you will find that with most of the YouTubers that they generally will pay for a lot of their stuff, a lot of the stuff themselves, to be honest. And again, a lot of this, that's kind of how it should be with ham radio, is that we're buying a lot of stuff we're testing because we're actually going to use it. And yes, I have a lot of radios, but I try to give a lot of that stuff away over time, and we've been doing a good job with that. But that's just how it goes. But hey, that's a good point. Good point. Point taken. So, what else? So, menu system, power test, spurious emissions. Are those all good? Are those, do we want to keep that? Are those all value-added things you guys care about?
You got to twist the knob. You got to test it out.
What about time? Time in the saddle, using the radio. Do you want a 6-month-long test? I know that. I just know the answer to this question. Of course, the answer is going to be yes. But how much? What is the minimum's the wrong answer. But if we had a list of things, right? Good test points, because a lot of this, I'll tell you where I'm going with this. So who is it for? Why is it special or different? That's subjective. That's me telling you. But everything above that, you can't really fake that, right? That's the kind of the point. So I like to have real test points in my videos where I say hey, this is what we're doing. We're going to do a test of this. We're going to do a test of this. Test. And then I'm going to add my opinion of why I like this radio or I don't like this radio or who I think it's for. That's all editorial stuff. The other stuff is just testing data. So I'm assuming testing data is good. Does everybody like testing data?
I will say that I loved your video in kind of the inverse direction where you took one radio and then tested a whole slew of 2-meter antennas against it. Yeah. I literally the antenna that died that I have to go straighten out is the one that I use for those tests. That's why I have the last couple of videos I did that were at the park. I had all kinds of trouble with 70 centimeter, and I feel like it could have been because of that antenna. So I'm going to sort all that stuff out. We're going to get it all good again, and then we'll be back on the air for that. But yeah, I love, again, it's, I make a video, and I add, whatever my personality value is to it. But the point should be, how much non-disputable information I can throw at there. So signal to noise ratio of one radio, multiple antennas. You can't deny that, because even if my antenna is crap and my receiver is garbage, it's still relative because they're all against a horrible receiver and a horrible antenna, right? That's the big point. Those are the things I love. I love that because it's you can't refute it. It's either good or it's not good, right?
I like you also telling us what accessories work good and what accessories don't work good, like belt clips. And
you know that I got a call after my after my EDC video, and they're like, Josh, you're telling me that the reason you like the VX6 so much is that the belt clip is that good? And I was like, yeah, kinda. The radio's really good, but that little swinging belt clip thing, like that is a better solution than most clips that go on radios. It's actually very good because the radio will always sit kind of square and would be slapping you in the face with the antenna and all that other crap. Like it's very good. It's very good. Oh snap! What did we just get? I got Poland. I got Poland on FT8 while that was all going on. Hold on, let me go back in for a second. Got a message from hello PSA QSO FT8 14 megahertz in Poland. QSL. Oh, QSL. Oop. I gotta double check that. Hold on. So what's his call sign? SQ8. Hold on. No.
Is that SQ8 NFO?
LSB. No, I don't have it.
NFO spotted you on Himalaya, or I got it from Himalaya a few months ago.
I don't see you on FT8. Alright, we'll keep going. Alright. Does it make sense what I'm talking about? What can you do?
I think it's one of the most important tests that you do, kind of the hard numbers, is the spurious emissions. I think that's super helpful in general. Mm-hmm. Maybe what are unique features of a particular radio? Everybody would probably, or a lot of people say, this is how you use the menu. But the spurious emissions is helpful. And then when I buy a new piece of gear, I think, what's the mission of this radio? Like, why am I purchasing it? And I guess that's along the same lines of who is it for?
Yeah, a little bit, but I see where you're going.
I disagree with the who is it for and why is it special as an opinion or editorial. If a radio has APRS but doesn't do FT8, then it's not an opinion of who it's for. You can't do FT8. Does that make sense?
Sure. I think where they're so like. How do I put this? There are many times when we watch a video where I will say emphatically, I would buy this, like the GVC. That GVC handheld, I would buy that radio. $180, I would buy that radio. Straight up, there's my editorial comment. After all of the segments of that video that I put together. But there are tons of radios that I wouldn't buy personally, but I think that they would be for someone else. So that's like, who is this for? From earlier. I try to say that, like, it's not for me, but like this is like an Anytone. For example, this is a perfect example.
New chat message.
The Anytone 878 is a very good DMR radio. I'm not a DMR guy, but when you stack up the features and you look at it, you're like, oh man, your dollars, your spending money goes pretty far as capability goes for that radio, and they're really good. That would be what I would say on like a video, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. I guess I completely misinterpreted your statement, and I hear that I would buy this video as you were saying this is a good valued radio. The value is in the radio. It's not overpriced. It's not overpriced. You're not going to get bad components, or what you're getting is what you're paying for.
See, that's a really tricky question to answer, and let's engage on this a little bit because I think it's really important. Is that value is totally subjective? Because I went and bought a D75. It's a $700 radio. That's completely ludicrous to a lot of people, right? Totally ludicrous. So value is going to be up to you, and I think that's where, like, I say the price and like who I think it's for and what the feature set is, and then testing. Because if it fails the spurious emissions test, I think there's still a lot of people who buy the radios, like the Quanchangs. We got a comment earlier on the Quanchangs. Quanchang radio is really cool, super cool. There's so many people that are making videos on Quanchang, but they're like dirty. You know what I mean? They're like a dirty, spectrally not clean radio. But people gravitate towards them because their capabilities outshine the negative. And the negative is like one of the worst negatives. That's why I haven't made a review of it, because it has a ton of spurious emissions. Every one I've touched, I test it. It's like, oh no, this is not worth my time. So if I give voice to it, people go buy it. Yeah, I get an Amazon affiliate, sale or whatever. But what have I really done? I just created a situation where somebody has a radio that's creating spurious emissions on other bands, which is not what we want as amateur radio operators, from my point of view. My opinion.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I stay awake thinking about this crap. Like, a lot of the time. Not every night, but when I was getting started in my YouTube, like when my channel started getting more popular, I spent a lot of time talking about this stuff with my wife, and she's like, I don't understand half of what you're telling me. And this is back before she got licensed as a technician. And yeah, dude, this is tough, because do you know how many Quanchang videos I could have cranked out, like modifying it to do a different band and putting all the different firmware on there? And I have one, and it's cool, and I play around with it, but it's like, is that what we should be doing? I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Okay. So along the Quanchang line, then, what about Hayden and all his videos on it? Or did he get lucky? Is he one of those that he got lucky with the one he got?
I don't know, but the one I have I have two. I have an older one and a newer one, different models, and both of them are not good. And so I will never throw another ham under the bus saying, "Oh, this is a big trick." Of course not. Of course not. Particularly Hayden. I love Hayden.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
I know you weren't saying that either. I know you weren't saying that. But
do you watch the Nut and Fancy Project or Such, either one?
Both. I grew up watching. Like, I will tell you, I've been watching Nut and Fancy for, like, I swear, over 10 years. I've been seeing Nut and Fancy.
Same here. Well, they have a philosophy, both of them.
And Such, both of them. Yeah.
Such won't review a gun he doesn't like. He won't even put it on the stuff. So if you don't like something, like you've said before, if it's out of band and it doesn't work, I've got to tell you it's out of band, and quite frankly, I don't want the headache for the house.
So there's an interesting. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Do you have another thought?
Oh no, I'm good.
Yeah. So there's an interesting cross section here of I've seen a lot of comments. Actually, Mike, I'm so sorry that Mike actually had to dip out on this, but Mike has actually, was it Mike or was it another ham? It could be another ham, because I don't think Mike holds back. Mike's never hold back from my point of view. But there are hams who are YouTube, they make YouTube videos, and they got a radio that they alluded to. I got a radio, I didn't really like it, and so I'm not going to make a video on it. And a lot of people, like, hit them pretty hard on, like, Twitter and some other places saying, no, you got to tell the community. If you get sent a radio that's bad and you say nothing, then you're almost, like, what's the best way to say this? You're complicit in other people picking up that radio potentially, because you had the platform to talk about that radio and you didn't say anything, right? And so that's what I feel about those Quanchangs sometimes. It's like, should I make a video? Like, yes, this is like the coolest thing. One of the coolest things that's come out in amateur radio in a while, but every one that I bought, and these were not sent to me, I bought them, and they were all spurious emissions generator nightmare radios. It's, not as bad as Talk Pods, not as bad. But, like, what do you do in that case, right?
I'd have to go with guys like Don and just stick with the stuff that I know I can get to work. I'm not going to have to fiddle with it. and it'll get me on the air, and it's consistent, and it's good stuff. It's not all garbage.
Oh yeah, no, I love that.
Listening to you guys, and it's only because I can afford to do that. I've really only been in the hobby 3 years, but you can tell the difference real quick between not so good and really good.
Sure, yeah. But interesting point there is that there's a ton of people like myself that's all we do is fiddle. All we do is F around with stuff. That's the point. So
DMR is not your thing for the same reason it's not mine. I want to pick up the radio and play. So
well, no, but that's so oddly enough, that's not totally true, right? Because I like the HC System Fusion and I like D-Star. And there's a considerable amount of fiddling that goes into all of them, right? Particularly for D-Star. Like reflectors, I'm going to connect to this one, I'm going to disconnect from this one, and all that stuff. Or the HC System Fusion and setting up like a host or like a laptop that's running Wires X. Like I've been all down that rabbit hole, and it's fun. And it's like, it's almost, it's that like challenge of, I use the term sadomasochism. It's the techno nerd version of sadomasochism, where the pain of going through it is the reward when you finish it. And then you're like, and then I'm done with that. And then you put it on the shelf and you're like, ha ha ha, I conquered this demon, right? And that's like a lot of what I do on YouTube is just, how can I challenge myself to do something fun and interesting? Because I personally get a big charge out of a challenge like that. Right? That's kind of where I'm going with that. And other people don't feel that way, and I get that. I totally understand that.
On what you were talking about a second ago, I'm glad you said that about the Ocean, because I think it was the UV9A80G or P that what we were talking about earlier. I was considering looking at getting one of those for the price point and the feature set, but now that you said what it does and the issues it brings, I'm rethinking that, right?
Wait. Wushang? Those are pretty clean.
Oh,
you're talking
about
Quancheng.
Oh, I misunderstood. Strike everything I just see.
He's trying to say Yaesu and Icon, but it comes out with other things. I'm joking, of course.
Absolutely.
No, that's definitely... Quancheng is just... All it really is a plane. It's for woodworking this whole time. It's not actually a firmware modifiable radio. Why am I not spelling Quancheng radio correctly? Oh, I meant radio. Sure, there it is. These guys. So, don't get me wrong. There's so many Oh, they have an orange one now? Okay, I changed my whole thing. Don, there you go. Don, are we in now? Don, are you still here? Don, we're back in on the Quancheng thing. I really do like that orange color. I'm so predictable. You make a radio in orange. I'm all over it.
Don's here, but he's muted.
Yeah. So I to be really clear, I don't have a problem with Chinese radios. I have two fundamental issues with radios that come out of China now. Is that they are rife with BS in rebranding and remodeling the same radio. Like, just look at this. Like, how many different versions of Quanchengs are there with different colorways? And this one over on the right here, this guy right here, totally different skin of the same radio. It's all just trying to capitalize on this. I don't know, like anything I can throw at the wall to get an American to buy it. That's what I want. I want that. I want the chaos. The Japanese radios don't do that. They're not playing that game. They're not gonna play that game ever. I do like the Japanese radios, and I generally will go towards them because why? I've had a consistency of high performing, very good radios with very good receivers, regardless of what I'm generally buying on the Japanese side. Over $100, up to $200. But there's a ton of Chinese radios like the Quancheng that pack in a ton of features that are really something you should be talking about. The problem is that my Quancheng, it's literally this guy, the UVK6, it's like $31 on Amazon, which is an amazing platform. It's very inexpensive. But I bought it, and I tested it. I did the spurious emissions test, and it failed. It just failed. And so I'm just I'm a random Amazon person. Like, Amazon doesn't know who I am. They're not going to send me a gigged out radio that works well. And so I tested it, and it failed. So what do I do with that? Do I make a video on it? Like, tell me. Like, I'm asking. That's a real question. Because this radio is revolutionary in that the firmware is cracked. And people are doing amazing things with it. So should I make a video on the Guansheng, or should I not?
Yes. I think you have a large audience of new folks, and sharing that information for people who don't have Tiny SA or don't have the knowledge on how to run those tests. Do you put attenuation on your Tiny SA every time? I mean, I think you can invite people to be aware of the information and then make their own decisions about whether they want to purchase it or not. But I think it's a benefit, especially if you share that charitably as opposed to, just run it down.
Yeah, so
what I would do, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead. I love it, Frank. Go ahead.
What I would do is, my brain is failing me already. One of the YouTubers recently, I don't remember if it was Mike, Jason 2.0, or one other. I know it wasn't you. I know it wasn't you.
Okay.
There's one of the other ones. They went on Amazon with a different account and bought a random one of the fangs or whatever, and
probably
did a test. Probably Mike. Mike or Jason seems to stick in my head. So went on Amazon, purchased it from a separate account, got it, and it failed compared to the clean one they were sent.
Oh, then I don't know that was Mike. So Mike and I have been on Team $18 Battlefang for a long time because we bought them many times. And we have gotten consistently good ones, and a lot of people have bought them, and they've been consistently good. So I don't know who that is. Could you look that up and actually tell me? Like, is there a video?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find. I'll see if I can remember and find it here.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. So yeah, that concerns the crap out of me. So that's a big problem. Is that all these companies? Okay, so if that, okay, let's assume that's true, right? Let's assume that is true. That YouTubers are getting sent radios, and I'm just using the Guansheng as an example because it's open right now. If we're getting sent radios that are gigged from the factory to pass, and then the ones that are available when you just buy them fail, that's a problem. That's a big problem. That's a huge problem. Fundamental, like, everything, like, question everything that you stand upon, like, problem, right? Because I don't know what to do with it, right?
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
I think Abe calls it out all the time. And I think I saw Abe do it. I think Chuck, KK6USY did.
Yeah.
With the TID radios. So
yes,
they sent me a couple. And I'll tell you right now, first of all, the latest TID is the radio I use the most right around now. I may take one of my Japanese radios with me when I go out.
When you want to be fancy.
Yeah, or when I want those features.
Right,
but
right.
The radio I use around here all the time right now on All-Star is the latest TID radio. Well, TID would send a radio, they would send you an Amazon radio.
Yep.
From Amazon to you, and then it would be dirty. And they'd say, oh, wait, hold on, we're going to send you another one. And then they'd send you another one directly from China. And this is, I have experienced this, so I know this is true. And that one wouldn't be dirty. And my question was, well, what about all that stock that Amazon had? Are you going to recall all those?
Exactly.
You know, how's that going to work?
Right.
And I'm a TID radio fan. I'll tell you right now. Mm-hmm. But I did notice this, and it suddenly calls it out all the time by saying exactly what I just said. And I received, in other words, I received this one directly from China.
Yep.
As opposed, he wouldn't go straight, to it, but he would make sure you could figure it out if you read between the lines.
Yeah. So Ape and I have talked about this, and I love Ape because he's chaos personified. He'll pretend that he's a flat earther just to screw with people, right? Like, I love Ape in this sense, but he's also very much in line with I think that these companies are gigging these radios out before they're sending them out to people. And I know, well, let me go back.
He is in the chat.
Ape? I love Ape. He knows that. He knows I love Ape. He knows that I'm a big Ape. So he knows that. He knows that. So TID Radio has sent me multiple radios that have failed immediately. Like, did not pass go, failed. And I messaged them. And they just sent me another radio, and that failed. I think I've gone through 3 radios, and they were like, well, are you going to make a review? And I'm like, no, I'm not going to make a review because, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, even in your best situation, you gave me a radio that has spurious emissions, and I just, like, don't know what to do with it. Like, I don't know, like, am I supposed to... What do you want me to do? Like, you want me to make a review and say, like, oh, it's really good, the features are great, it's kind of like a Baofeng, but all the way, it has spurious emissions. Like, okay. Like, that's the problem I have, is that if I make a video about it, even if I make a video about a radio and I say, this radio isn't that great, you shouldn't buy it, someone's still going to go buy it. They'll still go buy it because they heard something that they like about it, and they're like, okay, well, I'm just going to go buy that then. Right?
Well, I know for a fact that I get comments all the time. I have subscribers who are like me. I care, but I have subscribers just like me who continue to use certain radios. And then there's those others that point blank tell you they don't care.
So, I mean, that's the ultimate thing, right? I made that video. You can go watch that video where I was transmitting on the fundamental frequency, and I had my SDR set up on the 2nd and 3rd harmonic, and I was picking it up almost a mile from my house on the 2nd and 3rd harmonic. That means that they are causing interference. That's the fundamental point.
And here's one of my points, and I do not at all mean to argue with you.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing with you either. Yeah. Bill, I love you.
I love y'all, and I love Abe too. So here's my thing. And I mentioned it once on the comment, I think, on somebody's video. It's like, well, if I'm Joe Average Guy with enough money in my pocket to buy an FCC-approved radio, should the radio I get that the FCC has certified as all well and good, and I'm not talking about those shady companies who put dodgy numbers on their radio. I'm talking about companies who put valid FCC numbers on their radio that belong to that radio. Mm-hmm. And shouldn't the FCC have protected me by making sure this radio was good? If I'm Joe Average Guy, do I have to go out and buy Tiny SA? Yeah. I have one, but do I have to plug every radio I get in to see if it's clean? Shouldn't it be clean because the FCC said it is?
Bill, you just hit on the nail of one of the hardest points that I have not been able to drive home to people. I have to go to me on this one. At the end of the day,
can I make a comment on that?
Go ahead, James. Let me go.
The 3-letter FAA doesn't certify parts necessarily. It's a third party that's supposed to take care of this. Mm-hmm. And that's all I'm going to say.
Cheers, man. Cheers, Ape. I hope you enjoyed your Miller Lite, man. I am a flatter, dude. You son of a bitch. Okay, so here's my response to that. At the end of the day, regardless of what's on the back of your battery or radio that you use, you are obligated to follow good amateur radio practices. Period. And a lot of people give like spurious emissions. They almost forget about spurious emissions when it comes to like 70 centimeters and other bands. It still affects other frequencies that are part of the harmonics of that radio. So when you can avoid it, let me be really clear, when you can avoid it, you should. your amateur radio principles that guides the fundamental reason you have a license is to protect amateur radio from interference causes, right? So it doesn't matter that there's some hijinks going on at the FCC. Using that, and I hate, I'm not trying to throw Bill, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus here, but just because the FCC says it's okay, it doesn't mean that it is actually okay. It just means that they were able to cross some amount of hurdles that the FCC created. If we look at the radio and we test it honestly and we determine that it doesn't meet the standards of good amateur radio practices and operation, we shouldn't use it. We shouldn't use it. That's my opinion.
I'm not able to find the video just based on thumbnails alone, but Mike said it wasn't him, so it had to have been Jason. I remember distinctively watching what I said on one of the YouTubers' channels. So
sure. Well, if you figure it out, like
further, I agree with you. It gets deeper, but because I trust Abe and I trust everyone else who's reviewed it, I will not use the top line. But I find it interesting that we are required, we are bound to not cause spurious emissions, but we're not taught in technician classes how to find out if it has a spurious emission.
Bill,
I guess the answer would be the new Elmers are the YouTubers. So you, Abe, Gene, everybody who now does testing, they're Elmering us on how to do testing. But how about this? No one ever told me that. It's not in the manual. How do I? It says you can't do it, but it doesn't tell. It doesn't. All right. It doesn't tell me how to get there.
Yeah. Dude, Bill, I totally agree with everything you're saying, and I think JamScan nailed it with an amazing comment. Hold yourself to a higher standard than the government, because here's why. If you look back in amateur radio history, the FCC had much more control. To get your license, you had to go to an FCC testing station where you were tested. You walked in the snow, up hills, both ways. That type of story that you've heard from other hands. The FCC had much, much larger control, and they had more people. And they had the capability to do this much larger, deeper dive testing than they probably do now. I'm not throwing any shade at the FCC. So hold yourself to a higher standard than the government, because if we don't continue to hold ourselves to a higher standard, then the government will eventually step in and charge us more for the privilege that we already have. Now, I'm dropping a video next week about a talk that happened with the FCC enforcement, many FCC enforcement people, including Laura. I think now that the $35 that we pay is justified for the amount of BS that they have to deal with from us in the way of the complaint form that people fill out. There's a ton of people that just fill out the complaint form with the FCC complaining about, John got and interrupted the QSO I was having with Terry on 40 meters. That's what people are making complaints to the FCC about. If you make the FCC acknowledge us and think that we're a problem, then we're going to get more help. And help from the government is never a good idea, right? We want to continue to hold ourselves to a higher standard and use radios that don't cause spurious emissions so that we don't need extra help from the government, right? That's the only way we keep this train a-going in the way that we've been doing it. And it scares me, because I'm honestly worried about some of these radios that are sent to some of the YouTubers, and we give them a clean bill of health, but they're gigged out of the factory, and you're like, oh crap, I just got lied to. So now they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna send you a radio. And it's like, oh, what's the radio? Now I gotta go buy that damn radio off of Amazon on a totally vanilla account that they don't know who I am. Like, that's a level of paranoia that I didn't expect to have. But, I know that Abe lives in that world of paranoia all the time. But you know what I'm saying, right?
that you just read, Josh. Thanks for that. And Jamskin, you hit the nail on the head.
Man.
And
Totally.
hold yourself, because in aviation, the joking comment is, I'm here from the FAA and I'm here to help.
Right.
And, we definitely don't want any more help from those that can jam you up with a violation. So
the other saying is I'm not happy until you're not happy in the FAA.
Right.
That's the one I was trying to recall. I'm sorry. Exactly.
Why are we talking about the FAA? Why are we talking about the FAA?
Because they're both federal
right, but
agencies that are basically there to regulate, but not there to actually get in your business.
I don't even want to start talking about drones, because I'm very upset about drones right now.
So I have a question to bring us back around to the FCC for a second.
Okay.
Based on what you just said with the complaints, without giving too much away, is that why a lot of the legitimate complaints go unheeded by the FCC?
Okay, I'm gonna pull up this video. You guys can all watch this. I don't care if you, literally. I'm still gonna be dropping the video, right? So hold on. Let me find the video. It's gonna take me a second.
Well, I was just curious because
it's a good question. So there's
a couple complaints that myself and others have filed about some serious issues, and I'm sitting here based on what you just said of, oh well, they're not paying attention to those because they're getting all these other ones.
So hold on, let me see if did I get it right? Oh, I got it. It was 2-1. Yeah. Okay. So here it is. I'm gonna drop the link. This is an insanely important video that happened in a Chinese banquet house somewhere in the Northeast, okay? I'm going to drop the link to this. This is a 2-hour-long video, okay? I'm telling you, this is one of the most important videos that has dropped in a while in amateur radio, right? So let me explain what's going on here to the best of my ability. And I go in greater detail in this video, but everybody from the man that's talking, and just next to him off his left-hand shoulder is Al, and then everybody to the right of him, they're all FCC. Al is a field correspondent person. He's the person that puts literally the listening stations down, and they're all remote. They can cell phone into them to be able to do the enforcement the research, right, for building a case that they do. Next to him is Laura. Laura is the person that handles all the complaints to the FCC for the United States amateur radio, right? That's Laura. Very important. And then next to Laura is Riley Hollinsworth. This is just a lunch that happened, right? A banquet that happened. And then to the other side, those are people that work at the ARRL. The guy on the far right, as you're looking at it, is the lawyer for the ARRL. This is a hugely important video, and it's 2 hours of them just dropping all this knowledge bombs on how they do enforcement and what's changed. There's so many things that have changed, and they're enforcing GMRS linking of repeaters. There's all kinds of things that are going on, and this dropped from a YouTube channel that hasn't posted videos in a couple of years, and he just came back with a hot banger. And it's only got 2,000 views on it. It is crazy. Please go watch this. You should be watching this.
I'll have to go watch it tomorrow after work. I asked because, funny you mentioned Laura. I have myself and others have directly emailed her about the issue at hand. That I'm not going to get into details about it, but I'm not going to do that. But there have been emails exchanged, and she's basically gone, sorry, you're on your own for this. And it's, I'll leave it at this. It makes LA Renegade look like child's play, Josh.
It makes what? Look like child's play?
The LA Renegade repeater.
The 435?
Yeah, it makes that thing look like child's play.
So, Look, I'm not gonna. I wanted to make this about radio reviews. I don't want to go into the hot tea. But honestly, okay. So something that Leia cooked up in the last couple of podcasts is Hog Wild. Thank you for whomever, I can't remember your call sign, but you sent us an email on the podcast, the Ham Radio Crash Course podcast, where we now have a new segment on just calling out hams for being jerks on the internet. And we're calling it Hog Wild. So I think that we may even need to add a segment on the after chat where we talk about hams that are just going nuts for no good reason.
So the sad hams, as Not a Rubicon mentions?
Well, so, look, I like Randy. I think I also am live a bit of a duality of that. I have met Randy in person. He's a nice guy. I think that we're at the point where we have reached saturation on the term of sad hams to the point that it almost means anyone you disagree with at this point that is a part of the amateur radio community. Like, it almost means nothing now. Anyone is a sad ham for merely, like, making an opinion about anything. So it's sadly, Randy's gotten so popular that, that's where we're at with all that.
Quick comment on the FCC thing.
Mm-hmm.
Another perspective we have to remember is that they do not have an unlimited kitty as much as we think they're the federal government.
Right.
And so they don't have enough hammers to whack all of the moles in the whack-a-mole game. So if there's companies putting out a radio, they may send in good copies, but who knows what's coming out of the factories. And they don't have the funds to track all this down and spend the time on it.
So that's a really interesting point. So they walk down the priority of, like, complaints. So again, this link provides you so much information. So the priority order of, like, complaints to the FCC, one of the top priority complaints is FCC non-compliance. So if a radio comes out and passes the FCC compliance test, but is then brought to market and is a failure, they want to know about it. They want to know about it post-haste, right? So in those cases, actually, they do get considerable amount of people looking at them. If again, you do the complaint the right way, which unfortunately a lot of amateur radio people are not.
Maybe that's a video for you to set up on how to properly do a complaint for things to actually get addressed.
I'm considering it among many things because, like, I don't know what to do at this point because I feel like I don't know what I'm feeling exactly. I feel like we're going the wrong direction in a lot of different ways, and I think that a lot of the YouTube community, which again I appreciate all of you and I'm glad you're out there making content because, again, I want to grow the community. I want there to be more amateur radio operators. I think that we're getting subtly manipulated, and I don't like that. That bothers me.
So, Josh, I apologize for the squirrel moment there, but with what you said about, the Joe Schmo complaining about the James Bond on 40 meters interrupting the queue. So I had to ask my question. So I apologize for the massive squirrel there, but I think it was helpful too.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. So, I mean, if you're looking at this, and I know Ape's watching. Ape, by the way, again, Smoking Ape does really good videos. And if you watch his videos and the reviews he does, the consistency that he has in following the rubric of, like, what makes a good radio and not, like, I think more YouTubers should follow that example, right? And so this is an attempt here to, like, let's draw a line of me personally, but if more people want to get on this bandwagon, I'm down. Right, that's kind of the point of this. So, this makes it look a little confusing, but the idea was that we want to. So what are we saying? Let me get it. So we're saying physical interface. These are radio things like the physical buttons and whatnot. Menu system. This is not an order. I'm not capitulating an order. If anything, I think the physical interface and menu system is kind of a little boring in some cases because we all know what they mean with Chinese radios. We kind of know what they're going to do. Power test, spurious emissions test, features, special features that bring them above the bar. Live testing with like literally talking to people for audio, like so you can hear both sides. Yeah, sure. Price, of course, and major value. Getting to the point. So again, this is a comment on we be talking a lot on YouTube and not getting to the point. I get it. Who is this for? To the best of our ability, because again, I'm just me. So I can think about what this radio might be good for, like whom this radio might be good for that isn't for me, but maybe it's for somebody else. Why is this special or different in the form of the radio? Like the VGC. I think the VGC is actually special and different. You know what? Smoking Ape also reviewed a version of the VGC from Radioddity. Turns out they're not supposed to be selling that radio. Smoking Ape, I can talk to you after about that. That's a whole different thing. Accessories that work, like so if again, things that you like, unique features of a radio, what makes them special, again, special or different. And then what is the mission? How would you use them? A lot of those last ones are little flavors of the same thing. Are there more to add to this? Like, are we not missing the mark here?
A few or several.
Say that again, please.
I think.
So you asked, what's the right timeline with the radio before you review it?
Yeah.
I think two weeks sounds like a reasonable thing to spend some time with it out in the field.
You've got to pick it around enough, and that could be 2 weeks, that could be 2 months, depending on how that radio, how much stuff it's got available. You have to determine that, but you got to pick it around.
I think 2 weeks is like the floor. I mean, to say, I've spent some time with it. And then again, to your point about kind of nuancing the same thing, like, what does this add to the market? And then before I don't like to buy stuff just to buy stuff. So I think, like, how does this increase my station capabilities? And then I guess on the FCC comment, it's like, have you ever met somebody that has a problem for every solution? In some ways, they're always looking for the problem. Like, let's just try and move forward. But back to your point on what are some things to look at? What does this add to my ability?
I'm going to take a comment from Sufo here. It says, like, let's dumb it down. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Well, I think something else to consider is the depreciation value of, if you look at depreciation of, of an iPhone or whatever, it's like, okay, I have an iPhone 15, and then a few months later, the iPhone 16 is coming out, which is going to render the iPhone 15 pretty much worthless. And in a radio sense, it's like, I got this, $200-300 radio, but then it's pretty much going to be obsolete in a year. And I'm not saying that it's not going to work, but I'm just saying it's like, there's going to be an even better radio than mine, than this one. So it'd be something like,
there's no way for us to know that, though, right? I don't know what the resale value is going to be on your radio.
The longevity in radio also doesn't work like an iPhone. iPhone's kind of a status media thing. You gotta have the 15 because it's out. That's the thing that Apple generated as well. I'm not everyone, but my favorite radio is the DX8 and DX74. Those are my go-to radios. I don't think the radios depreciate in desirability or usefulness like an iPhone does.
Well, BMW and Mercedes, they do the same thing. But I guess what I'm trying to say is,
there's no KBB for radios. right? So I don't know how to put a dollar value behind it, right? And also that would be on the back end some. Because if I'm a buzzer beater and I get a radio before everyone, which happens, occasionally I get radios before other people, I'm not going to have any idea what the resale value is going to be on that radio. Nor is that really something I'm going to do, because that's going to piss off some brands and stuff if I do that. Just being completely honest with you guys, right? Because I don't know that. You know what I mean?
I think he's got a different.
Maybe. So yeah, explain it. Yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm thinking about is a comment you made earlier about the 991A needs to be replaced. Okay. Well, the Yaesu folks have been coming down the pike with the FTD X line, FTD X 10110, and then the 710.
Yeah.
And they're probably thinking about putting the 991B in service with an SDR, because it's not technically an SDR radio in the wild. And they're trying to go, and that's speculatory, but you can look at their product line and see where they're going.
No, I don't think that answers. I don't think that answers this question at all. He was talking about resale value. I don't know how to speculate on that.
Yeah,
nor am I going to look at it in aggregate and be like, oh, in 6 months this is going to be the radio to buy and hold. That's not really my channel. Right. I could, but I don't.
My IC706 might be the best, or 703. 703, let's go to that. It might be the best radio ever, the 703.
Well, hold on. So instead of us talking back and forth, let's go back to the individual who made the comment. Did I misrepresent your point, or is that kind of where you're going?
Not at all. My brain just finally worked.
Okay.
What I meant was depreciation in quality. So it'd be like, you get the radio, you play with it for a few months, and then all of a sudden this problem comes up, that problem comes up, that problem comes up, until you're fed up with it. So it's like, okay, well, now I have to get another radio.
I don't know that exists, though. That's the thing, is that those are... All right, let me be straight up with you. There were some radios in the 90s that had situations like that. But there are 7300s that have been going for 5 or 6 years with no issues, mine included, that I've been holding on and using and enjoying for many, many years. So the quality of radios has gone up. So there's not a lot of ways for us to know if there's a radio that is like lesser quality at this point, because they're all generally really good. If we hear about, a defect issue, then we bring that up. Case in point, I think, is a good example, is actually the ICOM 9700 with the GPS. A lot of people made videos about that, including Hayden. Got really popular. Like, popular in the sense that it got the information out for the people that were considering that radio. That's an example of, I think, YouTubers providing the information that I think people are looking for.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying, right? Because we only know about it. We only know about a problem when the problem actually becomes real, and people start talking about it, and then we hear about it.
People have to talk about it, though.
Right.
So, for instance, the TX500, again, one of my favorite radios, has got a motor issue with it, and it's talked about. Just notice how many are for sale now, how many amps are for sale, how many TX500 are for sale. People are, they're escaping that shit. But I love the radio, but no one really talks about it on YouTube. They don't,
Not as much as you, but I talk about it occasionally.
People don't always talk about some of the issues, but to the point that's kind of being made, I think more with the radios having problems that come out, they're outgrown by the user. The user has more refined requirements after a couple of years, and they need a new radio, as opposed to the radio not meeting the standard anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty much what I was talking about.
Okay, it's tough because like how do we expect YouTubers to know that, right? Like think about it. Like we're just like you. Honestly, if you come talk to me, I'm not going to be much different than what you're hearing from me. This is not, some kind of like super popular star YouTuber class level stuff here. I'm just a regular guy, right? I'm a dad with a bunch of kids. Like there's no complexity behind this. There's no facade. It's me, just like it is with Jason. All the Jasons. There's so many Jasons in amateur radio. Mike, literally, Mike in the chat and Discord. We're just the regular guys. We do the best we can. Smoking. Right. The reality is that like, the point of this. I mean, I know we've dipped away. I'm not trying to necessarily steer this back to the point, but the point was, like, how do we do a good job to review something where you will say, hey, I'm either walking away, and again, not buying. This is not about buying. This is I'm walking away knowing whether this is a good radio or a bad radio or something that should be considered a part of the pantheon of lists of good radios. That was kind of the point. Now, with that said, we've taken...
If there's something wrong, rat them out so the new buyer doesn't get there.
You know what? That's worthy of point. Don't let new buyers get bit. I like that.
That was where I made the comment about your stamp of approval. I thought the value was there. Is that I have your stamp of approval that, hey, I'm not going to get bit when I purchase this radio.
Yeah,
that was my interpretation of all that.
James, I got to tell you now how scary that is. I got to tell you, man.
I get it. Right, I understand.
Going back to me. Well, sorry, I'm not trying to step on you, but like going back to my point of like, I'm just a guy, and we can go hang out and have beers and stuff like that, and then now I have the like, the Josh seal of approval. It scares the crap out of me. You guys scare the crap out of me. But honestly, like that's why I'm trying to do this, and why I think we need to do the best job we can. And I'm going to share this. I'm going to share this with some of the other YouTubers if they're willing to listen, because I get it. I get it. Regardless of how I got here, I'm here. And I like doing what I'm doing. I'm not really going to stop doing it. So, okay, how can we make sure that we're not going to like get in a situation where people that watch me and watch other YouTubers buy a bad rate, right? That's kind of my goal. I think we do a good job of that. I don't think we have a problem. And I think that like most people that buy radios based off of YouTube recommendations are pretty good. I'm not worried about that necessarily. But I'd like to do better, always. And like, let this is me putting a bucket in the well and pulling up some water and being like, are we still getting good stuff out of here? Or, is this a problem? Really quick, I'll hit this comment from Sufo. I think new hams need to find their niche and push themselves. That's what I'm doing anyway. So I love that. And yes, I agree. I agree with that entirely. A little bit off topic, but that's fine.
And honestly, just, you do this already, but just make sure that you still keep yourself honest, because I don't have a radio, and I'm still trying to figure this stuff all out. Mm-hmm. But the fact that you're not a salesman, you're a ham radio operator who is going to be honest with me. It's like, hey, it's like, yeah, it's got this, and that. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. But then it's like, oh, well, it could do this and this, but I think it might be able to do this. It's like, are you really telling me the truth, Josh? Are you really telling me the truth?
Well, so, okay, see, this is why I'm just going to lay this out here. This is why the unbiased calculations in the form of tests, I think, are really important. Because, okay, guys, spoiler alert, I make money off of my YouTube channel. The reason why Chinese companies are sending free radios to YouTubers is because they're making money off their YouTube channels. They're capitulated to make videos and make content about this stuff. And if they get into a relationship with a company, they're likely, okay, let me take that back. Likely is the wrong word. But there is a human relationship that exists of we are doing some form of business in the sense that you sent me something for free and I'm going to do a review on it. And do I want to have that awkward human reaction of, oh, your radio's crap? Not fun. I've been on that situation. I know Mike has been in that situation. Lots of people have been on that situation where you got to go back to me and be like, hey, is this what you really wanted? Like, is this the thing you sent me? This is what you want me to talk about? Like, this doesn't work. You said this works. It doesn't work. Do you want me to make a video on this? I have been in those situations, right? And then you factor in that while I may not be getting money from this company, because largely a lot of us, we're not sponsored by like a company. That's not how this works, just straight up. But like, we make money off of YouTube, and a lot of people want to maintain the relationships they have with these companies, that now you're in this situation of, oh, right? We're not all that close from a buy seat, right? And you got to be really careful. You got to be really careful, I think. And that worries me. Again, that's what kind of this is about, right? That's why these tests are objective things are so important, right? That there's no ambiguity here. The test is the test, and it doesn't matter if they sent this radio to me for free, or maybe they, bought me a lobster dinner. I've not gotten a lobster dinner from any brand, but you see where I'm going with this? Does everybody see where I'm going with it? There was a little bit me of rambling a little bit. Do you see where I'm going? Please, somebody, jump in there.
I got you. I thought, but don't you have a sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends?
Yes. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, that in World of Tanks. Everybody, hold on. World of Tanks coming to. No, I do not have. I do not have anything like that. But
I thought it was Full Quiet.
Full Quiet. Oh, dude, I wish I had Full Quiet as a sponsor. Oh my gosh, why would I get a like super indie game developer being a sponsor? John Stone, well, thank you for the super chat. You helped me get my general and tech at the same time. Thanks for saving me another test fee. KK7UIT. Well, congratulations, buddy. I appreciate that. I'm gonna get another beer. But does everybody hear what I'm saying? Because I kind of dropped a bomb on me. Does everybody get that?
No, I got you.
I'm listening. I'll get another beer.
Oh, while you're doing that, Simon, who's still in the chat, said last TID radio sent to him was burning his hand with a certain battery, and he told them, and they sent him another one with a new battery for review. So
yeah,
the burning TID radio saga continues.
I much prefer the way the Japanese do it, where they're like, here's a good radio, and you review it, and it's just a good radio, and then like you can review it.
There's kind of a dichotomy. Like, if you're going to send someone a radio, you should, or if, let's say someone sends Josh a radio, I assume automatically that they went through and tested it and made sure it was the very best radio they could produce. And if it still sucks, then there's a problem.
Yeah, but yeah. So your point's great.
But they've done that before.
But what if they sent me, Eric? Great point. But what if they sent me a radio that is exactly, it's like a hand-tooled perfect version, but then all the ones that everybody buys off of the Amazon link is garbage. Yeah, like that scares the crap out of me.
You kind of have to assume that they're going to send you the very best. So I think there's anytime that they send you something for free and they don't have a reputation of like a reputation that ICOM or Yaesu has, it's almost to the point where I'd say if you didn't buy one on your own, I would not trust it, because I mean, financially, it's within their best interest to make sure your radio is good, the one that they send you to review, and it would be foolish for them not to.
Right.
But
the crazy thing is they send out bad ones to be reviewed.
Well, that is crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Sean had a good point here, and so it says you get paid, and you don't want to piss off the people that pay you. So let's bring it down a little level. Nobody's getting paid, but they get sent free radios, right? So we're talking about free radios here. You get sent free radio, and you don't want to piss off the people who sent you free radio. That's true, right?
No.
I think. Well, hold on. Where I'm going with this. I think that generally human nature is, if someone's going to go through the process of sending you something for free, that you're going to do your best job to try and, again, not shine the best light on it, but to be, I don't know, like, show it for what it is. Like, go through all the whatever processes. And I'm rambling a little bit, but
tell you when you're wrong.
But here's the point. If you have no ambiguity because you have this set of things that takes away all of that and say, hey, look, I'm going to put you through the gauntlet. So here's another way to look at this. For all the YouTubers who are getting started in doing reviews and all that stuff, if you say, hey, yeah, send me a radio, but I'm doing the HRCC gauntlet, and I'm not branding this, but I'm going to do the radio gauntlet against this. I'm going to do a power test at 75%, not 100%. And I'm going to do a spurious emissions test. And I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. And you just say that, then it's like, okay, now we're on even footing, and the company's like, okay, great. Now, but see, even if you do that, they're going to potentially send you a gig radio. So then, does that mean that the creator all of a sudden has to go buy the copy of that radio to do an equal test against it? See, this is the thing. It sucks. It's a really tricky little place that we find ourselves in.
Honestly, don't tell them anything. Just say, yeah, I'll do a review on it.
Yeah, but I mean, they're still going to send you a gig radio potentially. We already know.
At this point in time, they should assume that we're going to test it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think that we're getting gig radios. I really do. And I'm fully conspiracy theory. And Smoking Ape's gone, so I'm the only one on my own here, out on the watchtower. I'm here, but like I think that they're sending us radios that are, compliant. I think they're sending it to YouTubers. I really do.
Josh, I will be 100% honest with you. So Mike did his review on the TalkPod A36, the original 5-watt model, right? Mm-hmm. He did his review. He had Ape on the co-live stream. I was in the chat. The next day, or day after, I get a message from TalkPod. I'm not going to name names. I'm just going to use the company name. I got a message from TalkPod, said, hey, we see that you're very informed on what you're talking about. We watched Mike's live stream. We saw you in it. Would you like to review it? I'm like, sure. Simple as that. I reviewed it. It was a hot piece of garbage, of course. Mm-hmm. So Mike's was clean. Mine was a hot piece of garbage. So, it seems 50-50 as to who gets the clean ones and who gets the garbage ones. Both of mine came directly from China. So you would think that they would be sending me, unfortunately, the gig models, but they didn't. Mm-hmm. They sent me both TalkPods were bad.
Yeah, well, TalkPods historically were pretty bad. I got like 3 rounds of TalkPods that were all bad.
Yeah, Mike got a clean one.
I don't even know. I don't. Okay.
Can I just say from a viewer that I'm pretty sick of just like all of the Chinese radio reviews? Like, I mean, there's so many of them.
Oh yeah.
There's so many that come out, and it's just like
I try and avoid it unless it's like truly different. Like the Baofeng Big Chungus I thought was really fun. Like personally, I thought that was a really cool radio. It still is, and it's clean. It's clean. The VGC, Chinese radio. But it's like truly unique. It is, there's nothing like it at all that exists. period. And VGC is the manufacturer. All the others are copies of that radio. So that was kind of why I was like, okay, this is something that, the point of all this. But yeah,
I think you just keep up with the HRCC gauntlet, and I think that's good. I think that's a good way to do it.
I like the idea of titling it the HRCC gauntlet. Just for me, I know
unofficially.
Unofficially. But I know Smoking Ape does a great job. He really does, and I'm really glad he was in the comments because, again, I like that there are people out there that care about this kind of stuff, and it's not cool because, again, no shot to Randy, but a lot of people are really laissez-faire about this whole spurious emissions thing, and I truly don't think they should. They should be, and like it goes back to the point of talking about the FCC. Like, if we're not self-policing, then they're going to get more involved. And we don't want them more involved. I don't want the government more involved in anything. So I'd rather do a better job of, like, let's work together and let's figure out what the right things are, and so we don't have more help. We don't want more help. We never want more help.
100%.
On the subject, Josh, if you look at what's
We lost you, Bill. You might fell away or something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
So, who do you owe the service? You don't owe anybody, of course. But so you say you're monetized. Well, you're monetized because of your subscribers. And your subscribers are watching you to get true information. And I don't mean you, I just mean in general, the YouTuber. So someone sends you a radio, and of course you've been given a gift, you want to be generous, and that's a good trait to have. But if you owe anyone, it's not the person who sent you the radio that's trying to get it marketed. You owe the service to the viewer who's looking up to you to tell them the truth. And I can't pick another word other than because again, you don't owe anybody anything. But if anyone, integrity, exactly. I watch your videos. I started watching your videos long before I did YouTube. I'm looking at you. I want you to tell me the truth because I trust you, not the manufacturer, to tell me the truth. So that's where the rubber hits the road.
So Bill, I love that, but see, this is the problem, right? So if a small factory in China, and it has to be small, a factory in China makes a special radio where they take the best tech and they modify it and they send it to you, and then that's the radio I review, and then I make a video on it and I put it out there, and then everybody buys all the crap that they're just like low quality, like the quality goes down, right? So let's give them the best benefit of the doubt that the design of the radio actually quality-wise, if created, manufactured at the specs that it was designed by, would be spectrally clean. But because of cost cutting, or China being China, I don't know, whatever you want to put behind it, that it just doesn't get that level of quality when it lands stateside. So I went from having like the F1 driver capability of making a radio that puts it in a box and ships it to me, and I get that, and I make a video review on it. So now we're in a situation where I say, oh yeah, this is good, and everybody goes and buys them, and they're getting like the low tier quality radio, right? So now, like, again, this goes back to like, I'm now going to have to buy the radio that gets sent to me as a third party, quiet, silent reviewer, or because it's like a first radio hitting the market to be like, hey guys, I just want everybody to know that this is a brand new radio. It doesn't exist anywhere, and I got one of the first ones. And by the way, you could get a totally trash radio. I don't know. So trust my review because I don't know where this is going to happen. I mean, and by the way, I'm willing to do that. I'm totally willing to do that because that's the reality of it. That's the reality of it.
If I did radio reviews, which I don't, I would double blind them. I would buy that radio and I would.
Oh, we lost him.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I would buy that second radio and double blind test them.
Yeah.
Hopefully, between what you and 8 other people are doing, the Chinese company will pull their head out and they'll start sending out good radios. If they can make one, they can make, 1,000.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Like just if you look at it in an aggregate, the Japanese radios are really good. Like they're really solid, just statistically really solid. Then you look at the Chinese radios, and by the way, they've come a long way. Like statistically, they've gotten a lot better. But like it's 2 Asian countries that they're pretty close, geography wise, and have had animosity with each other for generations. And you start bringing them together, and they're so different in their business acumen that it's like, oh my gosh, it's like dealing with completely different. Well, they're completely different societies. But anyway, Sufo says, let's be honest, companies are sending radios to YouTubers because of the amount of followers they have. 100%. Yes. I'll let you have a comment, but I would give you a little background. There is not a day that goes by that I don't have an email from someone that is trying to send me something, or get me in some kind of wild scheme, like some kind of YouTube network or whatever that is trying to profit off of how many subscribers I have or how many views I get. Like 100%. Yes. Sufo, you are right. You too could have this life of complete email inbox decimation if you'd like. Go ahead, Gunnar.
Have you been following Thomas Witherspoon in his X6200 review?
X60. Okay, no, I have not. Go ahead.
Yeah, he got the prototype, I guess. I don't know who sent it to him. I think it was you. I don't remember, but it doesn't matter. He went ahead, and as soon as his time with the prototype was up, he made his little review, and then he says, next week, basically, I'm going to have my own radio when it gets here, and we're going to do this all over again. It's like, holy cow. So I think your point is well made that you need to follow your integrity, your choices. And if you feel like you need to buy a double blind and go down to keep the integrity that you want to pursue, we're with you.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I think for some of these radios, I have to. I honestly do. And I think it was partially this year and last year with the Talk Pods and the TID radios that I was like, man, this is not okay. We're running so fast and loose that this is not acceptable. Go ahead.
Going back to what Bill said about doing the double blind, I'm seriously considering doing that with the Talk Pod because it's $35 for shipping. Amazon shipping, but right. $35 for shipping. That's not throwaway money, but I can do $35 for double blind study. But with that, Josh, thank you for everything. I got to jump out because I have that 4-letter dirty W word that I have to get to.
Right on, man.
Yeah, so we'll catch you next week. I'm going to send you a message later about a few things that I want to touch bases with you on.
Right on. And thank you again, Frank, for all your help. We really do appreciate it. I think all the creators out there really do appreciate what you're doing for us, helping us do the crap that we do out here, so I appreciate it.
The least I can do to help is to try and help to give back to the community. 73 until next time.
So what you could try to do, what you could do is say, hey, don't send me a radio. Send me a coupon code on Amazon. And that way Amazon picks the radio that you get.
Oh, that's a good idea, Eric. See, okay, so so yes, you're mostly right, except, so here's the dichotomy of YouTube. We all want to be the first one that drops a review. I do too.
Yeah.
We all, right? So, when a new radio comes out, we all try to jockey for who can get like the first look at that radio. That's just true. That's just the reality of it, right? So that doesn't exist into a certain point. But I hear where you're going, and I think that's a good point.
I suppose you could get one of the early ones and say, also, I need you to give me a coupon code. Like, you're going to have to give me 2.
Yeah, so what's really interesting is that, like, ham radio YouTube has turned kind of into, like, camera YouTube. Camera YouTube right now is going through a ton of drama with a lot of the same talking points. Because camera lenses, new cameras that come out from companies like Sony, which I'm talking to you on a Sony camera right now. There's so many apt comparisons in the technology market where there are companies that are using YouTube to try and get favorable considerations, and it's only through loose agreement, I guess, if you will, that YouTubers say, like, hey, we got to be honest with some of this stuff. And then there'll always be others who are just like, no, I'm just going to run the best piece about this, radio or camera of all time, and then I'll get all the, consideration from that brand in the future. That happens. That's a real thing. That's what worries me.
Yeah,
worries me.
Don't
tech sector is doing that.
Don't call out. That's all you got to do. I mean, like there's probably plenty of radios that you could get for free to review right away. And if they're from China, and since they have a bad reputation for sending radios that might work great when they send them to you, but when they get to the customer they don't, then you just got to put your foot down. It's that's a thing. You just got to not do it. I mean,
oh yeah, and I don't. By the way, I get hit up all the time to review a radio or send me a radio. And
I think that's what a lot of people appreciate about some of the stuff you do. But also, that said, just as consumers and as hams, like, just people should just do their own research. But and maybe that could be a thing that you could include in like your disclaimer. Like, this is the radio that I'm reviewing. This is where I got it from, and all that. And just be honest. That's all you got to do. And just review the radio, and there you go.
We should get Louis Rossman into ham radio.
Yeah, Louis Rossman, man. I love that guy. By the way, Sufo's had hot comments in this whole thing, so shout out to Sufo. Thank you so much for your comments. Want to be clear, I don't think that's a bad thing, but it can be. Exactly. That's a perfect point. I'm not calling anybody out here. I just have concerns, right? That's what I'm trying to say, is that being kind of on the inside that I am, I am for the position I'm at. By the way, there's no position that I held like 3 years ago. I am now at a point where, like, brands are talking to me, and I talk to people that are a part of larger, ham radio brands. That didn't exist, right? That was not a thing. The concept of YouTubers even talking to some of these companies was not really a thing. And I give credit to, like, people at Icon, Ray Novak, right? Those are people who are like, there are good sides to this, and the YouTube aspect of all of this. But there's a balance. There's a balance we have to strike there, and we got to be really open and honest with all of this. And I get that, and they do too. And it's slowly going to change. I think amateur radio's even, there's so many things that are going to change in it, but it's rife for more changes in the future. I truly believe that. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys going through this with me, but by the way, I try to hit most of these. I do that in my videos, and I'm going to continue to do that. I really like the accessories. Why is it special or different? As always, I love that. Unique features, of course. What is the mission? Time on radio, 2 weeks. This is only difficult if it's like a brand new radio, and we got to, like, quickly get a video out. So I will say, I will say I have not put it through the hardcore, like, beat and bash of a day-to-day EDC radio. I like that. I will try to be honest about that.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I like the idea of 2 weeks post the video launching, but also it's maybe like a burning period of even further, like it's like 2 months, 3 months even.
Mm-hmm.
Because I will tell you that I've seen a lot of your videos, which have been great help, and then also down the road I've looked at other videos and tried to find different things, being one little niche item that I'm looking for, and I can't seem to find it.
Yeah.
So it would just be kind of nice to have that, oh, hey, look, this is a new feature that was just discovered, because it would give you more time to find this thing.
So, you know what's interesting is I like the idea of putting a radio in, like, some kind of weird, like, think of the, like, medieval The Rack, like a torture device. What if we had some kind of thing we could put an HT on that would, like, degrade the power, charge it back up aggressively, degrade the power, charge it back up aggressively, and then you did that over and over again, like a true gauntlet. I don't have that yet, but I like that idea. I would love, like, someone reach out to me to make this work.
Give it some bad SWR.
Yes, exactly. Like, we have a dummy load that's adjustable. We can give it the bad side of the whole, like I would love that. I would love if I could to be able to remove me from the like facts. Like, I just want to give you the facts to the best of my ability. And then I'm happy to add my editorial if I like the radio or not. And even put myself in other people's shoes. I'm okay doing that. I'm okay saying, hey, like, this is really not the DMR radio for me, but if you like DMR, this is the best one. Happy to do that. I would love that capability.
I do know that for vape companies, they have an automatic puffer. So there'd be like a constant stream of, like, inhales and exhales to basically determine the fail point. Were you talking about something like that?
Yeah, like that, but I think that with amateur radio, you need to have, like, a transmission capability to drain it on transmit, because that's a problem otherwise. So here's another big problem. When people give you battery life tests, they're giving you a battery life test of their use of that radio. So was it used 100% in standby scanning? To be honest with you, I'm a listener more than anything. I like just having a radio in the background that's listening to all my repeaters and scanning around and, you know, just paying attention to what's going on. I don't talk very often. But what if I had this device that I put a radio in, and I could just leave it alone, and it did a 50-50 split. It was transmitting 50% of the time, receiving 50% of the time. It was on a dummy load or whatever, and it was charging. It could charge itself when the battery died, and then, you know, brought it back to full, and then ran through it again, brought it back up, ran it back down again, did the whole gamut against it. I guess that's not too hard now, but I could actually do this. It just takes time.
Yeah, do an FT8 cycle on it until it dies.
You're right. Yeah, I don't know. These are good. These are good points. So, Greg has a comment. Henry Crash Course, how do manufacturers react when you do review a dud? So, Radioddity is probably the company that I had the biggest dud moment on, and it was the G105. So they sent me the G105, and toroids were literally breaking off that thing. And I sent them a message saying, like, what do you want me to do? And I talked about it on my live stream because I was in Las Vegas, and I ended up doing a POTA where I mentioned it, and I literally had to drive to the Gigaparts in Las Vegas and buy an 818. That's why I have an 818 now. It's because of that G105. Because it failed. Just blatantly failed.
But Radioddity didn't say it by them.
No, they sent it to me. They sent me the radio. That radio.
The 818.
Oh no, I bought that. I bought that radio. But I mean, like, Radioddity is actually pretty interesting because they are pretty open to feedback, and I have been sent radios from Radioddity. Actually, I take that back. Now I've gotten into multiple beasts with Radioddity. They sent me that 10-meter CB radio. It's basically an open band radio. They sent it to me, and I've never portrayed myself as being anything other than a ham radio operator. And they're like, "Oh yeah, do a review of this." And I was like, "Okay, sure." And they sent it to me, and it was garbage on 10 meters. It was unusable. And I made a review about it. And they're like, "Oh yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. It is definitely not really a ham radio. It was made for freebanders, CB or whatever." And I got some heat from somebody that works with Radioddity, an American guy, and I ended up catching up with him at a ham fest, and I was like, "Hey, so I heard you didn't really like my review." And he's like, "Yeah, I just don't think you really understood what it was for." I was like, "Well, no, I was told it was for 10-meter operation. It was for ham radio operation. Is this not for ham radio operation?" He's like, "No, it's not really for ham radio operation." I was like, "Okay, well then there you go. We're already on a different path. My path is ham true. That's what I'm doing." So I get it that this is probably great for the people that are about that, but that was never told to me, and that's what I do. I'm not gonna make. If I do something outside of ham radio, I'm gonna be really clear about it. But I was very clear that this is gonna be used on 10 meters. And they're like, "Oh well, it's not so good." I was like, "Okay, well, there you go." You can go look up that radio. I think it's like the QT60, QT40, QT60 or something like that. There's some other YouTubers that made videos on it. You can go look that up. All right. Well, I think
where do I get this Meshtastic fancy dancy thing for my T-Deck?
What do you want? What are you trying to do with your T-Deck there, bud?
Well, like the firmware that's all like a nice GUI and all that.
Oh, dude. We're all waiting. I'm also waiting. I do have access to a beta, but I figured I would wait until it's fully out there because I want it to be a live stream and just we all do it together. It's going to be really great. So do you have a T-Deck? Are you ready to go?
I have 2 T-Decks, my friend.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull up let's see. Let's pull up the Amazon. Because I think I found a T-Deck that was actually $56.
Be careful on that one. It might not have the LoRa chip.
Yeah. So hold on one second. Let me go. No, that's not the right one. There it is. We're gonna have to wait in the background. I'm gonna change my account really fast just so that we're. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's what I found. Okay. So last week, Don was talking to us saying, "Hey, I haven't found a T-Deck for $50." And I went, "Oh, I didn't know that was a thing that you couldn't get one right now." And yeah, it's $73. But if you look right next to it, there's one for $52. So let's dive into this a little bit. It says LoRa, so it's a LilyGo T-Deck LCD Wi-Fi. Oh, without LoRa, so it's the dev board. See, that's okay. There you go. So when you pay for the dev board, you got to get the $73 job. That's the trick. That's the reality of it. I'm glad they said without LoRa at least. Oh, so apparently I'm getting back into tech decks. Amazon is giving me tech decks right now. You want to review tech decks, guys? All right. I think we've hit the end. Who we got in the Discord? Good little crew.
So, you're doing some FT8. Have you tried to decode Kilo 8 Romeo doing the new Super Fox?
Sorry, I'm replying to it over there. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm replying to a comment. Hold on. right, say again. What's your question?
Have you tried using the new Super Fox with the K8R DXpedition?
No. What is that?
It's the new Fox and Hound variant that's going into WSJTX. They're testing it out in American Samoa right now.
Oh.
It's going to be used in the Jarvis DXpedition.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing with it for the last 3 days, and it'd be interesting to see if you can decode it when your antenna's pointed at them. Because I've noticed if the signal is too strong, it won't decode. I've actually had to plug in a wall wart that makes QRM so I can initially decode them to drop the SNR to a point where it'll actually process their data.
Or add an attenuator or something like that?
Yeah, I tried. I took 32 dB of gain out of the antenna on Smart SDR, and it was still not doing it. I actually had to plug in my Kenwood D72 charger to generate the QRM.
Oh, interesting. Oh.
And once I QRM it, and then I can go unplug it, and it will decode for a while, and then it will stop, and I'll have to kind of go back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. I haven't looked into it, to be honest with you. So.
Hey Josh, good stream. This is Jamscan.
Thank you, man.
I'm gonna say 73, and yeah, I'm kind of surprised nobody really mentioned much about the news tonight. I don't know if anybody's tracking. Yeah, that's crazy.
I honestly didn't know about the news until Jason told me about it before the live stream, and that is crazy. Regardless of what your political feelings are, going to violence is never the right answer for anything, ever.
I 100% agree with that.
It's not the right path. It doesn't matter what your political feelings are, and honestly, it shows a weakness in your arguments if the only way that you have to express yourself is violence. It scares the crap out of me. It scares me for my common human being, like when I'm walking around town, right? Yeah.
Same exact feeling.
I'm glad that it didn't come up on the stream because politics is just everywhere. It's nice to spend 3 hours and not have it be there.
Yeah. Well,
I also agree with that.
Yeah, good points across the board. And we're not going to turn this into a commentary section. Quickly, Jamscan, are you going to Huntsville?
I'm going to try to. I'm actually in the process of moving right now. So I should be moved by then. And then it's just a matter of getting plane tickets and a place to stay. So if there's still stuff available at the campsite, I will probably stay there.
All right. Well, I hope to see you there, buddy. But yeah, what can I say? I'm not going to say I'm a fan of Trump, but there's no way that that's the way I want this to go down in any case. That's horrible. But keep politics out of ham radio. Who said that? Eric. Yeah, man, you're totally right. Here's the yep.
Hey guys, I don't want to drum this up, but I didn't see it. Someone want to drop in the comments one keyword that I should search so I can find it.
Oh, assassination. Attempted assassination, Bill. Attempted assassination.
Okay, I gotcha. I'm not trying to drum it up. I'm not.
Oh no. This is a huge news dropped. Is going on right now. It's everywhere. This is insane. Bill, it's an insane level of news. So
I think it's dropped during your story.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to start it. I'm gonna go look now. Thanks, guys.
I love this. Jody says, "Search news."
Do you know that Meet Kevin guy on YouTube?
I don't think so.
I think he was trying to go for governor of California there for a period of time. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't like a lot of his stuff, but he's usually on the nuts when it comes to current news. And he had his whole live stream while your live stream was going, and he had different people's views from their cell phone cameras and different, all that stuff. And it's, to me, it sounded like 300 blacked out suppressed.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. We got to wrap this up. Wait, hold on.
Probably like 450 feet or so.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't want to talk. Hold on, guys. Jamscan, I love you, but I'm going to wrap up the show. Everybody go explore news outside of the live stream, and then we'll talk about it next week. Maybe. Probably not. Let's keep it focused on amateur radio as best we can.
I agree with that. Yeah. All right. Have a good weekend, man.
But 300 blackout's crazy. If that's what that's crazy. That's crazy. I gotta go. I gotta go look into this now. I need to know more about it. Yeah. Guys, everybody, thank you so much. We went really long, but I think that I'm on the right path, and I will continue to do as best I can. To be honest and open, I think there's a number of YouTubers that keep doing it the right way, and I appreciate them, and I just encourage them to keep doing what they're doing. So they knew who they are. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for watching. Everybody on the Discord, 73, take it easy.
7-3.
All right. Well, appreciate everybody on the YouTubes. We were on the live stream a little long, well over an hour when I normally bow out of here to go watch movies with the kids. But guys, I really do appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time, and I really do appreciate the feedback. And again, I encourage you to reach out if you can, when you can, if you see a reason. To me, you can reach me everywhere on the social medias. Let's continue to improve amateur radio. That's the goal. As always, it should be the primary focus, because we have an amazing privilege, and yes, the term is privilege, that's the right term, for what we have. There are many institutions that want to take away our frequencies and do other things with them to make money with them. So the fact that we can do what we do is incredibly valuable, and we should continue to protect that, and the only way to protect it is by being a good steward of those frequencies and not being a bad actor on them, because they're going to use that against us. I tell you, it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. So be out there, be vigilant. I appreciate you all. Keep fighting the good fight. And 73. See you. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the After Chat. This is your opportunity to get your questions answered live. And yeah, we do text on YouTube, we do Discord chat, and then if you join us on Discord, that's the best way, because in all these situations, just like Jason's email in the last show, there are complexities to this that we have to go through, and we need to understand, like, are people willing to take this journey with you? Are you going to want to go cheap, and then yes, please have a dollar amount. We do need that. All those things. There's so many questions we end up going back to the person to ask clarifying points. And so it helps. It helps if you're on the Discord. So go ahead and spool up them Discords, get your internet a-churning. Discord is a free service. We've got a really great server. It's one of the larger ham radio servers that are out there. And literally, people 24/7 just answering questions, having fun with radio, doing the best we can to help people out. Blind people can't use Discord very well. Oh, man. Okay, well, yeah, I saw your question earlier. And yeah, I think it was Frank said he was going to also try and remind me of that. So I don't have that radio in question. Ventures in Blind Videography says, anyone know a way directly to enter a frequency on the FX4CR? So if we get lucky, there might be one K6ARK in the house that he might be able to even ask the developer on that one to see if that's something they can do. I don't know is the right answer, and I don't know that it has an audio output to indicate as you're twisting the dials on what you get. Plus, also that is going to take you a very long time. So let's go ahead and get into Discord, say hi to our friends, and then we'll try and take that one right off the top since I saw it. Let's see. Okay.
I'm going to put it in place on my vertical.
All right, it sounds like we already got questions going. How's it going, everybody?
Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going? Did we see, is Adam around? Let's see.
I do not see Adam in chat, no.
Okay. Well, does anyone have the 4XCR that knows how to direct frequency input that way?
I have a 4XCR, but what did he say? Direct frequency input?
Yeah, the operator is blind, and so they need capability to be able to enter a frequency without having to obviously see the screen. Let me ask Adam. Hold on one second. You guys, anybody? Nobody? Viewer?
I'd like to phone a friend.
Yeah, I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna DM a friend.
I know it's got cat control over Bluetooth, and you can make an app for it, but I don't know if there's any way just out of the box to do it.
All right, sorry about the dead area. Want to make sure we at least get the wizard working on the potential answer for this one. All right. Well, go ahead.
That question came from Shane, Adventures in Blind Videography. He's been on the car show before. He's a really cool guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we helped him out a couple of times, or at least once. It wasn't last week, it was the week before that, I think. Anyway, yes, thanks so much for bringing up the question. It's a good one. And yeah, anytime we can figure out ways to help people in different ways is value added from Uploader. That's why Orlando was so much fun this year. It was just simply amazing what people have come up with. So anyway, this is the proper after chat. You made it. Thanks everybody in the Discord for coming out. And yeah, what we'd like to do is to kick off the whole show, we'd like to go straight to the Discord and say hi to anybody who is new here for the first time. We give you priority to get your questions asked and answered. So if you're new here for the first time and would like to come up and introduce yourself, and if you have a question, we'll take it. So who wants to be first? Go for it. No newcomers. So all the Ham Radio questions have been answered.
Hey guys, this is Dan, KC0KYN. Just want to say hi. I've been listening, gawking from afar for years, and thought it's time to actually get over here and say hi.
Well, thank you very much for coming out. I appreciate that. And yeah, if you have any questions that come up, feel free to just say something and we'll try and help you out. All right?
Hey, Josh, this is Lars, KE2CQL. Thanks for saying that.
Hey, what's up, man?
One, I did put in for a vanity call sign, so that may be changing, so I'm waiting for that. But I wanted to give you an update, and I have a follow-up question.
Go for it.
The FTM 500, I was texting you back and forth a couple of days, and remember the SWR issue I was having with my antenna?
Uh-huh.
As it turns out, I bought the SBB5, and that seemed to have completely solved my problems.
Oh, so it was the antenna.
I believe so. I believe so. The SBB5, I hooked it up. I did a SWR test, and it was on both 2 meters and 70 centimeters. I think I was averaging on 2 meters 1.4, and on 70 centimeters was 1.6. You know, on that was the highest it went within the band. So I was happy with that. No problems there. My question is, one, how often do people even bother checking the SWR on their mobile radios? Is that something that people even bother looking at?
They do, but I don't think it's as big a deal as you were worried about, for reasons that you and I kind of talked about over text. That it's kind of a whitish band, and it will slide. The antenna will only be resonant in a certain spot of it, and you'll start to get up to some upper ends on the edges, and the radios will handle it. The radios will take care of themselves. You're not going to let it's not going to let it damage itself. So you're generally okay. But where possible, particularly if you're homebrewing an antenna, you do want to be considerate of that and work around it as best you can.
Yeah, the SWR on the B10? I think that was the one I had. I think that was the number for it. The Comet B10. I think the lowest SWR I can get on that was 2.8.
I'm guessing that's also a byproduct of that one being a very short compromised VHF-UHF antenna, and that's probably more to do with why it had those issues than not. But yeah, I'm glad the SBB5 is a fantastic antenna.
Yeah.
I tested that one. It's great. So good. Thanks for the update. Do you have a question then too?
My question was grounding the antenna. It was recommended to me for when you're setting up an antenna ground to bond the ground to the chassis so that the radio itself and the antenna share the same ground. And
yes.
This is beyond my comprehension a little bit, so could you explain further, please? Or anybody can explain further, please?
Yeah, so we'll go around to other people if they want to add their thoughts, because everybody has a thought. So you said that there's one topic that everyone has an opinion in ham radio on, is surrounding and bonding.
Yes.
So yes, we're going to have some hot takes here. By the way, I pulled up this website. K0BG is the Bible for mobile radio installations, and I'll drop the link in the chat. Anytime I've had a question about mobile radio installations, I will oftentimes go to K0BG or Shane, and I'll get answers that way. It's a very good resource. The reality is, for a lot of things, the grounding and bonding on VHF and UHF don't matter that much, except if you are getting a lot of interference that you're picking up on the radio, like if you turn your squelch off and your noise floor is just like through the roof, like just lots and lots of noise, some of that could be with components in the vehicle that are not connected via the ground, if you will, or the return of the radio. So you mitigate that by electrically bonding things like doors, hoods, trunks, the frame to the chassis, that kind of stuff. It becomes more evident when you get into the world of HF mobile that you really have to look at the grounding and bonding. On my Nissan Leaf, I bonded all the doors, the hood, and the trunk lid so that they were all one cohesive electrically connected unit. And that helped me out significantly with some interference I was having. It also helped my ATOS 120 to perform very well with the tuning up and down that it does.
Okay, so would a good test to be, because my radio is hooked up to the battery directly, I can run the radio with the car completely off. I do know that when the car is completely off, and I turn the squelch off, I get a lot of noise. I don't think that has anything to do with the car itself, or am I wrong?
If the car is off, no, that wouldn't.
All right, so then a good test would be to turn the car on and see if there's any major change in the noise floor.
Yeah, but again, you're going to have less problems with that with VHF, UHF. So even if you're experiencing some stuff, it's not that big of a deal.
Right. No, I get that. I'm learning this on the UHF VHF lane of this, so that in the future, if I decide to go to HF, I already have this knowledge from the higher frequencies before I delve into the more lower frequency stuff. So I'm training myself now, so I don't have to figure this out later.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, really good. Now, there is a... you could have some weird passive coupling by having some floating doors and metal components that are not electrically bonded to the quote-unquote ground of your vehicle that could present weird reflections or weird issues with antenna takeoff and transmit capability. That's possible. So bonding that stuff is never really that problematic. It's very easy to do. K0BG actually has a really good guide to that. And it may even be... God, he's got so much stuff. Let me see if I can... Oh, and of course they're images, so I don't think it's going to... I can't just search for ground. But you look at this website, it just goes and goes and goes. Oh, wiring and grounding. Did I find it? Yeah, there it is. So here's the specific link for the wiring and grounding. I'll drop that right now so you guys can take a look at it. If you'd like to read this, read it on your own time. It's a good read, I promise. Right on.
Thank you.
Yeah, got a super chat from Brian G. Thank you, man. $10. Appreciate it. Hello, Josh. Thanks for your continued guidance. I use LMR 400 for my connections inside and outside of my shack. Looking for superior cable for inside without loss. What are easier to... without loss that are easier to work with. So something that's a little bit more flexible. Well, let's see. I did see 1K at MRD in the house. K at MRD, what's your take on that?
I'm sorry, I was answering PD Shooter's comment there. What was the question? I could read it.
So they use LMR 400 for outside and then like to the shack, and they want something that's low loss, that's easy to work with inside the shack.
Good morning, Tree Doctor.
I mean, you don't really need... Well, what frequencies, first of all?
That's true, too. He didn't say it was VHF. We do need that clarification, Brian.
For, just jumpers and things, I use the Mescaloni Ultraflex 7 Sahara. Pretty much the same physical size as RG8X, but much better performance. I also like ABR's LMR 240. That's really nice. So I'd rock either one of those. When you get into the bigger cables, and someone's saying 213, when you get into the bigger cables in the shack when you're making connections, it's really cumbersome. Making those tighter bends and things. Like I'm looking at my watt meter right now because I've got HyperFlex 10 connected to it, and it's like literally leaning backwards because I have to like kind of prop the coax against the back wall to kind of hold it up because it's so heavy. But I just have that HyperFlex 10 going from the meter all the way out to the antenna. I don't have any jumpers for that. So yeah, I would use something smaller than that. You're not going to notice any losses with a 3 or a 5 or even a 10-foot run.
This is RG218 from ABR, and I use them for jumpers. I've got about 10 of those that I've used in different capacities. Go ahead.
And Brian came back with just jumpers on HF.
Oh, then you're almost golden with anything. Okay, with respect. I would go ABR, obviously Messi and Poloni. I gave you the good recommendation for what he uses, and the 218 is great from ABR for jumpers. Yeah.
Is that 218 a solid core, though?
Oh, good question.
I am not a fan of solid core for stuff like that.
I mean,
it's going to be moved a lot.
That's a good point, yeah.
That solid core can and will break eventually if you're moving around a lot.
It doesn't feel like it, but I would say most of my cables are not solid core. I have very few solid core coax cables these days. But, yeah. You can, oddly enough, so here's a total value option on this. I was at HRO in Anaheim, and they had spare cuts of coax, just loose random cuts, like ends of spools and other stuff like that. And they were selling it at a pretty sizable discount with no connectors, right? But the good news is that the connectors are really cheap. It's much cheaper to just get a spool of coax and lots of connectors and crimp them yourself than to buy pre-cut stuff. So if you get these loose spare pieces, you could crimp your own ends on it, and you could save a ton of money over time by doing things that way, particularly for jumpers, because you don't need a lot of distance. All right, we've got a couple of, well, let's go back. Thank you, Frank. I saw the @ and then I was like, why is he adding that? And I realized it was your question. So thank you, Frank.
No problem.
All right, is there anybody else that's in the chat that's new, would like to say hi or ask a question? Go ahead.
This is Dan, KC0KYN. I did come up with a question. I'm thinking about doing crossband repeat.
Oh, okay.
Looking at the ICOM IC2730.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if there's another radio I should consider. I have no desire to do digital modes. I just want to have the luxury of being able to use like a smaller HT, like my VX5. I'm also kind of considering maybe trying to find myself a VX3. But my goal is to find a good crossband repeat VHF, UHF radio. I'm just wondering if the 2730 is a good solution, or maybe I should be checking out some other models.
I have the 2730. It's what I would use if I was crossbanding. I don't do crossband repeat very often, so take that for what it's worth. Is there anybody who does crossband more frequently on the chat right now?
I do crossband repeat, but I use my Kenwood D710 or an FTM 500, so I'm of no help.
Well, I think they were also looking for other options.
The FTM 300 will work as well.
I'm using a 5100 for crossband repeat for my car. IC 5100, and I think that's what it is.
Okay. So other options, the FTM 500 is going to be a lot more expensive than the 2730 price-wise, and if you're really the only thing you're looking for is crossband repeat, the 2730 is perfect.
The FTM 300, Josh.
Yeah. I think I'd probably still go with the 2730.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong.
No. Yeah. Other options, that's true. Ooh, the Linko Doctor 735. I like that they have DR. You just call him Doctor 735. Okay. Next, anybody else in the voice would like to say hi or ask a question? We'll take you guys first, and then we'll go catch up with the chat rooms.
Yeah, I guess I'll pop you happy here. This is KL4S and working on a new mobile implementation that'll hopefully compete with Vera, HF, and RDOT. So, yeah.
Right on. Well, thanks for joining us. You want to talk a little bit about that, or if you've got, do you need any help with anything that you need folks to take a look at some stuff?
Help is always appreciated, but no, basically, the high-level of it is that I'm working on making a modem controller, which will include the waveforms for military standard 188 110D for a serial point-to-point modem, and 188 141D, which is fourth generation automatic link establishment wideband. So, with the FCC's new proposed rules for limiting of they went to 2800 hertz for amateur bands was a bit of a blow to that, because I really would have liked to, and I probably still will, make the modem capable of doing up to a 40 kilohertz wideband channel through either a single radio or slaved participating stations. Basically individual radios that, would just each have their own, essentially digital connection, and you would just spread the channel across all of them. But that's what I'm working on. I guess other interesting details is that we're building a cross-platform from the get-go. So looking at using a web app bundler called Tarn. For those of you that have heard it, it's kind of like a better Electron. So we'll be able to write the application mainly using web-style development. It'll be packaged in Kali, and then from there we just would have OS-specific I/O drivers, right, for the stereo link and for the audio link going to the radios. But yeah, that's Minute Modem and its company waveforms. So yeah, after we get that all finished up, the plan is to then contribute those protocols to I'm not sure. Actually, maybe so I know about the program or the project OpenRTX and their build targets for M17. And I'm looking at making OpenRTX build target for the Zygo G90 SDR HF radios. So hopefully we can have arbitrary waveforms running on the G90 once we target that. We're just working on the PC-based program for Minute Modem.
Nice. Well, thank you for sharing. And when you got an update, please come back or DM me if you've got like an alpha candidate or something you want people to look at. I'd be happy to take a look. Would definitely appreciate it.
As far as help goes, we're primarily building it, like I said, the combination of, well, actually, I don't want to touch on it a whole lot. We're looking for folks that know Rust, if anyone knows digital signal processing, primarily using the Rust CPAL framework, that would be super helpful. And anyone that knows, really any kind of, web bundled web front-end development, so reactive frameworks, we're looking at using Leptos primarily, which is kind of a WASM-based framework. It basically puts a binary inside the back and makes it much more performant. But yeah, anyone that can do any of that, hit me up, DM me. Actually, I'll probably have to hit me up on the server first. But hit me up, friend me, DM me, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so he's Cypher was his username on Discord. And give your call sign again if you want to reach out via QRZ or something.
I'm not on QRZ, but
you are on it. You just don't know that you're on it. They make an account for everybody. You just haven't set it up yet.
Let me rephrase that. My QRZ account does not have my email or other user supplied information, so it's just going to be call sign name.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then hit him up here on the Discord. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that update. That's awesome. Okay, let's see. Anybody else that'd like to say hi? First timers like to say hi or ask a question. Go ahead.
Hey Josh, this is Jeff, N0JLB. First time here, I've been a technician for about 20 years and kind of got silent for a while, kind of getting back into it. I'm really interested in parts on the air. So working on getting my general. My question, I guess, would be UC FT100 that I acquired not too long after I started, probably 15, 20 years ago. What would be the recommended antenna that I go with for now? An infed halfway or vertical or something else?
FT100. I thought that was One Direction, but now I'm thinking something else.
All-mode, VHF, UHF, HF.
Well, what do you plan on? Is it going to be something that's in your home permanently? Is it portable, out of your car? Is it backpacking? What do you plan on doing?
It's a mobile form factor, and I was thinking doing parts on the air with it.
Okay. Well, I mean, the sky's the limit almost. So if you live in an area where you can put antennas into trees, then a simple throw line with end-fed half-wave is always nice. I am still just a big advocate of telescoping mass, like carbon fiber telescoping mass, and you put the end of your wire on it and shove it into a tree, all of Mike Kate MOD. Those are great. There are freestanding antennas that people generally love, like Wolf River Coils. Chameleon's new adjustable vertical is really, really nicely made. There's always the Buddy Stick Pro. Anything you want to do. In fact, if you really want to have fun with it, does it have a tuner?
Unfortunately, it does not.
Okay.
It's old enough.
Okay, I was gonna. Well, even older radios have tuners too, but you could go full double if you wanted to. And we know those get out like very, very well. So there's like literally, it's just a question of like think about the parks in your area, think about what it looks like for you. People that are not like me actually have to contend with weather, and so they like freestanding antennas, or not freestanding, quick to set up antennas that they don't have to futz around with very much. For me, I'll go stand out and in the wonderful sun out here and take as much time as I need to do what I gotta do. But it's all a question of how portable do you need it? Do you need it to pack down? Do you want to stick with wires? It's kind of up to you. What are you thinking?
Probably start with an infed halfway, because I'm in the middle of the country. I'm in middle of Nebraska, kind of by the Kansas border, so a lot of our parks have trees and stuff, but the weather is another big part, so I might end up going mobile at the, when it gets colder and just staying in the vehicle. But, yeah, just kind of looking the first time you get on HF.
Yeah, so an infed half-wave is probably going to be a really easy way to go, and they're inexpensive. You can buy kits online, like Coffee and Ham Radios, K6ARK. Jason came for ACK, who I had on the show last week, has one that is, it's easy to get started with that, and then you can decide where you want to go after that.
Absolutely. Been watching a lot of YouTube between you and Mike and everybody else, so just getting lots of ideas. Thanks.
It looks like he didn't. Oh, he sold out. Never mind. I was gonna tell people to go check out KF4ACK's EnFed because he sold out after the live stream, so that makes sense. What's up with Pac-10? Do they have it in stock? I haven't checked it with them in a while. Pac-10 is also great.
You're both liars.
Let's go to their shop real fast.
So much enjoyment out of it.
Let's see.
I really enjoy telling the truth.
Wait. So the Lynx dipole is in stock. The mini random wire, the 9-to-1 unknown, is in stock.
You know how liars are, Doc.
Sold out on the info. So the random not bad. I mean, Mike will tell you a story about that, but you can make a go with that. The problem with the random wire is you do need a tuner. But let's go to the Discord chat for any other recommendations. We got Mike. He's a fantastic code operator. So let's go to him first. What would you recommend, Mike?
The one that you're looking at.
The Pac-10 info.
I mean, listen, there's a reason you see me constantly using the same antennas. Like, yes, I review, I'm probably up to about 100 antennas that I own now, or very close. Mm-hmm. But the Pac-10 and the DX Commander Expedition are the two that I'm always going back to. But yeah, I mean, everything you said is right. I mean, I would just rock some kind of NFED. And it's... I would be shocked if you just stop at one antenna. So, NFED half-wave is a great solution, whether you get it from Coffee and Ham Radios, K6ARK. The Chameleon Lightweight NFED 6 is a great one. Considerably more money for what it is, but also look on eBay at Tentennas, TENN antennas, as in Tennessee antennas. I use his antennas for my home, and he makes some that are a little more portable. And they're very inexpensive, $35-40 maybe for the transformer. You do need to add your own wire and trim it to, cut it for 40 meters or whatever you want it resonant at. But that's my advice. I mean, there's a reason I bought the Wolford Recoil. This was my first antenna. They're great.
So we got the Apollo NFED half-wave. It's a kit, so you will have to build this. Keep in mind, guys, they have 2 left, and it's $80. How fast can we sell out of that? That's a great
Chuck is going to hate you for that one.
There's only 2 left.
I would also say, even if you don't want, you want an NFED, try their new Poseidon. It's a vertical, and it's doing pretty darn good. If Don were here in the chat, he could tell you about it.
Needs a tuner, though.
Yeah, we need to pick a tuner.
Another quick question. Would you recommend getting a tuner first or an analyzer?
Analyzer every time. Analyzer.
Comment.
Tuners are overrated.
You don't need a tuner. Well, okay, you do for some antennas, but there are so many antennas you can work through to the point that you need a tuner. I'm not against tuners in any capacity, but an analyzer is a tool that will help you grow your brain parts and make you a better operator. Because then you start building, and the tuners were, or the analyzers were. Go ahead, Peanut.
I just spent the afternoon in Oklahoma doing a park. I got 100 and some contacts with 10 watts out of an IC703 on a DX Commander Classic. And that Classic also doubles, when I'm not using it, as an in-fed half-wave. That's my projection, and you will never be without a great antenna if you get an in-fed and something like the DX Commander Classic or Expedition, like Mike was talking about.
There you go. Mike, what was 1010? Like TENN?
It's on eBay. But yeah, X10 is good too.
Yeah, well, you've reviewed all of them. There's 1010.
Budget?
Yeah, you go to eBay and type in 10 Tango Echo November. There you go.
So what's your? That's a good question too. What's your budget on this?
Right now, I don't really have a budget. I'm thinking trying to keep it under, $200-$300.
Yeah, okay.
So I was looking at the Wolf vertical, or pretty much all the antennas, in-feds that you've been looking through. Because, like I said, I've been watching a lot of Mike's.
Yeah, and they're really good for it. You should watch his videos for sure.
I've got one suggestion, if you look at the Chameleon MPAS light system, you actually get a vertical as well as an end-fed.
But you need a tuner for that.
I'm running it on 857, and my SWRs are well below 2.
You still generally need a tuner with that. And that's, so you have had good luck with it, but ground composition plays a factor into that antenna, and if your ground composition gets to a point where the SWR starts creeping up, you need the tuner to bring it into line. It's not that it's required, but even if you go to the manual, they call out that you need a tuner.
For, I believe, 40 meters below that, but either way, it's fine. I just want to throw it out there as an option. Because there are some of the ATU tuner that you can get on Amazon for about $100. I've heard pretty good things about that as well. If you're looking to get into something as a starter.
I think there's so many options that you don't even have to go down that road for these antenna. Like, there's so many options that are available that are under $200. Mike mentioned, it was already mentioned, the lightweight end-fed sloper from Chameleon. It is more expensive, but it's got the wire, and that center transformer bit actually will function as a center for a dipole or an end-fed half-wave. It comes in the end-fed configuration, but you could cut it, cut some wire and make it a dipole real easy. I've ran this with, if you watched my video that I did on 10-meter POTA when I was running off the truck for power, this is the antenna I used. It's great. I also took this up to my dad's in Big Bear. It's great. Most of the end-feds are pretty good. From all the companies we just mentioned, all the ones we showed, they're all really good. So you kind of just pick your favorite and go with that. And I think Mike's probably right. You're never really just going to stop with one. You'll pick up a couple of them, and there'll be a backup to your backup.
When I first got my ticket, I threw something up temporarily because I knew I was going to be moving in like 3 months, and I used one of the Nelson antenna 9-to-1s, and it works great to the point that I've got several Nelson antenna transformers. I've also got, what was it, a 49-to-1 for doing, I can't remember the ratios, but they're not super compact, but if you're like me and you're real hard on stuff, they're tough, and when it gets torn up, you just cut any piece of wire. So you do need a tuner for the 9-to-1, but for the end-fed half-wave, you don't.
Well, hey, it's good to hear you too, Andy. Well, one second. It's really good to hear you, Taper. I saw you in there, and I'm like, oh, we got to get to saying hi to him. So there's my opportunity. It's good to hear from you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Yeah, I can barely talk.
It sounds like you're fighting a cold, too. Are you all right?
My allergies are terrible. I'm drowning on my own face.
All right. Someone wants to carry on with that question. Go for it.
Hey Josh, it's Dustin here. It's my first time on the channel, KK4IFB. I had a similar question that he just asked. So I'm building a shack for the first time, and my local radio club has recommended they're actually going to build me a doublet, but everybody says like the resistance are so high on those. I just bought an ICOM 7300, which says it comes with a tuner 3-to-1. Is that going to be sufficient for that antenna, or like the MCOM 3, which I want to use for mobile?
Probably not. Okay. For a doublet, so have you thought about how you're going to get the feed line in? Do you have some kind of converter to coax box that it's going to run off of? What are you planning on doing?
Well, honestly, I haven't. I originally started out with just going with like a chameleon in-fed antenna, and they were recommending doing a doublet, so they said they would build it for me. They said, well, you can build it. It's easy. So I can't build it, so they're going to build it for me. Okay. So now I just got to get the setup to make that happen.
Okay, I want to clarify. Did they say doublet or dipole?
No, it was definitely a doublet, because they keep talking about how agile it is and how,
so
it works really.
The thing with a doublet, and maybe I can find a picture of one. So, I need an image of the feed line. Oh, this will work. This will work great, actually. So, this is a traditional doublet kind of installation. Can I make this big? I'm big in this. Alright, so a doublet, as you can see it here, is ladder line. Okay, that it literally looks like a ladder. You see that? It looks like a ladder going down. There's usually some kind of a unit attached to that ladder line. It could be an antenna tuner, or it's going to be a converter from ladder line to coax. So it's going to take it from an unbalanced connection to a balanced connection to an unbalanced connection in the form of the coax. That's then going to go into something, right? Like a tuner, whatever. There's a myriad of ways that you can handle that, and Don already mentioned one of them. We use a 4-to-1 balun from those balanced leads into a coax connection that you hook a coax up to. And then with that, you don't have as much issues. Your tuner's still probably going to be involved, though, to get it into the band space that you want it to be. So you generally are going to run a tuner with a doublet. Okay.
He did say I would need a balun, a 4-to-1 balun.
He did? Okay, so then it's definitely a doublet. Yeah, okay. So he's just going to give you the part you see on the image here. It's going to be 2 long lines that you hang up in the air as high as you can, or based off of how high the ladder line is. And then you're going to have to connect it to a 4-to-1 balun. And then from there, that goes in to go to coax inside your shack or whatever. That's one option. Now, in those cases, I would probably point you towards having an external tuner to do that. That would be my recommendation. And there are some tuners that have built-in baluns that can just be connected to the ladder line, but from a convenience factor, that often doesn't work out when you're trying to go into a home, like through walls and whatnot. That's why we use coax. With that said, still, I would probably still recommend you go with like an LDG tuner, like a 100-watt LDG tuner that can be controlled by your radio. That way you're putting all the heavy lifting on the tuner to let it do its job, and your radio is just in non-tuner bypass mode. It's possible that the radio you have can accommodate that doublet, but most radio tuners are only a 3-to-1 or better match, and they're not going to take you to what you need, which is probably closer to like a 10-to-1 match. And most external tuners do well beyond that, so you'd be good to go.
I don't have like 2 cents on that. It's frustrating for new hams with the antenna tuner thing, because they'll obviously want to gravitate towards, the radio's just got a tuner in it. Those 3-to-1 tuners are really for, there's ice on your antenna, it's raining, something's throwing it off a little bit, you just kind of have to goose it. But they're not good for using an end-fed. They're not going to be able to tune those out.
Yeah. That's usually what I say to people, is just get yourself see if you can find an inexpensive tuner, maybe a used tuner, because they don't really go bad on you. And that would be what I would do. Oh yeah, and if you look in the chat, so everybody that's on the Discord, if you go to hashtag live-stream, there's a text chat, and Eric is dropping pictures for his setup on how he does his doublet. I'm really Eric, are you on voice? Can you answer as to how you're just running the twin lead into your home?
size of a blood clot.
Is that legit? The two wires are a piece of the doublet to just go right in?
I don't have a blood clot. It's a
It would be easy to go through a window with window line.
They're gonna put a stent in my leg and open it up.
He's not in voice chat, but that's what it looks like. Yeah, he said you got through the wall.
Oh, wow. Okay. Good job. Keep in mind, ladder line gets really affected by adjacent metallic objects and other things like that. So you oftentimes will try and keep a lot of that ladder line business outside and then bring it inside and then do what you got to do or have an external tuner or something along those lines. There was a clarification, and yeah, I don't know that Andy meant it that way, but disagreement on internal tuner not being good enough for end-fed half-waves. So he was talking about end-feds. An end-fed half-wave generally doesn't need an antenna tuner. Sometimes you use it to goose it, and that's exactly what Andy said, by the way. But yeah, fair point. Like random wires, doublets. I know what you mean.
Most of them, not all.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was going to say a handful of my radios that I've messed with, ICOM 7300, the Yaesu FT710, the IC705, they've all tuned up my end-fed half-wave with the internal tuner, no problem.
Yeah, end-fed half-wave is going to be different than what we're talking about with a doublet or like a 9-to-1.
A 9-to-1 is what I was thinking of. I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never mentioned the shotgun.
But there is,
okay, go ahead.
there is the little thing like he was saying with touch up on the end-fed halfway. If you got it tuned for 0.74 bottom of the band and 40 meters, it may or may not tune up correctly in 20 meters where you want to play SFB. So that's what he's talking about. It's a little touch up. You gotta, get the intent.
Yeah, it's. By the way, when to deploy a tuner or not to deploy a tuner is something you learn from doing more often than not. You pick it up from just using the radio, but some antennas generally require, right? So a doublet is likely going to need it, and a random wire end-fed is going to need it. End-fed half-waves, as they're cut appropriately, they don't generally need it. Go ahead, yeah. Oh, good. We got a proper doublet user in the hands. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to mention one thing. That the previous question from the other guy, you didn't finish mobile. You told him about dipoles and double half end-fed.
Oh, you're right.
End-fed half-waves. But you didn't finish his mobile comment, which I will say with a radio of the Frog 100, the F, basically, if you recognize the aerial, it will work. But for mobile use, if you've got a limited budget, then ham sticks are the way to go. As long as you mount them on the car, obviously, properly and do all the proper earthing that Josh will explain. But that's the best way to work in your car until you could afford one of the more decent electric screwdriver antennas. Work with that Yaesu.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. So, El Jefe?
Otherwise, those will work.
Yeah. El Jefe, did you mean mobile, that your radio is going to be installed in the mobile and the antennas need to be on the vehicle? Or did you mean it's a mobile-sized radio that you're going to take out and do a POTA?
It's a mobile-sized radio that I was going to do POTA. I might put it in the vehicle, and I did see that the ETAS 120 is also available, so or ham sticks. But yeah, I was looking more for parks on the air and just taking it mobile stuff.
So you had mentioned it's a mobile-sized radio. I think that's why the question came up. So you can do POTA just from inside your car. You don't have to get out of the car. You could just do it that way. There's plenty of people who do it that way.
Right.
So I just wanted to make sure you're going to go sit at a table somewhere and do POTA outside of your car. Is what you're talking about.
Weather permitting, as long as it's not snowing like it ended up doing today.
Okay.
I'm oversharing, but I just want to point out that if you're going to use ham sticks or an ATOS for sitting at a park bench, you're going to have to set up some sort of ground plane.
He's not.
That's really designed.
I don't think that's what they meant. That's what that's what Mike was talking about. Was for a mobile. Go ahead.
Yeah. I've used both for POTA, sitting at a park bench, and then mounted to the car, and I'm sitting at the park bench.
I get it. It's a good clarification because there's confusing terms. So.
All right, shutting up now. I'm shutting up.
No, it's good. It's good. Okay. Hopefully we answered all of it. Did we answer all those questions sufficiently? Is everybody satisfied with their answer? Sorry. Hold on. I said, did we answer those questions first? That was to El Jefe and the other person. You guys good?
Yeah, Dustin's good.
Okay. All right. Now you can go ahead.
He was talking about a Wolf River coil. And if he was wanting to do, it is a versatile system I've been looking at. I don't need anything, obviously. Like I said, I got the VX Commander and an InFed. But the Wolf River coils, you could run it on your car as a mobile, and it's mounted correctly. But there's really cool things. It's like Otophone or something, I think that's what it's called, where you take two of them and you can go for each one. It sets up like a dipole, similar to what the Delta loop is. They've got all kinds of really interesting things at Wolf River Coil that, if you're looking at that kind of stuff, it's a cheaper option than the Canadian stuff. I've looked at all of it, but I haven't used any of it. Like I said, I need a InFed and a DX Commander Classic. So.
Okay.
But that Wolf River Coil looks pretty nice, and so does what's the one from Australia that just came out?
Mad Dog Coil. Yeah, Mad Dog.
Mad Dog.
I've got one set up on a vertical and it works pretty well.
The Mad Dog 2020? That's what he should come out with, one that goes up to 20 meters only. Called the 2020.
That would be good.
All right, let's see. I'm going to change gears a little bit because there's a really good question from Sufo. Sufo says, I know you're talking about more advanced stuff. Don't worry, it's not that advanced. It's just a further progression. I passed my technician's test today. Congratulations. And I'm interested to know what you consider your top 3 2-meter, 70-centimeter mobile radios. Boy, howdy. That's a loaded question because it kind of depends on what you want to do with it. So in front of me, I have an ICOM IC2730. I own an FTM 400, an FTM 500, and an ICOM 5100. Those are all pretty different radios. They all do slightly different things, and they're at different price points. For me, if you just wanted a simple analog, really nice performing mobile radio, the ICOM 2730 is hard to beat. It looks good in the car too. The screen's real bright, shows up well. If you want APRS capability, you pretty much have to go with the FTM 500. I know everybody, the 300 and 200 does APRS too. I could probably give the nod to the 300 as maybe being more user-friendly. Your mileage will vary. And then, let's see, the third one. Third mobile. I don't know. I gave you a bunch of options. 5100. Go ahead. Check it out. Now, you didn't say your price point, though, so this is where you're going to get in trouble because you didn't tell us how much you wanted to spend. Does anybody else want to recommend their 3 favorite mobile radios in the Discord chat?
I just got done researching all this. I can chime in.
Yeah, go ahead, Lars.
All right. So, depending on price point, if you want to, based on my research, if you're looking for a budget radio for your mobile rig, there's an Anytone. I'm drawing a blank now on the model, but there's an Anytone for like 180, which let me look it up real quick.
You just got done researching this, and now I'm just kidding.
I'm drawing a blank. That's late, dude.
Is it the 578?
778. Yes. So the research I did, the Anytone 578 would be a good choice. I could not find it, in my opinion, for my use. I could not find a middle-of-the-road one that was still being manufactured that I liked. And then, of course, the high-end, which is the one I got, which was the FTM 500. But based on my research, it was either that or the ICOM number was eluding me. But the Anytone the Anytone is a good one if you're looking for a budget 2-meter, 70-centimeter, and it's not going to.
That's cheap too. Yeah.
With him saying he's not worried about the price, just quality, I would go with the Kenwood D710GA, one of the FTM series, 300, 400, or 500, 400 if you can find it. And probably the ICOM that everybody's been talking about.
What is that icon called? What the hell's it?
2730.
2730. Yeah.
Does it have to be new?
No, I don't think it has to be new, but just keep in mind that if you're talking to a new ham, then, you know, if you try to go new, so at least it's under the warranty.
Are they interested in digital?
I just asked.
Yeah.
Let's give them the TYT 9800.
Yeah, it's still a workhorse. That's true.
Since if it doesn't have to be new and they're comfortable with it, could look for a nice used FTM 400, which I think is honestly better than the 500.
I would be wary of those Anytone radios too, because they don't have a detachable face, to my knowledge. Like, you really gonna want to mount that big old hunk in your car?
Big hunk. We want that big hunk in the car.
That was actually the reason why I didn't go with the Anytone, was because for my vehicle I needed a detachable face. Otherwise, I would have went with it.
That is a good point. A lot of what we said so far are all external head units, so there's a wire that goes to the radio.
What about the 6000 PAC?
Why does everybody think these little tiny radios are big? Try to put the 101D in your car.
Wait, hold on. I got to go back a step. When I say what's your top 3 radios, I don't mean the top 3 radios you're lusting after. I mean the top 3 radios you'd actually use that you would recommend. So if you don't have any stick time with it, it's okay. There's so many options available, but like if you don't use it daily, like you're not a daily driver of it, it's okay. Just don't add more to the noise, because it just elevates the complexity of it.
And he does say he would love to be on digital also, but I didn't ask him to specify which kind of digital.
Right.
So throw digital in there too.
Yeah, so he wants to do FT8 is what you're saying.
Yeah.
FTM 400 is a workhorse. If you can find a used one, get yourself an FTM 400. They're fantastic. If you like that spec sheet, the FTM 500 is pretty much where you'd line up. If you would like really convenient radios, the 2730 and the ICOM 5100 are some of the more convenient radios that I've used.
I do apologize. I don't have any stick time.
I went with I let you go because you said you were researching it, but everybody else is saying like, how about this? How about that? And it's like, well, do you use it? Do you actively use it? I went to you, Lars, because you just went through the process. That comment was that.
Yeah, I use my FTM 400 daily, so that's a given.
It's a great one.
And then I just got a 2730A, and I am really liking it.
It's good. It's great for the price. It's good.
Yeah, and unfortunately they just had them on sale at R&L, and now they've gone to, I think, the 5100 they've got on sale, but. I didn't like the 5100. I honestly preferred the 7100 over the 5100. And I realized the price is way different.
Way different.
But the screen and everything else on the 7100, to me, it was just as good as the 5100. So I just really didn't see the need in running both radios, because I was running both of them in the car. And I just didn't see the reason. And I got rid of the 5100. I just really didn't like it. But that was for 2-meter 440. Mm-hmm. The 7100 acts the same way as the 5100 in that regard, but it was to me the 7100 was real easy to program, and it does everything pretty much that the 5100 did, except DPRS. And who the hell cares about DPRS?
The ICOM radios are very easy to program.
Your roll there.
The 5100 is extremely easy to program. I'm sure the 7100 is fun too. But
I found some really good software for the 7100 that's free. And actually it runs the radio. Even if you're just sitting at your computer, you can run the radio from that software.
Oh, okay.
But so it's kind of like those IC 51 or that stuff that you used on the 7300 or whatever, but it's written for the 7100. He's also got one for the 7.
Okay. Yeah.
He's also got some for the 7000. But it just makes the radio real easy to program.
Yeah, and that's So somebody also said 991 Alpha 7100. Those are fantastic radios, but those are like HF and VHF radios. So they come at like a much higher price point. And for a new technician, guys, you gotta remember the question. A new technician, I wouldn't necessarily throw in that direction. That's me.
Yeah.
You know?
My point was that I've had a 5100 and I didn't particularly like it. That's
Okay. Well, see, you've got actual user experience. I like that. I appreciate that. So, right on.
Get a QYT off of Amazon, and when it stops working, you take it out and shoot it. I've done that several times.
And that's actual experience, right? That's actual user experience.
Yes, I have. What was the phrase you used? Now I want to say hammer time.
Oh, that's hammer time's good.
Stick time.
Stick time.
Yeah, stick time. That is actually stick time. I put a bullet through several Chinese radios.
Yeah,
and I've had plenty of stick time with both the D710 and the FTM 500 now. The 5100 not so much, but I've had some fiddle time with it.
Yeah. Appreciate it. All right, good. All right, let's see. We'll go to text questions in a second. I'm going to take another call for Discord, and then we're going to say hi to our YouTube friends. So who's on the Discord voice that'd like to say hi or ask a question? Go ahead.
Hey, I'm new here.
Hey, we got a newcomer. How's it going, man? It's your time to shine.
Pretty good, Josh. The name is Mitchell KJ5BUP. You'll know me as Mitchell Pilot.
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Channel.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. I've been lurking in the shadows for a couple of years now, but for some reason I just decided within the last month to, really start to show my face. But I just want to introduce myself. I'm from Brady, Texas. I'm an over-the-road truck driver, and currently in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Just came from the Los Angeles area and headed to Virginia.
Right on. Well, hey, man, thanks for joining us. You have any questions or anything?
No, not from up top. I've been kind of listening to you guys while I was getting some things taken care of here. I just stopped for the night, but if anybody's interested, I have an ICOM 7300 and just picked up a D75 in Anaheim about 3 days ago.
Oh, nice. Well, thanks again for your continued support in the super chats. You don't have to do that. It's really appreciated, so thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, Josh. I like doing that with all the channels that I support. So, you're a pretty great guy, and so is your community. So I'll be sticking around for a while, but I'll let you get back to it.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. All right. Okay. Let's say hi to our YouTube friends. So I'm gonna. I scrolled too fast. So right off the top, we gotta stop in with the K Booty. We haven't seen him in a little while. What have you been up to there? What's going on?
Oh, I've been in hell. Just my son is a lot of work. He is actually diagnosed as autistic now, so he's a kindergartner. Nothing severe, but that's why I keep missing you on the live streams now, is because scheduling. He's here and he is straight up my ass, and then by the time I realize, live stream tonight, it's 11 o'clock Central Time, and I keep missing it, but things have flip-flopped this week, and he's not here, so here I am. Ham radio stuff, I took a little bit of a break last fall, and then I've recently gotten back into it, but I'm one of those guys with 50 hobbies, so I've been 3D printing things, but not posting that on YouTube because they don't like it. That's what I've been up to.
That kind of printing things.
Yes.
Say no more, friends. Say no more.
Yes. And but for me, the ham radio thing is all part of this. What people are like, you got a lot of hobbies. I'm like, no, I'm just crazy. It goes, the ham radio goes with the night vision and the other stuff. So it's all part of a, greater super villain thing I'm working on. So, but no, I'm glad to be here. Good to hear from you guys, and I will pass it along to someone whose head is not completely closed from allergies.
Right on, man. I have also been printing things with the 3D printer, but not those type of things. Mainly things to do stuff around the house. We've got some fun projects. I made. I have this really dumb. I got really big into like EDC, everyday carry kind of stuff. And there was a company that makes knives. It was like Burnley, I think it was, and they made a slingshot that has a bottle opener in the bottom. And I just printed an ammo carrier for a slingshot that uses like a magnet. It's a pretty nice design, and so it came out great. I love my printer. Oh, I love my printer so much. I'm so happy that I have a good printer now. Crazy. All right. Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate that, Mr. Booty. All right. Next, going down the list is I see a Digital Rancher. How you doing, man?
Hey, Josh. I'm just kind of hanging out tonight. No real traffic. I'm kind of lurking this evening, so enjoying the chat. And but when you guys started talking about 2730s, I just couldn't help myself. I had to start jumping in. So it's such a great radio, and I think everyone knows I love that thing. So, but yeah, just hanging out and lurking. So thanks so much for calling me out, though. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you'd like to see Digital Rancher in action, obviously go to his channel, Digital Rancher. Please go sub. And by the way, everybody who mentions anything on YouTube, just drop the link if you're a YouTuber. We'd love to see it on Discord. But go to one of the videos I posted. It was after the Huntsville Hamfest of Digital Rancher doing a satellite activation. It was great. He's very proficient with that radio and did a fantastic job. So yeah, thanks for sharing that with the audience. Right on.
Yeah, you bet.
All right, I think next is Frank. How's it going, Frank?
All right, first off, is my audio okay? Apparently I was a little loud earlier.
Now you're a little low, but you're still completely audible.
All right, I bumped it up just a tad bit.
You're good. That's good.
Okay, good. Doing okay. Got a lot of fun stuff going on. I dropped a 50-minute video this afternoon. It was Tim, Whiskey 8 Lima, doing a POTA presentation at Quartz Fest. And despite it being nearly an hour long, I trimmed that down from the footage I had. Josh, you know how that can be. And I still put it out there. So if you want a good POTA presentation that was recorded at Quartz Fest, go check out my channel. I'll drop the link here in just a second. I do have chapter markers in the description so that you can just skip around to what you want to pay attention to. Other than that, I'm going to be having a video come out every Tuesday with the Tuesday night premieres leading up to Ham Radio Clubhouse, and then Thursday nights at 0300 UTC or 8 p.m. Pacific time. Convert that into your own time zone. I'm live on my channel with the Northern California SwapNet hosted on the M6 ICW machine.
Oh yeah, right on. Very cool. Yeah, I remember tuning into the SwapNet. There's also a SwapNet on HF. Is that the same one?
Not the same one. What you're thinking of is the 40-meter swap. It's West Coast Swap Service.
Yeah.
7240 on Saturdays and Sundays.
Yep.
Armand, who runs the NorCal swap, also is one of the net controls for that swap once in a while as well. So you might have heard him here and there. WB2ZEI from Sacramento. So I'm going to have that going on. And this last Thursday, before Coffee and Ham Radios came on, I was live with The Smoking Ape, checking out the two Top Pod radios I have, along with the ID50 and a Kenwood radio. So there's a nice little live stream titled, Is It Clean?, over on my channel with The Smoking Ape.
So I'm guessing in the order you gave the radios, it's going to be no, yes, yes.
Surprisingly enough, the original Talk Pod that I got, the A36 Plus, it's clean on one set of power, but not clean on another set of power. You'll have to go back and rewatch live to find out, or, go check it out. But the new Talk Pod A36 Plus 8-watt model, which, shocker, doesn't put out 8 watts.
No way. I'm shocked.
Never could tell that one. It is actually reasonably clean.
Really?
So, I'm shocked. It's reasonably clean. Ape and I agree. It's a boat radio. If you drop it in the water, it's no big deal. But it doesn't put out the 8 watts. So there you have it. And yeah, the ID50 and the Kenwood commercial. Of course, the Kenwood commercial is going to be clean.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. They contacted me again and they want to send me another radio. And it's like, we're on the 3rd one, guys. What do you want me to do here? Like, I don't know. I'm at the point now where it's like I got so much stuff that I can talk about that I don't really have to dip into the Chinese radios beyond what I already have. And most of the time, I still recommend the $18 Amazon Baofeng because every one of them I've tested is clean. They've been clean. And it's $18. It's like, I can't... It's crazy.
Oh yeah, and the newest Baofeng is not only FCC clean but ITU clean as well. Yeah. I just noticed that as well. So yeah, if you want to see my little live stream that I did, I have that, and then every Thursday night 0300 UTC for about an hour or so. I know that's rather late for the East Coast guys, but feel free to drop on by. Team replay is always there, and yeah, videos. I'm going to try and be, if I can, Tuesdays and Saturday afternoons for video drops.
Very good. Right on. Stick to a schedule as best you can.
Oh,
I don't. I try to just upload as many times as I can a week. That's my goal. If I could do 2 to 3 episodes, 2 to 3 videos a week, I'm good, and then I do my live streams on my set.
I'm not quite there yet with the content in the cache, but I'm getting there. I have about 5 videos in the cache right now, so I have to spread them out until I can get a few more done up. But yeah, so let's hear it. I think next up will be Jeff. I didn't see him in the chat originally.
All right, the other Jeff. We got the El Jefe, but then we got a Jeff in the house too. Jeff, how's it going, man? Ah, is he there?
Which Jeff?
You and 4POD.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, how you doing, Josh? It's been a little while since
It has, man. How you been?
Oh, I've been all right. Last video I posted, it was actually a live stream. A buddy of mine in our Aries group became a silent key, and we did a final call for him, and I live streamed it so his family could watch it.
There's been some of that going around. It's been really tough. I feel for you, man.
Yeah, we actually they were going to dedicate the Sevierville Ham Fest to him, and they did. And then like the week before that, we lost another guy, KK4LZF, who was one of those guys who knows something about everything. And
we're losing a lot of those folks.
Yeah, I mean, he was the first guy I ever heard talk about when you're doing the elephant, whatever, for the antennas, when you're running the 3 lines in parallel to give you broader bands on some of the long antennas, and I was like, what?
Right on. Well, what are you doing? Any other videos? You posting anything?
Well, that was the last thing. I've got, I've been playing around. I got my wife got me a 3D printer for Christmas, and so.
Lady Liberty here for Grocery Outlet. Yes, that Lady Liberty. Big torch, big heart. So here's the big announcement. All this July, team up with your local grocery outlet to fight hunger in our community and save on groceries. Donate $5 and get a coupon for $5 off your next purchase of $25 or more. Give 5, get 5. All July. Let's declare independence from hunger.
Grocery Outlet, Bargain Market.
Valid only on qualifying purchases. See store for details.
So I've been slowly learning that. or maybe it was my birthday. I don't know. I'm still getting stuff for it.
Nice. Well, right on.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us. And if anything else comes up, feel free to dive in with your thoughts. And appreciate you coming in. All right. I think next is Mike. Is that Mike?
Yes.
Mike, go ahead. How's it going, Mike?
Is it me? It is going so well.
Good. That's good.
I am very happy. First, I need to say I completely agree with the Chinese radios. I was just having this conversation with someone else. I don't remember who, but I kind of think I'm just done reviewing these Chinese radios.
No, right? That's what I feel.
I'm so over it. I'm so over it. And like you said, so I bought one of those $18 Baofangs.
Yeah.
After I bought that 5RM that was a piece of garbage.
Uh-huh.
The damn thing is clean.
I know. It's crazy.
It's $18. Why would you buy any other variant Chinese radio? There's just not a reason to.
I mean,
they all
how
do
long
the
have they
same
been making
thing.
it now? How long have they been making that radio now? Since 2012? So they're
Something like that, yeah.
they're
Before
super
I've been a
old.
ham.
And they've gotten it all sorted out now. So the $18 Baofeng works great.
Yes. So I had the privilege, what the hell is it, of spending thousands and thousands of dollars yesterday.
Oh.
Now I'm trying to find the
It has
picture.
been my privilege.
There it is. I'm going to drop this in the chat. The old K-Murder Mobile, kind of on her way out.
Uh-oh.
So I had to make an upgrade.
Okay.
So
okay.
I just bought me a Ford Explorer.
Oh, which one?
2019 XLT.
XLT. Okay.
Is the picture not in the live chat yet?
No, I'm literally copying the affiliate link for the $18
Definitely get the affiliate links. So I bought it yesterday. I literally went to the car dealership yesterday to get my inspection on the K-Murder Mobile, and I stopped by the used lot, and a guy came up to me. He was just there. I don't even know how he got there. He just materialized, the salesman, and we started talking, and he drove me around the golf cart and showed me a couple cars, and he showed me this Explorer that they just got in, and I was like, and it was like in crap condition on the inside. It was just not bad. It was just dirty. So I took it for a test drive. The thing drove like it was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And the price was right. And I'm like, you know what? And I've been knowing I needed a new car for like at least a year and a half. Like my Fusion is just, I'm scared driving it. It's just completely rusted underneath because it's a Michigan car and all the salt and crap.
Yeah.
So like it's time. So I just bought this.
Wait, so now I'm not seeing a picture. Did you drop it in the live stream chat? Or
no, I dropped it in the in the live stream chat.
I don't see it either.
I don't see it.
What the hell? Oh, maybe I should hit it. There we are. There
you go.
With the tinting and the silver and the rims, that's cool, man. That looks great.
Yep. Yeah, it's got the navigation system and everything. It's nice. It's real nice.
That is cool.
The problem is, so I bought it yesterday. I picked it up today, and ever since yesterday, I'm like, where the hell am I going to put my ham radio stuff? Like, where am I going to mount antennas? I have no idea. I was looking at it today when I brought it home. I'm like, I'm like looking at mounts yesterday online and stuff. So I've got to I think I need to put the mounts on the hood because like the tailgate ain't happening. And I'm not going to get those like roof rack mounts. I'm not going to do that. So I need to figure something out. But
you
yeah,
need a Shane appointment is what you're saying. You need a Shane appointment.
Yeah. Where's Queefy?
This could not be more in his wheelhouse of any vehicle than the Explorer. He can get you all set up. You need the QFI effect.
Queefy needs to come out to Texas.
I can help you with that. Is your shifter in the center console or on the column?
No, it's center console.
Oh man, you are so screwed.
Why?
In those vehicles, the only decent place to put any remote heads, unless you use one of those Lido mounts, is the center console.
Oh, Lido mounts are great.
I've got Lidos. I've made videos on Lidos like years ago. That's old.
Oh, I know. I'm just
only concerned about my antennas.
Yeah.
Roof mount.
I just said I'm not going to do. See, here's the thing where people don't listen to the questions or the expectations.
No, I heard you, Mike. I heard you. I'm still 110% die on this hill. Drill the hole in the roof.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't do that either.
That's tricky.
So I know. So like Vern, when we were at Vern's house before New Year's, we installed Renee's radio, her VHF radio, and she has, I think it was a Ford Expedition. So there's like these metal brackets that like bolt under the hood. So I need to just call Vern. I don't know what the hell that was, but I was looking under my hood and it looked a little different than the Expedition. So I don't know if like those brackets will work. I'm looking online for brackets. See, here's another guy commenting, roof rack crossbar mount. I said I am not putting my antennas on the roof rack. You guys got to listen.
Hey, Mike.
No, you're wrong, Mike. You have to put them on a roof rack. It's tradition.
What, Mike? What if you had one of those like electric arms that like rotate down, like
That would be sweet, but no.
Do you have a pull bar on your
Just get one of those military style, like 12-foot whips that you just like literally bungee cord from your front bumper down to like the back of the roof.
And how do you suggest I attach that?
The front bumper you don't have.
So, yeah, definitely not searching for advice here.
Yeah.
I want to make that clear. I was making the comment that I need to figure it out.
But Mike, we're
Because I don't
ham
want
radio
to-
operators. We have to tell you what to do. When you even post something like you don't know the answer, we have to immediately jump in with our thoughts on what it should be.
And we're getting 50 different answers, too.
Mike,
If somebody has a 2019 Ford Explorer, yeah, see, Scott just posted that in the link. I was looking at that. The problem is the picture of that doesn't look, so like if you actually click on that link, the picture that they showed mounted to the car doesn't look anything like that bracket. But that's what I'm talking about, what WM7C posted.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking, but
Mike, I'm not giving you advice, but on my Bronco, I use one of those Nagoya lip mounts on the hood up towards the front by the trail side, and that works great for me.
See, I've got the K400 mounts. I don't think I could Nagoya on my car. No disrespect, but my trunk my hood is like rounded in such a way, and there's like gaskets on it. I don't think those K400s. I don't think I can do like a lip mount.
Are you
there's that
height?
Oh, I see what that's doing now. No, I'm not worried about height. I see what that's doing now. Alex just posted. Because I've looked under my hood again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just goes in between the gap between the hood and the fender.
Yeah, see, I didn't see that that black bit that's going over that mount on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
I couldn't put my head around what the heck that was until now I'm looking at it again because I've opened my hood. I've opened my hood since I got it home. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking of doing. And then I'll probably have to get an NMO and I'll have to get a new Comet antenna. And then I've got to figure out the SO239 situation for the ATOS because I'll have to put the ATOS on the other side. Oh, here Joe got some pictures. Yes.
Trailer hitch?
I'd have a trailer hitch, no. I wouldn't put an HF antenna on a trailer hitch anyway.
Yeah.
You can use a lip mount in the back gate as well. And
I can't. I already looked. There's not enough flat surface to put a lip mount.
Gotcha.
Okay. But I would still want the aerial higher than the body of the truck, and it's glass halfway up, so it's. Jody, how does that glass mount work?
Not well.
Use my comment, and I don't think I go that route.
I have a comment. I had a glass mount for years, and it worked great.
Yeah, it worked way better than people tell you. I got this.
What about a pinch mount on the door?
Yeah, I try. I don't know if there's enough room. I thought about that, but I really want to have them on the hood. I think with those nut brackets.
Yeah, the brackets look cool.
Jody's interior, his center console is very, very, very similar to mine.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about mounting the radios. I'm worried about mounting the antennas. So.
Yeah, I've got my ATOS on the hood.
So.
And I'm using the 400 mount.
Mike, you might not be able to do the ATOS on that bracket, but that bracket looks great for the hood mount. That'd be great.
No, I should be able to do the ATOS.
I have two of those on my Ford Ranger. It's the same concept. I think they got them out of Canada. But also, you can use that as your mounting point for your braid when you want to bond the hood to the fender as well. So it's a good bonding point. But they're the mismatched material, so you got to make sure you put that lecture.
You got to remember who you're talking to here, buddy.
All right. Just watch for corrosion.
I have done 0 grounding and bonding on my Fusion, and I'm sure that'll change if I. There's more room under the hood in my Explorer than there is in my Fusion, so I can probably actually get to things. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that mount, and I'll probably just have to get a bulkhead connector, an SO239 bulkhead for the ATOS for that. I suspect would work.
That hole might be too close to where the hood comes down for how thick the base of the ATOS is.
That's what I'm saying. It might not work for that.
Yeah.
Plus, it's pretty thin. It's pretty thin, and that thing's going to take some wind load, and it's going to start tilting on you. It will. I promise.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do with the ATOS.
You could make your own pretty easily, honestly, out of maybe a little bit of thicker steel with a different profile. Just bend it in a vise.
There's very little gap in the hood when it's closed too. So
I think somebody already said you got a trailer hitch or you don't.
I do not.
Could you? I mean, trailer hitch is what I know a lot of guys do with ATOS and screwdrivers and vehicles, unibody setups like this, and they just put a ball, like a little hitch mount on the back, but then it's actually really good ground point if it's going to the frame, and they just ground the crap out of it with some braid, and they run the ATOS
but
out
the
back.
problem with that, first I'd have to get a hitch installed.
It's not that expensive.
Then, if I ever want to open my tailgate, which I suspect will be quite regularly,
that's true. Good
point. I'd have to take the antenna off.
Yeah,
so
that's true. And that
I'm kind of like it's going on the hood.
Yeah, surprisingly,
I'm thinking right now.
The ATOS, the thread pitch and how deep the threads go on that ATOS, when you start screwing that thing on, you are there for a good minute. Like, it feels like you are turning every thread. It is using every bit of that thread on that ATOS. It uses all of it. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'll have to think about that, too. I don't know. That's a good challenge.
By the way, the trunk, is that an automatic, or that hatch?
Yeah.
Or is it?
I don't have like your foot under it and it opens, but yeah, it's all self-opening.
Okay, be very careful putting a mount on it, because I did that and mine is now broken, or the lifts are broken.
I don't think I can put a mount on it.
I managed to put one under or like on the lip of it, but it pushed the thing out just enough. And over time, with that thing going up and down, it wore the motors out in the lift.
But do you have a Ford?
No, I've got a Kia. You've seen my van.
That's why. I know you have a minivan, but I don't know what kind it is.
Wait, which van did you have? Don, which van do you have?
Ford because
Kia Sedona.
Oh, okay. My wife got the Carnival. She loves it. It's
Oh.
great. Mike, you know the solution is... Oh, no, it's a Ford, so it's aluminum. I was going to say, you need the 3-magnet solution from MFJ to slap that ATOS right on the top of your damn roof.
Crap, I didn't even think about it, because I was thinking of throwing a mag mount on the roof just temporarily with my HT, just for, putzing around town, but shoot.
You need the big one.
Explorers aluminum?
The Explorers are aluminum, I'm pretty sure. Isn't all Ford aluminum now? Aren't they all aluminum?
Probably.
I know the F-150s and the 250s.
Pretty much the aluminum.
The good news is it's a unibody, so if I like bond it to the chassis, like that's a huge bit of metal that it's going to be grounded to.
Yeah, that's
Gentlemen, I have an Explorer with a triple magnet mount on top with an ATOS.
There we go.
What year Explorer though?
Mine's a 17.
So
it's the same generation.
Several people in the chat are saying that the roof should be steel, Mike. So you might still have a way.
Like I'm not putting a mag mount there permanently.
No.
I got a 2020 and there's aluminum on it.
Yeah, but not only it's metal, but the ribs that run along the top are placed exactly for a triangular 3-magnet mount.
Boom.
You don't hit any ribs. They fit right in the middle. I run my 2-meter antenna, my Comet 2-meter antenna on it, and I run my ATOS. I switch them back and forth. They both have SO239.
Okay,
so when I'm using one or the other, that works really well. And the ATOS works without any grounding. It just works.
Nice.
So, Mike?
That's good to know, but you have to factor in my OCD. I don't want coax draped across the roof of my car.
Yeah.
It's got to be a clean install.
This is
you won't fit it. So if you tuck it in straight across along the rail, it tucks right down in the back. You wouldn't even know it's there.
But Mike,
I have the same setup on my Yukon, except I did put a cross member on my Yukon for my antennas. But same setup, straight down the back, down the crease of the back, easy on the coax. It doesn't pinch it or anything. And I bring it in from the bottom.
Tailgate?
A little white black tape, man, does the job.
Okay, so Mike, this is a $50 temporary solution until you find something more permanent, so you can do ATOS on your vehicle. So yeah, you're gonna have coax around the place, whatever, because you're probably just gonna take the mount off with the antenna, put it back in the vehicle or whatever when you're not using it. But when you need it, you can just boop right on top. You're good to go, and then it's temporary. Take it down, no big deal until you get something.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got mag mounts and stuff. I've got all that stuff. But I'm not thinking temporary. I'm like, I just bought a new car. I need radios in it now.
What is Breedlove?
So I have a comment.
We should check into Breedlove. Go ahead, Connor.
So I actually have one of our local guys who has an Explorer. And he has his mount, his K400 mount, on, I think it's either the driver's side or the passenger side rear door. And I don't know for Mike if that's going to matter for height reasons, because this guy parks in a garage, so he takes his ATOS off every time. Let me see if I can go on Facebook. I'm going to see if I can go on Facebook and find a picture for you.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, so I've got Diamond K400 mounts. If I can hook one of those up to my door, I might do that temporarily. But again, I kind of want my antennas on the hood. Yeah. Okay.
So the Diamond doesn't rotate like the.
That's not a Diamond. That's a Comet. I can tell just by the rust.
Yeah, the Comet one, like the one I posted, it's got you can adjust it both up and down, sideways, and. Yeah.
I've gone through at least two of those.
Yeah, that's how he has his hooked up to his Explorer.
Yeah, I hate the coax going through the door though.
Yeah, I don't like that either. But as a temporary solution, I might do that because I have that mount. But if that works, I would just use my Diamond K400 because the Diamond K400 is literally the best antenna mount for like lip mount type stuff like that.
You should see how beat up mine is. I've had mine for just 20 years, and it still works.
Your Diamond or your Comet?
My Comet CT, whatever it is.
Yeah. I have that exact mount. I just threw one out a year ago and put a new one on it, and I just replaced that a few weeks ago with Diamond K400 because I have a K400 for my ATOS.
Right.
So I picked up a brand new used K400 at Huntsville last year for like $40. I couldn't pass it up. The K400 is the best mount.
All right. So I got it. I got it, Mike. You go with the Breedlove ball mount. Punch a hole right through the C mount of your vehicle, and just pop that sucker.
What is it? What is the C mount?
The C mount, the C arm of the.
You can't define a word with the word, Josh.
Sorry, C pillar. So the C pillar is behind the rear seats. So between that little window in the back, you put that sucker in. There you go.
Yeah, that's not happening.
And Mike, I will say this much. If you don't want holes, do not get Shane Queefy to come out because you will find holes.
No, he did.
I watched his install video. He did a nice job.
Alex got there. It is. There's the C pillar. He's got a picture of it right there. That's what you do, Mike.
Yeah, that's
it's a little smiley face. It's a little smiley face. You're good.
It's only 6 holes.
It's only 6 holes.
Lost your damn mind. Have you guys seen any of the metal work that I've done on my channel? It's bad. It is really bad.
Yeah, but you got 6 opportunities to get it right here.
Oh no!
You're a master with a drill.
Yeah.
It's not the problem. It's the headliner that you got to pull out.
That's easy.
The headliner? No.
Read my lips. I am not drilling holes in my car.
Yeah.
And Don,
You said you have guns, right? What if you just shoot them through the car?
Yeah, speed holes. Just shoot some speed holes through there. You're good.
I got my 12 gauge. I'll put some slugs in it. Done and done. That's what, a 3/4 inch hole?
You have the bucket seats in the back.
Yes.
Red. Be careful of the
Okay, well, between the two seats, right, I mounted my 5100 underneath the seat on the passenger side. I used one of those little flexible arms to hold the head. And clean installation, everything went under the carpet. You never saw a piece of wire.
Yeah, again, I'm not worried about mounting the radios. That is not my concern. Again, my concern is mounting the antennas, and I want them on the hood.
What about rear tail?
At that triple magnum mount, you might be surprised. You can't even see it.
What about Mike? What about rear tail light? Rear tail light.
The rear, so the back. I don't know if you can see it in the picture that I posted, but the back of the Explorer, it's the K-Murder Exploder. I'm calling it.
Good. I bet I already have a name for it. Excellent.
Yeah. Has what they call a spoiler. Yeah, you can't really see it in the picture.
No.
But there's that tail light. And I already looked on that site where you bought yours. They only make them for trucks.
Yeah.
So that's not an option.
You gotta get yourself a truck, man. You're in Texas.
There's a kit that replaces the shark fin antenna for the FM with a NMO mount. You can mount right there.
He still wants to have a radio. Still wants to have a radio.
Yeah.
Who uses their FM? You're all streaming now.
Oh, I don't.
You can put the FM. No, I listen to Sirius XM Liquid Metal and Howard Stern, and that's it.
Oh wow. Okay. I
then you don't need your FM.
No, but I'm also
2 meter antenna work for that.
How compromised of an antenna is that to replace that little shark fin with a
It's a mount.
lights into the metal?
It's an
mount.
SU-39.
It's got the teeth.
Yeah, you replace the whole shark fin with a whole new mount. It has a GPS antenna and an MMO mount in it, and it just goes through the same hole.
Interesting.
I don't know why you're worried about getting an antenna when you know
right.
you can tune the signal stick.
I gotta take back some. Jeez. Great ideas. Mike has so many things to think about. Everybody did the best job. The best job. All right, we got to go back a step here because I saw Grayman Poda come in. So, Grayman, we're going to come back to you. So we're still trying to say hi to the YouTubers before we get to the questions. Don't worry, we're going to hang out for a while, guys. Don't get antsy in the pantsy. Grayman, what are you up to?
Man, I tell you, I just got back home probably 10 nights ago from up by Chicago. My son had the Indiana State competitive, I don't know, Indiana State Scholastic team chess championship for his school he was representing. So we just got back and did some POTA while I was up there. Was on the Indiana Dunes, unfortunately, and I'm staring out over whitecaps coming in from Lake Michigan, and I got called away. I had to head back, so I didn't even get my antenna deployed. But just busy weekend and doing that stuff, and hopefully I'll have the video probably for Tuesday night.
Oh, good, buddy. That's awesome. Good to hear it. Well, thanks for joining us. And did he do well in the chess tournament, or how'd it go?
So he scored 4.5 points in the tournament individually, but it was a team tournament.
Okay.
So he, out of the 5 rounds, he won 4 and tied in 1. The team as a whole placed 23rd out of 40-some teams. But generally, the difference between like 3rd place and 20th place is minimal.
Yeah.
Tenths of a point.
Yeah. That's awesome. Chess is. I love chess, but I'm not very good at chess. The kids started playing it, and we're now in a situation where Edison and Ben are playing. And Edison, the younger son, is pretty consistently beating Ben, and there's some tensions, hot tensions in the Nels household because of chess. But I love this. I love it. Great game. All right, moving down the line. Let's see.
Is that okay?
All that chat about Mike's antennas. A little interesting evening there. All right. Let's see. Lou's in the chat. How's it going, man?
Hey,
Are you on, Mike? There he is. How's it going?
How's it going tonight?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Today was interesting. Went out to the official grand opening of the new Gigaparts location and attempted and failed to live stream multiple times. The highlight of that was KM4 ACK jump scaring me while I was staring at the screen on the GoPro, trying to see if the audio was working properly. And I got to see this blurry form come flying from around the end cap, and it's Jason. And that's kind of the highlight of the clips. I went ahead and posted them up because, why not? But the rest of it I just filmed. But if you guys haven't seen either of the Jasons, 2.0 or ACK, their videos of the place, and I've got a couple of them up now too, but it is absolutely incredible. And in fact, earlier tonight I got an email notice from one of the VECs that I work with, that they are moving their testing to the classroom at the new Gigaparts. So there's a very large classroom in there that's going to be hosting a lot of events. So when you're in Huntsville, anybody out there, if you're in Huntsville, make sure you go check it out because it's something else.
Yeah, the ever-growing list of things that I have to go to when I get to Huntsville. So the Friday, I guess I'm going to try and cram this all in on Friday. I got to go to Gigaparts. I got to go to Buc-ee's. I got a whole list of things that I got to hit. So. Right on. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate that. All right. Paul. Hey, Paul, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Is that me, Paul?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, hey, Josh. Thanks. Yeah, let me finish solving Mike's antenna issue first.
Oh, yeah. He's going to love that. Please.
Please do.
No, he already proved he can tune a signal stick, so he really just needs to install one of those. Yeah, so I did a tower climb today. We fixed a couple of our Arden, one Arden radio. We had to swap out the dish. The Arden radio had busted or burnt in the Texas sun or something.
Uh-huh.
And we relocated 2 of our Ubiquiti cameras, the weather cameras we use. So I live streamed that today, and my buddy Mike on getting out and live stream from the ground the same time I live streamed from the top of the tower. And then I just finished putting together the 2-hour GoPro, which was running the whole time. And I'll probably post that tomorrow. But yeah, Sunday night I'll probably do free DV, the digital HF app, which I started getting into and trying to learn, but I got to coordinate that with my friend to test it. So that's about it, though. Thanks, Josh.
Right on. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. All right. And then I think last on the list is Tim, K0SSD. How's it going, man?
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm host here. Haven't done too much in radio. I've been preparing for my Hex Beam. My Hex Beam is delivered on Friday, so I had to buy some tools. I had drill press and stuff to make the mast and all that. We'll be doing videos on the installation of that, but might be a few days because we finally got some snow. It's been snowing here all day, and looks like it's going to snow most of the week. So, other than that, working a little DX, stuff like that. So, anyway, hey, thanks for remembering me. Thanks, Frank. See you guys.
Yeah. Now, I will say, Frank has been very helpful in the sense that there are a lot of new YouTubers who are, and when I say YouTubers, I mean they're actually creating content on YouTube. And unfortunately, I haven't met all of you like in person and stuff like that. So a lot of you are names, and occasionally I don't see your videos come across, even though I think I'm subscribed to most of you, just because of how YouTube works. So apologies if I don't remember everybody, but Frank's got your back there, so I do appreciate him taking the time to do that. So thank you very much.
I try what I can.
Yeah, it's very nice you're taking care of the other YouTubers. That's very nice to do that.
Hey, maybe you could answer one quick question for me.
I do have to take a potty break, but go ahead.
This is quick.
Yeah.
Just explain this. We're doing FT8.
Mm-hmm.
I made a contact with you when you first started up. You were plus 10. I was plus 9. But it went through like 1, 2, 3, done. And other ones take forever. What the heck is the difference?
How high? I was plus 10 and you were plus 9?
Correct.
Yeah, that's why. That's why. Because there was no back and forth. We just made it. We're just done. So if we don't have a problem making any copy, there's no failure step. So like most of the ones I'm making right now, they're just boom. It's 1, 2, 3 done. Because You send me your grid square. I reply back with the signal report you're coming in at. Then you come back with your signal report of what you heard me at. Then I say RR73, and then we're done. You say 73, but even if I don't get a 73 from you, we're done. It's done. It's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed that, and it happens sometimes, but when I connected to you, I looked up, I go, oh, I got Josh. I look back and it's done.
Yeah. If you got a good signal path, it's very fast. Very fast. Like, so right now I've got a guy, I've sent him, he's +2 to me, but I've retransmitted twice now, and I haven't got the reply back from him. And that sometimes happens. It gets into a,
Well, you were +10, I was +9, and that's a pretty good signal from South Dakota. Take it easy, buddy.
Yeah, we at +10 and +9, you and I could just talk on single sideband easily. So I'm going to. Oh wow, Ham Radio for Non-Techies just did 5 super chat memberships or super extra memberships. That's amazing. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Is he in the chat? Is he in the voice chat?
I don't see him in here. Let's hear it. It was PA, SSDA, Sean Whelan, The Damned, The Happy Ham, and our own Mike Smith G0RFD got one.
And Sean Whelan's always in. Most of these people are all in the chat, so that's great. That's awesome. So congratulations, guys, and again, thanks for doing that. Appreciate that. Ham Radio for Non-Techies. Make sure to check him out too. Ham Radio for Non-Techies. So we're going to come back. Well, no one is going anywhere. You guys can talk freely, but I need to run to the restroom really quick. So we will be hitting a hard-hitting APRS question when we get back. So stick around, and you guys continue talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Until then, we can help Mike with his antenna.
That's right. Continue to batter him with ideas.
Don, more importantly, you need to help Mike with his APRS antenna problem.
Oh, yeah.
Well, somebody posted that little lip mount, or that thing that you roll up in the window from MFJ for an HT. I've used those. They work really well.
So I'm looking at this mount, this no-hole mount, that the mount that I was looking at yesterday that does what I want to do. But the cable assembly is RG58U, which is going to be too thick to fit in the gap. I need like LMR 174, preferably RG316, and because it's lower loss. So I might have to buy this cable assembly solely for the connector and dissect it and make my own.
Well, did you the 400 that you bought, the 400 mount diamond, did that come with coax that was like that?
Yeah, but it's
really thin stuff.
That's what I want. That what's on the diamond is RG316, which is what I want and what I need. And so the problem is, I don't know if the K400s will fit on my lip. Even if they do, it's not what I want. I want those metal bits because. Okay, who cares why? It's what I want, right? It's my car, damn it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know it's an outcome. I wouldn't mind it either because the K400 it bounces around as you're going down the road, and eventually it lets go. I don't have much problem. Yeah,
Don, my ATOS regularly sees 100-mile-an-hour winds with the K400. I'm not worried about that.
Well, I've only had that happen twice, and one time it was on the way back from Alabama. But the nice thing I think about where you're looking at is, like in my car anyway, you can run that cable directly through there's an opening right next to the door, and it just goes right through into the inside of the car. And so I didn't have to drill any holes like through the firewall or any of that other crap, which I hate doing that too. I've done it once. I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, I was poking around for everyone said, oh, there's a grommet in the firewall. I sure as hell didn't see one. So yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go through the fender or the door and all that crap.
Well, I did find the grommet, but I never even felt comfortable going through the grommet. And
if I could
really
find
tight
that
fit.
grommet, I would rather go through that. But to go underneath the, through the fender and the door and all that crap, like I don't really care where it goes through, as long as I don't see wires. I don't care one way or the other.
Mike,
The only consideration for that is that you need to make sure that you're nowhere close to the muffler when you're riding a wire. That was the thing that I ran into, trying to get it away from the muffler to reach where that grommet was.
Check under the carpet too. I know, like I got an F-150, and underneath the driver's side carpet, there's a couple actually good rubber grommets to get through easily too.
Yeah, so if they come through the
Pickup
floor.
trucks are a lot easier to work with. Like
They are.
every video that I've seen of like an install on a pickup truck was just like, oh, they work.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So somebody's posting.
Well, getting through the firewall was a giant pain on mine too. But just check underneath the floor on the driver's side. There might be there's a couple of them there on my truck for some reason.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, I will leave it at this. What you want are lip mounts. What you need are holes in the roof.
No, you're wrong on both accounts. I don't want lip mounts, and I'm not putting holes in my car. So Comms Check posted the exact thing that I need. So that's I'm gonna $50. That's,
Oh yeah, you didn't know about that guy? Yeah, that would go in that little bracket easily. That's what I use.
yeah.
And
so
they're-
when you were gone, the link for American Radio Supply with the metal bracket that I want. The mount has like RG58U coax, which is way too thick to go in the gap between my trunk. I need the RG316 that the Diamond K400 has. And Comms Check, thank you, posted that in the chat here. So that, I think, is the solution. And would you believe I just bought a couple of those stupid adapters for my other Comet mounts? So, all right, cool. That's the solution. Thank you, Comms Check. And thank you, whoever posted that metal bracket. I saw it yesterday, but I didn't think it would work. But now it makes sense after I've looked underneath my hood again today. So,
see, we solved mine.
I think I'm spending about another $160 plus shipping to get on
that
the air
mount's
here.
good. I use that in the Nissan Leaf. So
The metal one, the metal bracket.
So I've used all the Diamond brackets. I've used a Comet bracket. I've also used that Diamond C211. And literally that little head that goes on for the PL239, without the head, I snaked that through the firewall without any problem. Or not the firewall, but the rear fender area. No problem.
Yeah.
It worked really well.
Yeah, I think that's my solution.
Now, on the inside of that mount, there's a long opening, and I assume that you're saying there's a screw that you're screwing that into that already exists.
Yes.
Is that ground?
So if you're looking at that picture with like the red truck and that metal bent bracket thing, yeah. So underneath that black plastic is a screw that attaches to it. Yes.
Yeah, mine doesn't have a screw. Have the black plastic, but the screw does exist. I know exactly how that would work. I may replace the K400 with that.
All right.
As long as
I'm moving on. Okay, go ahead, Sean. I know you tried to get in there a couple times. Go ahead.
One quick. Make sure you get the right hole size on that bracket because they're specific. If you get an NMO mount and you're trying to do an SL239,
sure,
you'll have a bad day. So I'm just want to pass on.
No, I'm doing SL239, and that's what this one looks like.
So get SL239, and then if it's not right, harbor freight step bits or punch tape.
Already have.
Hog it out. The answer to all your questions is hog it out. All right, so we're coming back with a very important APRS question. My favorite mode of operation from Lars. Lars, what's up?
Okay, so I set up the APRS in my mobile radio, and it's beaconing out. It's on the right frequency. It's doing all the things it's supposed to do, but I am confused by something, and I tried looking it up, and I can't find anything. Okay. When I go to the settings for this radio, and I'm assuming it's similar to most APRS compatible radios. I know Mike loves this topic, so I apologize. Let me pull up the settings right now. So under APRS beacon, the standard APRS settings, there's the path, the digipath.
Yeah.
Right now, I have it set to wide 1-1 and wide 1-2, which is, from what I don't understand what that means, but I was told set it to that. I said, okay. There's additional paths here that I can fill in.
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
Great question.
Okay.
So almost there are very few situations where you would have to increase the paths on that. You might want to create a path if you wanted to say chase the ISS APRS beacon. They do use a different APRS pathing system, and it's not wide. I think it's like ARIS 1-1 or usually ARIS 1-1.
Romeo India 0 ISS is what it is now.
Yeah. So yes, you would create that path if you were using the ISS to pass your beacon through. If someone wanted to build their own APRS network off of the APRS frequency and they had their own digipeater setup, they may adopt a different wide system. I don't know internationally if APRS is a standard for the re-beaconing. Wide is basically how many times your beacon gets retransmitted before it stops. So wide 2.2 basically gives you 2 hops with a digipeater versus wide 1 is just one repeater and then a re-beacon. So you could have to restructure it. It's almost always wide, though. I've never touched that other than those two reasons.
Okay. So on this radio, for example, I have the options for wide 1-1. Another option for wide 1-1-1-2.
Yeah.
Then, like I said, there's 4 pathing options I can set. I can path 1, path 2, path 3, path 4.
Yeah.
Then there's full, which is taking to 4 sets of 2. 4 sets of 2 paths. I'm assuming. So does that mean like I could put in wide 1-1, wide 1-2, and then 2 other or 3 other?
If I'm thinking correctly in my head, those are some of them are at least going to be user settable that you can go in and retype it, reform it if you want.
Right, that's what these are. All of these are usable. Like I can type these all in manually. Yeah.
So without, I can explain how the wide re-beaconing system works, but you're generally going to want to leave it on wide 1-2, and then that's it. You're fine. You don't need to do anything more than that.
Okay.
If you decide to chase the ISS with beaconing, then you would need to create a user whatever for that application, and you would have to switch between the two.
There is one exception to that with the wide 1-1 versus 2-1. If you're in a situation like Mike, you may have to use wide 3-1 to get 3 hops in order to reach the digipeater or the iGate to get out to the internet service.
Yeah, so this is a very important nuanced point, and everybody listening and watching, APRS, all the traffic exists on one frequency. And if you transmit to a digipeater and you give it something like 3-1, that means it's going to retransmit that beacon 3 times. And if you are in an area like me that is very dense with digipeaters and a lot of them are iGate compatible, blah, 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 then your beacon is going to get to an iGate. It's going to get to the internet. It's not going to be a problem. But if you are in an area where you are unfamiliar with how well the APRS coverage is, then you may want to go with 2-1 or whatever. 3-1 is, I don't even know that the 3-1 is even accepted on digipeaters anymore. I think it tops out at 2 now. But you may want to go with 2.
In the very remote areas, like up in the Sierras, like the deep Sierras, 3-1 is still used.
Yeah, okay. And that's all it's doing. The hope, what that is trying to do is, if you're into a digipeater, and then that digipeater is going to retransmit, and the idea is that hopefully that digipeater hits another digipeater, which then retransmits. And the goal is that it's going to digipede or hop until it finds an eye gate, and that eye gate is going to then put it on the internet. That's the goal for the retransmitting of beacons. That's what it's doing.
Okay. So then, because there's an option to just turn it off, and I don't see the point in that.
Don't do that. No, don't do that. I would.
Well, no, I wouldn't, but I just don't. I'm just trying to make sense of these options in here because I read the manual like 3 times and it wasn't explaining any of this. I tried looking it up and I couldn't find any definitive answer to it.
So do this. What I would start out doing is go with the double hop. So it's going to be 2-1 is likely what it is. Set it to 2-1 or whatever the 2 option is. Set it to that, and then go around, do whatever it is you want to do with APRS. And if you're having a fine time in beaconing, try and lower it to 1 if you can. And if you're still able to get it out to APRS.FI or some remote ham that's way beyond line of sight from you, and they're still getting their messages, then you can leave it at 1-1. But anytime you need to get out further, you just keep increasing those wide options until you get as many hops as needed to make the contact or get the information out.
Okay. I think that answers my question.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate
and looking at where you're at there, based off of your last beacon 3 days ago, you're within spitting distance of, looks like 3 different eye gates. So I would say 2-1 is sufficient in your area.
There you go.
All right. Thank you.
So I was, Shane blew up my phone a couple of days ago. Has anybody gotten Kuwait on HF recently? There's a station in Kuwait that's making...
Dude, I saw them spotted. I could hear the pilot, but I couldn't hear the station.
Yeah, so where I was at, I was fooling around with that Manpack radio, the Guhotech Manpack radio, in my backyard with the Manpack whip that it comes with. Literally, the whip shoots out of the top of the radio. I was hearing that guy at an S9
Holy crap.
last night. That's how loud that guy is.
Too bad you're using that radio.
I know. I was trying to get it going on FT8, and I was poking around on single sideband, and I heard him. I threw my call in a couple of times, but I didn't expect to make it in. But yeah, that guy is loud as all get out. It was very impressive.
Is he just doing FT8 or is he doing sideband too?
Sideband. It's just sideband, and it's like the dude's S9 to California.
Wow, that's
because you got that meme.
No, I was on the Manpack. It was on that Manpack vertical S9. It was crazy. Somebody said, "Is there a photo of that Manpack somewhere?" Yeah. If you go to my Instagram, I have a video of me using it in the front yard. I have a video that's coming out. I'm hoping to get it out next week, but I'll grab a. Hold on, let me grab the website really fast.
While you grab that, I just want to say, Josh.
Yes, sir.
And all of your viewers, well, some of them, the ones who paid attention to my needs, my expectations, I want to say thank you for spending my money. I just ordered all the parts. Cost me about $200. And I screwed Ham Radio Outlet out of their shipping because the 2 cables that I needed were $49.95. So I was 10 cents below their $100 shipping for their $100 for free shipping. So I ordered some 15 amp power pole connectors only for another $7, and I saved myself $3 in shipping.
Interesting. All right. Nice to know.
That's how they get you.
HRO has very fast shipping. That is one thing.
No, they do not.
Yeah. Oh, I've never had a bad experience. You had bad experience?
So I just ordered some connectors for my diamond mounts from HRO. I ordered them on Monday. They just got here today, and they shipped from Plano, Texas, which is 3 hours north of me.
Wow, that's a long time. Maybe they out and they got them back.
No. They'd said in stock in Plano, Texas, which is the same place that I'm getting the wires for my antennas for my K-Murder Exploder. So it'll probably be another week. So tomorrow, I think I'm going to take my VHF radio. I'm going to hook it up to the cigarette lighter output in the back of my truck, and I'm going to throw a mag mount on, so at least I'll have VHF.
There you go. Here's a question in the chat. This is a good one. Question: is the Hermes Light 2 SDR the best radio? I don't want to be the end of it, especially now as I'm understanding the time of day and location you're trying to reach decides what band you need to use. So if you are coming into HF, like, and you're still like new to it, the Hermes Light is a good radio, but it's not necessarily the easiest to use for somebody that's like brand new. Would it be the best radio? Hermes Light doesn't have much power output, but Don is an avid user of the Hermes, so, you know, what are your thoughts, Don?
Well, I love the Hermes with the KXPA 100. That's one of the best setups I've ever.
He's got a fairly
and
nice
you know the
amp
joke
strapped
on
to it.
that, right?
What's the joke?
The joke, the $1,600 amplifier. That's what.
Right. So yeah, you slapped a $1,600 amplifier on a $400.
Yeah, just because it was sitting around. It came with my KX3 kit, but I've had good luck with the PA50 also, but I mean, the thing will work really well even with 5 watts on FT8. I've done that. I've got an Alaska and several DX stations just running 5 watts out of it. So, it just depends on band conditions, what band are you on, all the things that radio does. But I personally prefer the software that comes with the Anand style radios. I mean, you compare the noise reduction that I get on that radio or that set of software to that RM noise thing, and I swear they're identical. It just does that well on NR2. And I don't know if it's that easy for you to implement in software in a free program. Why the hell we don't have that in every stinking radio out there, I don't know.
Well, because it's an AI backend. It requires the internet on that application.
No. The Thetis is completely standalone.
Oh, you're talking about on the Anand. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about the NR2 built into Thetis. Gotcha. It is just, it really does eliminate noise as well as that RM noise thing. And that requires the internet, and it's a delay. And there is some delay in pulling, stuff out of an SDR into the computer, but my computer does all the work right there inside of it. And the Hermes I'm running, and I've got videos on this, you don't have to listen to me ramble, but I've got videos showing that I can run that on an N6000 Celeron. My Hermes, or my Anand, because of the diversity receive and the other things that I'm doing with Thetis, really does need like Core i5, Core i7. So, but don't be afraid of a Hermes and a cheap computer. In fact, I've known people to even run it on the crap top.
Yeah.
Thetis on the crap top and against a Hermes, and it works with FT8. So you're running WSJTX on top of it. So it does work. I would prefer a little more headroom than that. So something with a slightly faster processor. But it can all be done in 12 volts.
Excellent. Well, I will say, after having Jason, KM4, so many Jasons do it, KM4ACK on the live stream last week, I went to his channel, took out my original Jankopotamus, the first gen, the one that we bought online, and it was shipped to me before Micro Center was selling them in person. Followed his procedure. I've got Linux Mint running on it. I've got a backup running. It's doing its own little snapshots. I ran his 73 Linux. It is great. It's fantastic. And the best news about all of this, the most, I told him about this too, he was shocked. My Jankopotamus, I don't know, I think it's because I got a really early one. I have sound. I can play YouTube videos. I can do ham radio things. The sound card works, no problem. In Linux Mint, it's completely native. And he was like, "That's very rare. Most of them don't work. The sound cards don't work. We don't have the drivers." So I've got the rare Jankopotamus before they made it to stores. It was Dawn actually. Dawn was the one that was like, "Dude, you should check out this really cheap laptop." And it was before everybody caught the wind of it. I think it was because I didn't make a video on it yet. But Yeah, it's good, dude. It's actually a very good Linux laptop.
Yeah, there were like 4 or 5 guys in my club that were running around, all of the club members going, "You got to go to Micro Center and go get this, and I ignored them for like 3 or 4 months.
That was really early too. That was like before the word got out about it.
Well, that was in the days when you could pull that card out of it and put in a hard drive, right? Yeah.
That's exactly what I did. I bought the $30 SSD, like for 256 gigs. It goes in that LTE slot. So now I'm dual booting Windows. So that SSD card has Linux Mint running on it. And I still have my original SSD that's got the Windows partition all set up on it. So I can switch back and forth. It's nice. It is really nice. I'm very happy with it.
And I've got 2 that have that, or have the card in them, and 2 that don't. And on one of the ones with the card in it, I run Linux, and on the other one, I run Linux. I always have.
Yeah.
But I haven't tried the 73 Linux, which sounds good. Now, the ones I had, because I spend all my day in Linux, but I knew exactly, you just go get a driver and compile it and link it into the kernel. And I know exactly how to do that. So I found the driver online in source form and, did exactly that. And I've had Wi-Fi ever since. I've never messed with the sound cards just because I haven't needed to, but I would feel perfectly comfortable trying to figure out what chips in there and compiling the code for it. I'm not going to write the code for it. I'm done with that kind of stuff, but I certainly could try to find the right drivers.
Right on. Well,
but if you're saying 73 already has the drivers, one of the ones I have probably works too.
No, so I don't know anything about. So 73, I don't think he's doing anything with drivers. It's all ham radio software. I did follow that GitHub. So I just followed Jason's videos to the letter. I just put his videos on and just followed him to the letter. Wi-Fi is working with no problem. I did have to do a little GitHub, thing to pull the drivers down to install that. But once I did that, it was good. I did find I did pass this on to Jason. I did have to install the GitHub drivers, do a make install, get them running, then do 73 Linux. Then after 73 Linux on reboot, after doing an apt-get update upgrade, the Wi-Fi stopped working. So I went back in the directory, did a make uninstall, then a make install, and then reloaded them, and it was fine. It was all up and running. It was good to go. So that was
what it's doing in make install. I know how to do it by hand.
Well, I don't. I'm not a Linux guy, so I just stuck to what I knew, and that was it. It was nice at that point.
But yeah, the make install does it. And I have run Linux on those laptops since I bought them. So I've had it running for a long time. I didn't know it was a hard thing to do. Maybe I should have done it before. But and Ape was talking to me about it, and I told him how to do it. But I never thought that it was such a big deal to run Linux on one of those laptops because I've been doing it so long.
Right on. Well, there you go. All right. So hopefully we answered that question regarding the Hermes. But by the way, I think that the Hermes is probably. I haven't seen it yet. I may have to do it because mine's kind of sitting there being lonely. I may have to set up some kind of like POTA box for a Hermes and maybe use this micro PA50 to like get going on the air. I think that might be fun. I might do that.
Yeah, I actually took mine out to POTA one time not long ago. And again, I don't do it the way you like to do it, where I'm afraid of taking additional cables out there. So I took one of my mini PCs out there.
I'm so scared, Don. I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
I know you don't like him. That's fine. But I took out my little mini PC and the Roadcom monitor that I take out and the Hermes, and I sat there and ran 12 meters for I don't know 2 or 3 hours and just made FT8 contact after FT8 contact. But I don't know if Mike will back me up on this, but damn, you do so much quicker contacts for POTA on SSB than you do on FT8 almost all day. At least it seems like that to me.
I do.
Yeah.
See, that's
well, you're limited by time with FT8.
Right.
On sideband, I can make 2.5 contacts a minute.
Yeah, and I saw the same thing because it's like, wow, I've sat here for all this time and I've only made that many contacts. It's like I should have done a lot better. And of course, I was on 12, and I don't know, there wasn't a lot of guys on 12 at that time, so that might have done it. I don't know. For me, I just love 12 meters. I spend too much time on 12.
All right, let me jump in here. There was a question out of the Discord. Anyone have experience with the RFinder B1 Plus? I don't. RFinder Bob is
I'm kicking back.
good guy. We always hang out with him when he comes out to the Hamfest. I know Jason has worked with him for a long time, so Jason's probably going to be... Jason came for ACK. No, wrong one. Totally different one. Ham Radio 2.0 Jason.
Oh, yeah.
You need to go check out his channel. He has reviews of that equipment mainly.
Well,
and
he daily drives one. I mean,
he does. Yeah. Now, it is kind of expensive. It's kind of expensive. But... apparently it does a whole lot of stuff. So I don't have one. I don't know if I haven't decided yet. But I did buy an Android phone that I will be making a video on. I bought it specifically for amateur radio, so it's not really going to be like on a service or anything like that. But there's a reason I bought it. It's kind of special. So you'll have to wait to hear me talk about it. But it advertises a 5 to 7 day battery life, which... that screams amateur radio to me, so I'm excited to talk about it.
And Jason is also the U.S. provider for Bob at RFinder, since Bob's currently down in Mexico. I almost forgot, and I remembered last second, you actually had a question come across the Ham Radio Crash Course Facebook page.
Oh!
And I happened to catch it, and I just remembered it, so I'll bring it up. Does Josh have his 3D print file available for the Pine-Sil portable soldering iron? That came in from Jeremy 23 hours ago.
No. So, good question. Is it on the Facebook group?
It is.
Oh, then I gotta go back and look at it. I'll get the link. So I just by the way, anybody. Okay, here's my life hack for 3D printing. Just take whatever the thing is that you bought, and you're like, well, this is really cool. I wonder if there's 3D prints for this. And just type in the name of that thing, 3D print or STL, and then Google it. And then you'll get a whole list of things that are people that are, into this kind of stuff that have come up with all kinds of prints that you can just print whatever it is you like. That's what I do. And so that solder station kit, in fact, it's like right here. I'll show you real fast. So I have a Pine-Sil clamshell box, and it's got all the little bits in there. A couple of heads for my soldering iron, and that's a reel of solder and a little thing to dip your tip into. The cable's missing. I don't know how that went, but anyway, yeah. So yeah, you can find this online if you just Google Pine-Sil 3D print or Pine-Sil STL file, and that's all you need. Right on.
Yeah.
Would you Google Ford Explorer ham radio antenna mount STL?
STL? Yeah. The problem is that definitely will not hold up in ATOS. At least not any commercial printers.
Use the carbon fiber the kids are using now.
No, the carbon fiber doesn't necessarily add strength. It doesn't work that way on 3D prints. It's not the same because it's not woven.
It's not.
And then I know you want to get more questions, but in the list, you sort of forgot about Boondock Echo Mark, and I know Scott Ham Radio from Montecchi snuck in here too.
Okay, so we'll go back to Mark. Mark, how's it going, man? We'll come back to you and say hi to our YouTube friends and our other friends that are doing cool things in radio. How's it going?
Very sad. Had a bad day today. I went to HR to wait for a friend, and he just never came.
I got wrapped up. I woke up and my wife's like, well, I need you to work on something. I was like, okay.
You've been sweating.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
I was in and out in like 2 minutes. Don't even sweat it. But things are going pretty well. Boondock Echo, we've got our engineering samples that we're waiting to get back from overseas so we can approve those and get production rolling. Going to do a live show with you next weekend. Doing an AMA, Ask Me Anything for Sierra Circuits about, not exactly Boondock Echo, but if you have any questions about PCB design, so that's, I put that link up in the chat somewhere. I wouldn't go there myself, because if you go and ask questions, then I have to answer them. That's no good for me. And then we had an idea for yet another new product. I don't know if there'd be any interest or not. We haven't shopped it around yet. But when trying to find some harmonic distortion, I started tracing 5-volt power supplies. Wall warts, 5 volt from your computer. It's all incredibly noisy. So we're thinking about maybe making something to quiet all that down. So a lot going on.
Nice. All right. Well, thanks again, and yeah, I'm excited for next weekend because we're gonna do a little bit of a deep dive on the Boondock Echo, including offline running, which I was like, oh, this is interesting. So yeah, you could take this with you in your car. And then you could plug it or just bring it home and give it power. It'll sync everything up for you. So I'm really excited to hear some more about that. It sounds like a pretty fun thing that a lot of people will be interested in. So yeah, thanks again for all the help. And I will be. Oh darn! I gotta go to the HRO next week and take care of something. Great. So thanks, Mark.
It was good seeing you. Alex, real quick, says you were in and out of HR in only 2 minutes. Yeah, the answer to that was it was raining and I left my wife in the car. So
I make her go in. I always make her go in and talk to people, just so they can try and get her more focused on ham radio, which she should be. Just kidding.
She can monitor your purchases, huh?
Oh, you just crack the window and you're good.
Yeah, that's it. Very true. All right, ham radio for non-techies is in voice, man. How you doing?
Well, now my cover's blown. Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Just been busy with school and stuff. About to graduate from that, so that'll be fantastic. Start focusing a little more on my channel again. I've been backed up, actually. I've been shooting a video for an antenna that I've got now that I'm replacing another antenna here in the house. And I've just been trying to go through the build on that. I got about, a few hours of stuff I got condensed down to like a 35-minute video. So been working on that and working around my schedule, working around the weather and just life in general has just been kind of getting in the way lately. But I got a bunch of new videos coming out. Most of them are going to be antenna reviews and demonstrations, stuff like that. But yeah, I'm just getting back to swinging things again and just really enjoying life and just having a great time.
Excellent. Well, thanks for joining us, I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Leia already knows the real prices. She's no idiot. She can look up all the stuff. She's pretty smart. She knows. All right. So that means we can go back to the Discord here. Is there anybody still that we didn't catch? Maybe you were waiting. Maybe you got your audio sorted out. Wants to say hi or ask a question? Come forward now, please.
I'd actually have a question. Something out there for the R finder.
Sure.
I'd be hesitant if you're planning on using it on 70 centimeters because it is rather deaf on 70 centimeters.
Is that from a place of knowing, or where's that coming
place
from?
Of knowing, yeah.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah, it gets sold it because of it. But it gets brought up a lot in the commercial radio Discord as well. There's just something up with the filtering or something. It attenuates it quite a lot.
Okay.
I'm hearing positive and negative. And really what I'm looking for is an Android device. Josh, it's interesting that you're looking for that as well. And so as I looked across the Android device spectrum, that is one of the options that I was looking at. And I don't know. So thank you for the feedback.
But as far as ease of use, it is probably by far the best. Most of those radio-enabled devices you can buy, they have extremely jank firmware because all they do is slap an Android device together, put some random Android build, and then do very little on the radio side.
Okay. Well, so the best thing you can do if you're not getting a lot of feedback from people on a particular radio or some technology is pull them up on eHams, look at the reviews, or just Google things like RFinder not working or RFinder blah blah blah, and see what Google pulls up for you. You'd be surprised what you find if you pretend like you're having a problem with a piece of technology. So there you go. All right, there was somebody in there that said they were new or wanted to say hi or ask a question. Go ahead.
All right, so I actually have two questions, but the first one's kind of short. The first question is
we charge by the minute.
Someone limited with limited knowledge in terms of soldering, but I have soldered a few things. I just got the QDX in today. How difficult is that to put together?
It's intermediate plus. It's not an easy kit. It's okay. So I have put together harder kits, and I won't say that it's the toroid winding, but there is a lot of toroids. So if you're not, if you don't love toroid winding, that can be a bit problematic. It is on the upper intermediate side of soldering for sure. Do you have a good solder station?
Yeah, I have whatever my dad used to use before he passed. So it's like a Hako 951 or 891 or one of those like really good ones.
Okay. How? And then you say you're not very experienced in soldering. What does that mean? Like, almost give me your resume of what you've done before.
I've built like small things, but like nothing surface mount level, basically.
So you don't have to do any surface mounts with this kit. The surface mounts are all pre-installed. It's all through here.
So then I guess I probably should be fine then, as long as I have the right size solder and the right size tip.
Yeah, and I agree with Ted. Go check out some videos of people putting the radio together, and like, because there's tons of people that have built it on YouTube that you can watch videos for, and you can kind of follow along. If you're good with through-hole printing, you should be fine.
Okay. My second question was, in terms of amplifiers, right? I've been thinking about getting an amplifier, and I'm wondering if I should buy something, because obviously the price difference is huge versus like small amperage versus large amperage. If I should buy like a 500, 700 watt amplifier first just to get started, or should I just like almost buy once, cry once, and just get like full power, like a kilowatt, and then just tune that down in order to essentially learn when it comes to.
Are you 100 watt?
Yeah, FTDX10, so 100 watt.
How much you want to spend on an amp?
I have like an unlimited budget in terms of the amp, but it's more so do I start with the smaller wattage amplifier, or should I buy a big one?
Go to comment, and then we'll come back here, because I got some thoughts.
What antenna do you have to put the amp to power into? Because if you've got 4 inches of wet string, there's no point buying an amplifier.
Sure. So I have a DX Commander 9, and then I'm also considering buying a beam and like a small like 60 to 80 foot tower.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
So what coax are you feeding the DX Commander with? Because the coax matters when you're pushing power.
I think I have the ABR, whatever the thinner stuff is from HR. Let me go check. I forget exactly what it is.
Like a 218. Yeah, you probably want to up that.
Yeah, you probably just go to like 400 or something like that.
Yeah.
I'll wait for him to come back. But go ahead.
I'll say this just in case, price not being an issue. Buy once, cry once. That's the best way to do it.
PGXL.
Yeah, there's so many things that go along with having an amp. Like, you're gonna interface, like if you're in a small suburban home, you're gonna F with stuff. Like that's just gonna happen, right? There's a number of things that are just gonna be part of the process of having an amp. Whether you're running it at 1200 watts or legal limit or 500, 800 watts, it's just gonna muck with stuff. You kind of figure that out as you use it. I probably wouldn't like start out right out of the chute just like crank it up to legal limit, let's see what happens. It would probably be a step process to get to full power. I would say though that if I was doing it all over again and I was getting another amp, I probably would only be looking at solid state at this point. I don't think I would get another tube amp that you have to manually tune. I don't think I would do that.
Yeah.
And when I say buy once, cry once, I don't mean, buy it once and go full legal limit. I'm saying, get the 1500 watt amp and start out, at 100, 300 watts and work your way up until you find that cutoff point.
But see, that's where I'm going with this. Is if the question is, I'm only going to buy a tube amp, a legal limit tube amp versus a legal limit solid state, a little bit different, right? They're like almost two different animals, particularly in how you use them, interface them, all that stuff. Particularly with the way like technology is going these days. If I'm getting an amp again, I would make sure that it's like something that I could connect to the network, that I could control it remotely and other things like that. Because it's like if you're going to spend this kind of money, you want to have the extra features that go along with it, right? So I would come down off of legal limit and get something that was just 800 to 1000 watts if I had the ability to like remote into my station, which I already do with my 7610, but if I could control the amp remotely as well, like that would be like perfect, great. Or they could talk to each other and that had really good reliability, that they were working well, they were simpatico. Like those are all features that I would look for in an amplifier at this point.
Okay, so the answer to the cable is it's ABR RG8X, and then in terms of the area, I'm in a suburban area basically. It's like I'm in the boonies basically. I have 8 acres of land, and the DX Commander is 120-ish feet away from me.
Go nuts, man! Go
Definitely
nuts.
get for FTM or
You're going to want LMR 400 or Messi and Poloni, the much bigger Messi and Poloni cables that would be better at handling that. 120 feet though, so keep that in mind. If the DX Commander is 120 feet away from you, and you're thinking about putting a 50-foot tower, then you have extra footage that you have to include in there. That's a big chunk of price for a cable to spend. That's getting into big. Yeah.
Well, I can put the tower anywhere basically. I don't have to put it 150 feet away. It's just the DX Commander. I used 5-meter radials, so I just threw it in the cornfield and just kind of set it and forget it type thing.
My
as a
man,
temporary standard.
5-meter radials. How many radials do you have?
52, I think.
Man, that is a system.
Okay, that's pretty good. I like that. Okay, so from an amp standpoint, you're probably good, and the antenna's tuned well, right? You don't have wild tune points or anything like that.
It's anywhere. So I didn't put the clips on it first, and it kind of stretched out the wire a little bit. So 40 meters, it's a little bit wonky. It's like 1.6 or so.
That's still pretty good. Okay.
10 through 40 on the DX Commander. It's all, for the most part, under 1.25 to 1.
Okay. So I am more confident now that yes, go nuts with an amplifier. I don't know if you heard much of what I said before. I would probably look if I'm gonna be dropping some money on an amplifier again. I will not be buying a tube amp. I will be getting a solid state amplifier, and one that is very well coupled to my primary radio or remote internet connected type of thing that I can remote into it to be able to control it if I ever operate remotely. Just from a convenience standpoint, if I'm like in my home, like my big secret thing that I like to do is I like to take my iPad and I like to go in the massage chair and use my AirPods and make single sideband contacts and just like hang out and poke around the radio, that remotes into my 7610. And if you had an amplifier that can work with that, oh, buddy, it'd be beautiful, beautiful. But you got to have the right equipment to do that. You know what I mean?
Well, I have a decent amount of equipment. So, is there any brands that people suggest that are like decent in terms of solid state? Obviously, you know,
Elecraft. Somebody said Mercury 3. Go ahead, Don. What'd you say?
Well, the Flex radio, but
Flex.
The Flex PGXL. That, by the way, is built by 403A. It doesn't actually come from Flex. They just rebranded it. But and they make great amps. Jim just got one W1TW.
Gene got one? Or?
Yes, Gene's had one.
Gene got one? Oh, man.
Yeah, he's had it for several months now.
Didn't he also fly it?
No, that was the tuner. The amps worked fine.
No.
I thought it was the amp.
Pshaw, he only fried the Flex tuner.
Well, the Flex are the Flex amps compatible with other radios besides?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Yeah. It's all interconnected. Like Elecraft makes fantastic amps. Don's running one of them, and they've got a legal limit one that is through the roof expensive. But yeah, they work great.
And there's a used KPA 1500 on QTH right now. I was looking at the other day. The guy wants almost 5,600 for it though.
Yeah, those Expert Electronics, I believe.
Expert's good too. Yeah, I ran that out of the back of my truck.
And by the way, those things are a lot more available. This is one of the things you find with amplifiers. When you go to buy one, I want to get one, and I want to order it and have it here in a week or whatever. It don't work that way. If you try to get a Mercury, you're out 14 months right now at least.
Good point, Don. Good point.
The VK amps are still available.
Yeah.
The VK3 amps out of Australia, but you're going to ship it from Australia. That's a very similar amp. Neither one, the regular Mercury 3 that I have and the VK3 do not connect to the internet. The Lux from KM3KM, which is the Mercury guy, that one does. But the Experts do, and from what I understand, the software is pretty good on the Experts. It's no longer owned by that the guy that used to own it, that was kind of mean at points, and his customer service was a little bit on the lanky side. They're now owned by Vibraplex, and from what I understand, all of that kind of stuff has gone away, and the customer service is much better on those amplifiers.
So, and just if anybody wants something fun to do, the Expert that Chris from Vibraplex sent over to me to take a look at, I ran it out of the back of my F-150 Lightning, and it wasn't the 240 line. I was running out of the 110, and it worked great.
And that is a good point, by the way.
Great.
Some amplifiers, now my Mercury 3 can run off a standard 110. A lot of them will require you to put a 220 circuit in.
I have one. Yep. I have one right next to me, so that's fine.
Oh, okay.
Is it sketched to buy it used though too? Like, how are they used?
Depends. If I did it, I would buy it from a dealer. Sorry, Josh.
No, I'm with you, Don. If you know the ham, then it's probably not that big a deal.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you're just like okay, the guy that's selling the Elecraft for $5,600 online, I don't think I do that, right? It's just too, yeah. I know a ton of, like, the insider network of ham radio is like hams you know. There's always like an amp kicking around somewhere that somebody wants to sell, and you can pick up an amp and you can get on the air with it. But a lot of those are tube amps. A lot of these guys are going to solid state and they're getting rid of their tube amps. So you can find a tube amp really inexpensively. That's true. And so if you just want to play, if you want to play in this space, picking up a used tube amp is not hard. The only problem you have is that like tubes are getting harder to find, and the price is like going up on tubes considerably. Over the past like 4 years, they've gone up considerably. With that said, there's nothing really wrong with buying it retail with an amp, because you usually have some kind of warranty behind it. And these are things that are in the amateur radio area. The amp probably takes like a decent chunk of abuse. It's probably the most abused piece of hardware in someone's shack.
And as far as that KPA 1500 goes, like that used price, drop another $1,400, you can get a brand new one. You know, that's just ridiculous. You know, just go with the new one. You get a great warranty out of it.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've been looking at on QTH is a lot of these used prices. It's like, why would I spend that much money and, you know, not just spend the extra X amount of money for a brand new one?
Hot take here. Hot take. Josh, you ready for this one?
Okay.
Yeah. Don't use QRZ forums for swap stuff. Just don't.
Yeah.
The hit and miss on that, it's ridiculous.
So let's part out a KPA 1500. Let's see how much this bad boy cost us. Go ahead, comment.
Comment. Alternate view is that you really shouldn't buy an amp until you've got an antenna system or a selection of antenna systems that are as good as you want them to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, before you go and get your operating style the way you want, because otherwise you may turn, I'm not saying you will, but you may turn into one of those deaf guys that puts far too much power out and can't hear the reply. Which being European, there are far too many of.
Yeah, so
alligator stations.
Yeah, alligators.
Thanks for calling me out, Mike.
Fantastic.
Don, I know you're right. I can hear you from my house. You can hear me. That's fine.
Good.
You're not an Italian.
Yes.
Putting out 10 kilowatt, they've got a 5 and 9 bloody noise. No one can hear you. But they wipe the band out.
Mike is very, very poignant. Okay, so I know that the person asking this question said that they have a lot of land, so they probably have very little RFI. They're in the newest kind of environment. But if you live in an area where you get on HF and you have like an S5 plus noise level, maybe work on that first before thinking about getting your signal further out. Because the problem is that if you get your signal further out, the stations coming back to you could be under your S5 noise floor, and you won't hear them. They're deaf to you. You're deaf to them. So you can't hear them. Like, there's no point in putting out more power because your receive station has issues that you have to fix, right? Unfortunately, and you know that's what makes the live stream today so difficult, is that there's no straightforward answer for any of this stuff. Right, it's through the process of doing it, and then you're like, okay, I just pulled up the amp price, $6,500 on the KPA 5100, fantastic amp. But if I live in an area that has high noise, there's no point in me getting out my signal that much further because I can't hear those foreign stations. I can't hear the people that would be coming back to me. So because of that, it's like there's not a whole lot of reason to like go extra over the top in a lot of this stuff, right?
That's like buying or having an S9 noise floor and getting a step IR, right?
So great. There's a good parlay. There's a good parlay point on this. Okay, so I have been having very high noise floor recently again, and you know, guys, I went through this in 2020. I had really high noise. Found out that it was a power line issue. Well, the noise, very broadbanded. I did my little Audacity check on it. It's also seems to be broadbanded, some kind of power line issue. So we called up Southern California Edison today, got on the phone, got to a human, like immediately, less than 5 minutes. And she's like, oh, wait a second, there's a thing I'm supposed to look at for this. So did you say this is like an EMF problem or an RFI problem? And I said, yeah. She's like, we have a special line for that now. And I said, really? She's like, yeah, here's the number. Gave me the number. She's like, by the way, they're closed right now. They don't work the weekends. They work, Monday through Friday. I'm like, that's fine. So called this number. A guy, it went straight to a voicemail pickup thing. And it said, hello, we're from Southern California Edison. If this is concerning power line outages, anything not RFI, they're like, please call this number. But if you're having an EMF or RFI issue, we will call you back, or we would like to schedule an EMF RFI evaluation session with you. Leave your name, your phone number, and your address, and we will set up a time to come out to your house and look at your property. I was like, what?
That is amazing.
What?
That is wonderful. I wish PG&E would do that in Northern California.
I was shook, and I was like, I love you. Thank you so much.
I'm
I love
sitting here drooling in envy at your story.
I know. Right? So, remember, guys, I worked really hard in 2020 to get the first power line noise issues solved. And the guys that came out were great, but it was like 5 hurdles to get to the people to just come out and do a quick check and just be done with it, right? I literally dragged coax. I had coax, holding coax, like, please sniff my line. Like it was fantastic. Like once I got them out, but it took months to get them out by the time I did. The fact that there's a dude who's just like, yeah, we'll just come out and we'll just do a thing and blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy's gonna love me because I'm gonna have my coax in the front yard going, go ahead, go nuts. Here's the antenna. Whatever band you want to try, whatever frequency, let's go.
See, that's funny, Josh, because when my electric company finally sent someone out after the same months, I mean, we remember my whole ordeal. We talked about it on the live stream.
Yeah.
The guy came out with this like receiver thing that just he literally plugged it into the coax on my front porch that I have for when I play front porch racing. He's like,
he had dowsing rods.
And was like,
he had dowsing rods.
Well, we didn't need to use those because I had an antenna
Right.
and he had this thing. Yeah,
Right.
they were in the back of the truck. Of course, you're gonna have dowsing rods. Yeah, he literally just came out and he was a ham, and he's just like, he's an older dude, and he's like, I love sniffing out RFI. Like that's his thing. He's in.
I know, it's the best.
But you
These
got
are
a
the best
freaking
guys.
call number for it. So
I know.
I didn't want to interrupt, but go
No.
finish your story.
Like in 2020, when I was chasing all this down, I was hitting them up on Twitter. I was calling like multiple times throughout the week to try and get to the right person. And it was only after the first time I had this issue. It was only after the dude came to my house and said, "They said you got like a sparking, your breakers are sparking." I'm like, "No." I said that you have there's a power line that has a connector problem that's causing RFI. He's like, I don't do that. I'm not here. I only do stuff in the house. I'm like, okay, do you know who I can talk to? He's like, no, I can't help you. And then he just walked away. And I'm like,
dude,
well,
literally
shit.
verbatim, this is the exact same thing that I went through and the exact same conversations that I had because they sent that dude out and didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
But this is the difference. That dude went to his truck. And he happened to pull his... I don't know why he did it, but he pulled his phone out, and he called a guy. And he came back to my door and banged on the door, and he's like, here, can you talk to this guy for a second? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And the guy's like, hey, so are you having, like, what you think is an RFI problem? I'm like, yeah, I have, like, above an S9 noise floor. It's insanely loud. It's wide-banded, and it blocks out multiple just megahertz of space. It's all blocked. And he's like, okay. He's like, I'm going to give you my number right now, and I'm going to call you back, and we'll set up an appointment. But it was only because that he was kind of a jerk, but it was only because that jerk called that guy. That was the only reason I got that second. Those dudes coming back. There was no path to those guys. Was my complaint to
See, my guy never went to his truck and called another guy. He just was like, all right, awesome one. And then I never heard anything, so I called the electric company back, I don't know, a week later. And you got to get through like 3 tiers of people and have the same conversation 3 times to fully confuse them enough to be like, all right, this is above my pay grade, and finally pass you on. But then, yes, I eventually got a hold of someone. So I think by law, like all the electric companies need to have that guy.
Yeah.
Because that's a thing. RFI, FCC, you're causing interference, you know?
So
it's just a matter of like, there's one guy
it's
for
an
the whole
interesting
electric company for a region, probably.
Yeah.
So you have to get that guy. So you got to go through the motion.
There's a clarification in there. What happens is, if I'm just Joe Citizen and I call up and say, I think you have an RFI problem, and by the way, you're in violation of FCC code, blah, 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 you're putting out spurious emissions. Like, that means nothing. basically what has to happen is the guy has to come out with the box that they brought to Mike's house and they brought to my house, and you plug the coax into it. And literally, it's still one of my favorite things. The guy comes out, I have the coax all ready, and I plug in the coax. He's like, "Oh yeah, you got a lot of noise. Yeah, that's really loud." And I was going back to the shack, and I realized I didn't have the switch turned to the active antenna. He was just picking up the noise off the coax. And I was like, wait, hold on. Click. And then he's like, oh my God! It's like, you're through the roof. We can't even track how wide this is. There's no way to track this from this location. He's like, oh, there's a problem. You gave me one of those, right? And so he ends up having to canvas the whole lot and all that. It was a full thing. But once they do that investigation, then that's basically when they see it happen. That's basically them saying the FCC timer is now on. They have to see it and hopefully follow the process appropriately. That they admit they have a problem. And the guy called me back the next week and said, "Okay, listen. Yes, you have a serious RFI problem in your area. Yes, we admit we have a problem. Yes, the FCC timer has started. But he's like, he basically was telling me, he's like, we're working on it, leave me alone. We got 60 days was kind of what he was saying, right? Or whatever the time. I think it was like 30 days. Whatever. Doesn't matter. He was like, you don't have to call. We got it. We're going to get to it. It's just, we got a long list of these things we got to burn through. And I was like,
same exact conversation.
I'm like, man, you take the whole time. I don't care. I'm just so glad that you came out and saw what I saw, and then I'm not crazy, and you're working on it. He's like, oh, no, 100%. You got a problem. We're going to fix it. We don't want, we don't want this. This is not, it's not good for any of us. And I was like, okay, we're on the same page. Go take care of it. And I was like, great. And they did.
The sad thing about it, I have a transformer that's about 4 blocks away from my house, and I have been up PG&E's you-know-what about it for months now. I have a friend, a ham friend actually, that is an active PG&E guy, another ham friend that's a retired PG&E guy that helped me track it down, and PG&E just won't do anything about it, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And Mike, side note, I think you said queefy too many times. Someone showed up in the voice chat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good.
Maybe you should stick some slug rounds into the side of it. Oops.
Let all the oil out.
Yeah, that's what I should do.
I mean, a negligent discharge style. Oh dear, it seems to have gone off.
Charges, unless I'm sleeping.
So anyway,
Those are nocturnal.
I have long. So okay, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but remember DX Commander Callum? He did these really great nets. It was during COVID. There was a number of old hams. He was basically using this as a way to check in with older hams, and I loved what he did. I would get up early, like really early in the morning, to listen to Callum just make contacts with people. I've always wanted to just do a live stream that's not like a big production. It's just using the radio and having fun. And I'm just always crippled with noise. Like I'm just always just in this hugely bad noise environment. And every time I start doing the deep dive on it, it almost always comes back to the power company. I've always had these massive power issues. And I'm hoping that I'm on the right path, that we can get back to getting on the air appropriately, because I'm kind of like a lot of you, that I got to go out portable to make contacts with people, that I can just stream video where I'm picking up really soft stations and trying to pull them out. I love that, but high noise where you can't do that, so there's all these people that maybe try to be talking to me and they're just way down the noise and I can't pull them out. It's tough, so I'm hoping we get it fixed.
What do you consider high? I've got an S5 on 40 right now. So
again, your noise is commensurate to go shut the panel off and run on a battery, right? So if you shut all your power off and you go run on a battery and you still have that S5 noise floor, then that's noise you're picking up from something else. It's not coming from inside the home. kind of thing, right? And so then the question is, where is it coming from? Is it coming from the neighbors? We got a little grow light operation down the street, or is it from crazy solar panels? Is it from a power pole? You know, those are all things that you got to work through. It sucks, but that's the reality.
We've been working on the issue. Our main Aries repeater, well, one of them is 145250, which happens to also be the cable channel 18, and that's one of our Aries repeaters that we use. And my EC is about 3,600 feet down the street from me, and they've moved the amplifier on the cable line down a couple of poles. But we're still hearing noise on that frequency just constantly. And on top of it, I think we've got two issues, because I think we may have a power line issue. I was thinking about this the other day, hearing the noise, because it's almost like I could hear that 60 hertz hum, and it literally wiped out my receiver.
Right.
And I'm talking about my FTM 500. You know, like I was on the net, went to the store. And it just, when I got in front of his house, it just literally cut the signal down to a third.
So there's my journey. We'll catch you guys up when we get further along. Because I just want to get back to just making just radio content, single sideband. I'm okay on CW because, again, CW works with the noise, so does digital. But, you know, single sideband makes for some good videos, some having some fun out there. So anyway, that's the plan. All right. Yeah.
I was going to say, I posted a picture in the chat of something that I picked up from a guy, and I need some help tracking down how it's supposed to work.
Well, I saw the switch, and it made me think, oh, yeah, it's a 9-volt. Yeah, so it's an active loop. It's an active receiver.
So, because it's got a BNC on the end of it, and I'm supposed to hook this up to an HT, which means I need an adapter, but...
or HF. You basically hook it up to wherever you're having noise problems. It's a receive-only antenna. You don't want to transmit into it, so leave it right there. So it's an active loop. It's directional, so it's going to be... That looks bidirectional. You probably still need an offset attenuator, particularly as you get closer to where the noise source may be, that you can add 10, 20, 60 dB of attenuation on top of that. But yeah, it looks like an active loop. I actually have two active loops that are specifically designed for hunting noise. And I go outside and it's like, the noise is everywhere! Where do we hunt? There's nowhere to hunt! It's a problem.
Yeah, no, I figured I'd need an attenuator, but I'm like, I wonder if this thing will work. And the board says 1990 on it. I can't find it. I've Googled it. I tried Google Lens on it. It didn't find anything other than try the IC, and the IC is just
Well, did you try actually hooking it to the radio and putting 9 volts into it?
Not yet. I need a BNC adapter.
You did all of that instead of just plugging the damn thing in and see if it would antenna? Well, the fact that you said, like, oh, I did Google Lens, like, I didn't even think about Google Lensing any of this crap. So I'm like, that's further along. Yeah, it looks homemade. So I would just throw 9 volts on it and chuck it onto an HF. A shortwave receiver that has an antenna plug is great for sniffing. Anything that has so honestly, a waterfall is what you really want. So, spoiler alert, that's 705. No, it's 705. Or a tiny SA. A tiny SA works really well for sniffing. Yeah.
I need to get one of those. I didn't know if those. I really need one.
Oh, a tiny SA. Those are fantastic because they're super wide banded. Particularly if you get the plus, the larger one, the Ultra. So you get super wide band, and then you can literally use the directional antenna to point around, and you would be shocked at making. It's really, really effective.
Do they come with the adapters for like BNC? Don't they use SMA?
You're scaring me a little bit. You've been a ham longer than me, I think. And you telling me you don't have an adapter that can go from BNC to BNC or whatever?
No, I got the barrel connector. The barrel connector there is mine. That was in my old box.
You don't have a BNC to PL239?
I don't.
Seriously?
You mean a PL259?
I'm cool.
Yeah, 259. Yeah, PL259. Sorry. It's an SO239 PL259. Who came up with that? Yes.
Yeah, the military designation, I think. But no, I don't. I used to. I lost all that stuff, man. And I haven't.
What does that mean? You lost it like in a boating accident? You lost it? Is it with the firearms that thou shalt not be named?
No. Well, it was in the house in Florida that everything got.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Long story. Yeah. The reason I'm in Tennessee.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I need to pick some adapters up.
They're cheap on Amazon, man. They're cheap. They're super cheap.
Isn't there a good set that like comes with a whole bunch of adapters?
Yeah, I'll show you the one I got. The problem is it's like over $100.
Oh, that's like the gold-plated ones and all that.
No, well, they might be. But, so it's in this little. This is the HRO special. Okay, this is literally like every adapter. And let it. Yeah. It's this really cool system. I'll do one. I've got chaos on the workbench. But basically, you take one of these little middle nubbins. Okay, and I call them nubbins. That's their technical term. They're a double-threaded female connector, and then you just go to whatever cable you want. So using your image, it looks like it's a BNC. So so we take the BNC female, and we take the all thread here, go onto it, and let's say our radio is the PL259. So we take the PL259, thread it together. And there's your connector.
Yeah, that's $100 set, huh?
$100 set, yeah.
Well, Jeff, you were at Huntsville Fest. Come on.
Yeah.
Are you going?
I was going to, but now I'm working through this property thing. I probably won't be done by then. So I won't be able to.
Well, Nancy, I wanted to give you your incentive back.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, if you want me to try and by the way, like I don't know of a ham. See, this is the thing. This is what scares me. I'm now questioning your ham. Like, there's no situation. There's no situation you go to a ham fest and you don't buy extra adapters or other BS. Like I literally.
Comment.
Go ahead, comment, Mike, and then I'll add my thoughts.
So, listen, pro tip. Everybody has a notes app on your cell phone. I'm only going to tell you what I do for myself. On my notes app on my cell phone, I have a folder that says ham radio festivals or whatever. Swaps, whatever. In that folder, I have everything that I need or want or should look for, the rarities, the oddities. It's not like a new radio. It's like, I need an adapter for this. I need an adapter for that. So I write down as I go through my year or my few months between ham fests or swaps, and I'm like, all right, as we do projects, what do I need? So you open your notes app on your phone and you write a note. I need a BNC to PL250. I'm like, what a BNC male to PL259. What a random connector. Why would you ever use that? But for some reason you need it. So just put it in your notes app, and when you go to the swaps, look at your notes app, and those are the things that you buy.
That is such a good idea.
Follow me on Ham Radio Tube for more helpful tips. Back to you, Josh.
That's great.
So I will say one of my favorite recent adapters is the SO239 to push in PL259. There's no threads. You just shove it onto the radio. Shove it on. I love it.
You know who showed me those for the first time?
That was the Ham Radio Adventure guy, right?
No. Bob from TN07.
Oh, really?
Yep. I've never seen one of them push on.
That's slick. Dude, it's really slick. They're really cool.
So what you're saying is Shane from this side of the radio needs one of those so that his radio doesn't get yanked off to the picnic bench again?
No, they hold on really tight. They would pull the radio off. But you don't have to. You just it's a shove on. You don't have to do anything else. There's no twist. It's
Shane needs power poles on his coax.
So for some wild like radios that have like weird heat sinks, the design that some people have come up with, where they've got the threaded connector up against this big aluminum or metal heat sink thing that you can't get your fingers in and twist it on. That's fantastic. Just boom, shove it on there hard. Shove it on there hard. That's good. Hold on. Go inside. Go. No, go take a shower. Go. You were screaming for the last, you were screaming for so long. I heard you on the live stream. Just go inside. Yeah, go. Go.
The bad thing is I have a female M to PL259 adapter sitting here. So I did buy adapters out in Huntsville.
All right.
Because I also bought the opposite of this, with the male to female. But,
okay. There's a question in the chat. Go ahead, question.
Okay. In your box there, you have an inline attenuator. Okay, so I have one of those, and I built a QDX, but I also built the QCX amp. So what I did was the input of that amp is like a 2-something SWR, and that's kind of just how it is. And also, I don't want to drive 5 watts into it. I have a 10-watt version of that BNC, and I believe it's like a 5 dB. And when I use it, it cuts my output down to 1 watt. If I get one that's a little less, of an attenuator, I guess like a 3 dB or something like that, and it, I'm getting maybe 2.5, 3 out to go into that amp. Can I run that on like the FT8 duty cycle? Is that going to kind of work long term to kind of help? Because the reason why I'm kind of looking at it, because I put my rig expert on the end of it, and it puts the SWR down to like 1.2, so I feel like it's going to be easy mode for the QDX over time. Is that a good idea to kind of put into that?
So help me out, because I haven't built that amp. I think I have that amp. I just haven't built it. So you have the QRP Labs amp, and you have a QDX that you built.
Yeah.
Okay, my son's asking me a question. Well, hold on. Let's get clarification on the amp. So the amp is what? A 50-watt amp?
The QCX 50-watt PA. Okay. And if you it's like 20 volts, 50 watts, but if you run on 13 volts, you get 25 watts. And I built it for 20, and I'm pushing 20 out through the QDX unit. If I put the 5 watts into it, I get about 20 out. And I'm going to figure out how to boost the voltage up to get the, whatever that I want. But it's just the input power. They say that 5 watts is a little hot maybe. So since I already have that attenuator, I wonder if that's going to go. But the one I have is a little too much of a good attenuator. But I'm worried about the heat build up with the duty cycle, or if that's. And then it presenting such a great SWR to the radio, I assume it's just absorbing the reflected waves, right, kind of backwards. And so it seems like overall a good thing, right, if it doesn't burn up.
So these attenuators are not necessarily designed to be left on the radio. They're designed for like a testing situation, testing something out. So this little kit is also what I pull from when I'm doing tiny assay testing on like a handheld or something like that. So I don't know that it has continuous dissipation of heat, right? Because it's there for short-term testing. Normally it's designed for like full duty. Hold on. I don't know that it's designed for like full duty cycle output of your radio just going directly into it and then helping to solve that problem, right? So okay, you give it 5 watts out of the QDX into the amp. So by the way, you're not going to hurt the radio. radio's not going to get wrong in this situation. It's the amp that and it sounds like it can handle higher power than 5 watts, right?
I think it wants 5 watts input, but people say you kind of want to drive it at like 2 or 3 because it doesn't seem to make much of a difference once you get up over the 2 or 3 point. Beyond that, it starts to kind of it could, not have the best waveform, I guess.
Splatter.
Yeah.
So, how can they cut the power somehow?
Well, I mean, smarter to save power and such would be to try to undervolt the QBX, but I built it for 9, so I need something that can kind of take 12 or whatever, and maybe, I guess, push it down to like 8 or 7.5 or something.
But if you built it for 9, it's already going to have lower output, right? If you built it for 9 volts versus the 12 volts, it's going to have a lower power output.
No, because it's a different winding, so it's going to. I get a solid 4 something out of both ends. Because I use that weird twisted sister thing. It really makes a big difference.
Totally dumb question. Have you reached out to the creator of the radio and the amp and asked them, like, is this okay?
Well, these are kind of. I did do as much reading as I could do on their forum thing, and so the groups I own, and so. But the thing was, is I just decided to put that in there to see what would happen on a whim, and so I put my rig expert on there. And it gave me a 1.2. I'm like, wow, that really takes that 2 point something kind of worry out of my mind if this could do it. But then I started thinking about the heat buildup, and I was like, and then when I saw that box and you had one in there, I'm like, oh, perfect timing, yes.
This would be the time that I would call. What's the guy from Hans? That's right. This would be like where I would just message Hans or make a post. Like, have you made a post on the groups on
It is best practice to run about 2.5, 3 watts into it.
Well, so why is he selling the damn thing? So they underbuild it?
Well, because it's made for the QCX Morse code, 50 watt.
Oh, I see.
You can derate it by running 13 volts, and it's 25 watts, and you can run it with the QBX on its 15-second, duty cycle.
So there's your answer. But here's the thing: if you blow up the inline attenuator while the radio is transmitting, you could blow up the radio.
Oh, whatever, go open. I got you.
Right? Okay, Mike, go ahead.
If you put the attenuator in line with the coax that goes from the radio, you're also attenuating your incoming signal.
Right.
So you really need to put
very good point.
You need to put that in the switch RF line, which you could do by putting a 50 ohm pad in there anyway. And you shouldn't have to worry too much about your input impedance if you put a pad in line with your switch RF signal. But also, I thought he designed these amplifiers specifically for CW1, but I could be wrong. But yeah, that would be where you put your attenuator. You wouldn't run it in the coax line. It has to be out of the RF switch.
Definitely, yeah. It kind of went right over my head on that side. I definitely don't want to be that deaf. Yeah, because that's, and he added that PTT line on the QDX and the later runs just for the little faster job. So you could drive an app and then specifically that, and then he gave the advice to derate it to 25, and then other people kind of took that up and it's a really cool kit. It's similar in complexity to the QDX, and then with Morse code, you're getting 50 watts. Thinking about the price performance on that. It's 48 with the case.
Because I'm going to show a whole lot of love to a whole lot of cotton pickers. 5'11". I'll tell you about that.
What's up?
Good question. And so, yeah, apparently, Hawaii just blew it. Oh, what is that? Look at this. See, this is what's cool about Grid Tracker. Check this out, guys. Look at all these signals are all going to BJ12. That is not cool. Oh, Kiribaldi. Oh, Kiribaldi's live right now. So I could point my antenna down there and try and get them. All those like dotted blue lines that you see above my head, those are all contacts that are flying in there. So that's pretty cool.
I worked them last weekend.
So, Shane's here. What's up, Shane?
How you doing?
So we got a hot update.
Wait a minute, let me put some thunder in it.
Lost it, but Tabitha Scove was live just a second ago. Is she still live?
Ed posted that a bit ago.
Is that about that huge CME? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, so we've got some waves coming on us, guys. Yeah.
I think it's scheduled to hit on the 25th, they said.
Oh, she's live right now. So we're live reacting to Tabitha live. So I'll say hi.
Now, predictive science, by the way. Probably.
We're gonna live react to Tabitha live. There's so many chats going on here. Let me add where's my chat? So we're waiting to hear the big news here.
I'm working Fiji on 20 meter T8 right now.
Oh my gosh, there's 897 people watching. It's amazing. Great job.
I tried hitting this Fiji one the other day, and I kind of hit it from the East Coast.
In extra calories, though.
I just saw Dodecanese, or however the heck you say that, a minute ago. Sure. Saw them.
I get them all the time, though. Maybe it's because you're in Texas, you don't see them as often, so maybe there's something going on.
Yeah. Well, so the band, like, I've been doing POTA. I've done, 4 POTAs this week, and 3 of them were in my car with the ATOS. And, like, just, I made a lot of contacts, 80 or 100 contacts each time I went out, just sit in the car, but the signals were just weak.
What would look like from space with North being.
And even when I went out with the DX Commander, the latest video that I just posted, I worked every band 40 through 10, and except for 30.
I will. If you want to go watch Tabitha, you should to catch the update. The audio is already going through. It's YouTube, so it's already across. You should be hearing it. But
that's funny. Someone says she seems very rattled.
Yeah, I saw that.
She seems like her normal self.
Yeah, she seems a consummate professional. She's dealing with live stream business on the back end, so yeah, she's doing a great job. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so with that said, let's do this. So let's pause for a minute. I'm not going to transmit. We're going to halt all transmissions, and I'm going to try. Oh, the signal's just dropped out. But there's a couple of Pacific Island stations over there, so we're going to try and we're going to point the beam over at the. Oh, you know what? They're fighting the gray line right now. Isn't that crazy that Hawaii it's just going dark in Hawaii right now? Look at that. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy to think about?
It's daylight savings too, so from the East Coast they're 6 hours behind right now too.
It's also getting daytime in Dodecanese, where I'm trying to work right now.
And it's only as crazy as we go dark after the East Coast is done.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, California's a big space, but the Pacific Ocean is freaking huge. There's always things that just impress me whenever I think about the expansive size, and it's the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is so big. So we're gonna just listen for a little bit and see what sounds good.
Jody has a good point. I agree with him. I'm going to quote him verbatim here. I absolutely do not want to see when she is truly rattled. I will head to the bunker.
Yeah, right. For sure. But I guess she probably does get a lot of people that come out that don't really understand the sun, and they see everything as just total meltdown situations.
I saw a bunch of comments in there just in the little bit of preview that you did that they have no idea what they're talking. The flat earthers of the world.
I can only imagine what she has to do with.
You saw the smoking everything?
No, I did not. I think I saw some of his friends in there.
Oh, KMRD, what is that? Is that
That's the one I was responding. That's the Geocron. Alex K9WZ says it's really weird, especially seeing how the Earth is flat. The gray line shouldn't be straight. It is right now because we're approaching the summer solstice. So each hemisphere is seeing the same amount of sunlight.
It's also
We
based
also
off
have to remember we're projecting a
Thank you.
flat surface.
So-
go ahead, Josh.
So, by the way,
I think the world is flat, but I do have a Flat Earth Explorers Club patch that I have just to see if people get it or not.
by the way, like for everybody that thinks that Iceland and Greenland, Greenland is the size that it is not. The Mercator projection makes it seem much bigger, as does it make Canada seem a lot bigger, and everything else, like particularly the northern areas. The Mercator projection has made people think that certain land masses are just massive in size, but they really are not that big. They're still big, but they're not as big as the projections make them seem.
That only counts for Mercator projections, though. Other things in pictures are that big.
Yeah. Particularly items you see in your mirror.
Especially if they're dinosaurs.
And I will say this, the straightest line will have been was this past Tuesday when we entered the spring.
Alright, we're going for Fiji. I'm calling him. I lost that on the
Fiji.
When the gray line is like that's been the best times I've hit Antarctica. I don't know why, but when it's straight like that, I've had more luck with Antarctica.
And the Carolinas were standing by.
Jody nailed it in the
He did.
chat.
That's it. So we're making contact here. Oh, I'm only plus 14 to Fiji right now. We're good, guys. I think we might make a fast contact on this one. I'm 20, and we're well past the green line.
Oh, I've been able to work 20 to like 10, 15, 10, 20 at night lately in Northern California before it drops off.
Yeah, it's
I've worked 20 for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for weeks at a time back in the 90s.
That window in the south, that other island just dropped off. That's a bummer. We missed the opportunity on that one. See, how is this not like Game One? This is like a rare opening. This is like we're hunting a rare location.
It's not near as toxic. That's how.
Right.
See, I did an FT8 faux pas. I saw this Alaska station in my grid tracker call roster, but as I looked up to my RX frequency window, he's calling CQ Zone 1. Once I realized that, I hit halt transmit because he's only looking for that one zone. He doesn't want to talk to me, so I hit stop. That's FT8 etiquette. That's just like calling CQDX and then getting a bunch of like US stations coming back to you. It's like, I'm not calling you, I want to work DX.
Unless you're Japan, then you work everyone, no matter who they're calling CQ to.
Yeah, there's that.
I had that this morning. I called CQ AU and I should have said VK, but it was just 5 Japanese calling me all at once.
You see, that's the problem we have here in California. At least I do. I don't know about Josh and others. You call CQVK, you're going to get at least 20 Japan stations calling you back within seconds.
Well, I'm in Washington State, so I get the same problem.
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing about working Japan is if you take QSLs through the bureau, you'll get lots of them from Japan.
You do, and some of them are. So some of them they do that vertical. They do vertical style QSL cards, and they don't put a lot into them. But some of them put like some of their QSL cards are freaking amazing. Some of the JA calls that I've gotten QSL cards from are really impressive.
Yeah, I worked a special account there, and that is a really colorful card.
The crispest $1 bill I have ever seen came from a guy in Japan.
He said he wanted your QSL.
He did, but I don't have any made up.
I had a VK station that sent me $2. And I'm like, seriously, dude? You're DX. You don't need to send me money.
Well, that's what the Japanese guy did. He sent me two $1 bills.
Yeah,
well, I mean, I sent it right away to him, but, you know, I was like, I'd already mailed it.
In some cases, those guys are working all counties, and in some cases, they're working all states. And so you never know what that guy on the other end is working, why he worked your card so bad.
He needed it.
Yeah.
Question.
Go ahead, question.
Yeah, actually, it's regarding the QSL cards. I've got a stack of about 150, maybe more QSL cards sitting here that I've not responded to because I don't have QSL cards. I do a lot of Portobroves, and I think I might be doing some rare, like DX for some people, and so just trying to figure out the best way to kind of get cards and what you guys used.
There's a couple of things.
No. I don't want to hear any other answer than Amanda from Hampton. No, she does QSL cards, and she does a consultation service where she'll put together a QSL card for you, and she's cheaper than everything I've looked at. So I will get the link right now. And you can contact her.
Josh, one better. Sean, that's the person I told you to check out earlier. K1 Delta November, Amanda. She does absolutely fantastic cards, and I would highly recommend her. And you can customize your cards so well. You can get them so that you don't list a grid square if you don't want to, and you can fill in whatever the grid square is that you're in. So like if you're putting in a different grid square than what you're normally in, you can put in all the information manually instead of having it pre-printed, or you can pre-print 100 per park or whatever you want to do.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Because when I do a rare, I go to South Dakota, North Dakota, and I'm in totally different grids than I'm normally at for my QTH, and I know people want them. So I was thinking about doing special edition cards for my robes, but if I could just do one card and fill in the grid, that would be perfect.
And Josh just dropped the link. But yeah, her stuff is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's really good. So normally I'm okay with everybody competing, all this stuff, all that, but Amanda deserves it. Give your business to Amanda. I'm okay saying, hey guys, let's just chill. You should check it out. It's really good.
I was gonna say Amanda's a good choice, but if you don't have the money, you can go and buy. You can go print your own.
Oh, I see.
I get a lot of them that are printed out. That somebody printed them on a laser printer. It was black and white,
I'm almost curious if you factor in ink cartridges and paper. He's got 100 to go through. I don't know.
Check. I got 150. I'll just wait and check and get it done.
Okay. I have a box of stuff I need to get sent out. The worst part is not the cards; it's the postage.
So Australia's hearing me, New Zealand's hearing me, but I'm not hearing them. So this could be my noise floor. See, this is why, guys. Look, they're hearing me. See all these little pink lines? They can hear me, but I can't hear them right now. Because how do I know? Look over here. I can't see any of their stations right now. So there's no point in me screaming at them because they can't hear. And if they're trying to contact me, I'm wasting their time, right? Noise floor, right? Really important. So hopefully they get my EMI guy out here next week, and whenever you come out and check out what the hell's going on.
No, usually it's the opposite problem. It's usually I can hear them and they don't hear me.
Do you know how badly I want that problem? I want to hear stations I can't make contact with them the other way around. I would love
You're
that.
in the big city, man.
I'm not though. I'm like 30 miles plus out of downtown LA proper. I'm not in a big city. I'm just in the damn suburbs, and we're all packed in like rats, and there's high tension lines all over the place, and they just have a little breakdown in those connectors, and it screws the lines. It screws everything up for everybody.
Well,
that's just the reality.
I think I wonder if that's what the cause of mine was for is the high tension lines that are on the other side of the highway from me. You know, and he's my buddy down the street, AC, he's closer to that as well. So those high tension lines, those are carrying what's the voltage on those things? 750 or something like that.
2 or 3 kilovolts. But the thing about them is though, those are the ones that the power companies are most likely to maintain, because they do lose so much power when they have arcing.
Yeah.
So they maintain those things really. And if you walk near them and you hear the buzzing, your radio really doesn't.
So I actually have a good question. Does anyone have any idea as to why, with the same exact setup, I cannot hear or talk to Australia, New Zealand from my QTH, but with the same exact setup 2 blocks away at the baseball field, I can hear them and talk to them.
And using vertical or using horizontal?
Horizontal infit half wave.
Get a Poseidon.
Are you going exactly the same direction?
Exactly.
2 blocks away?
Exactly. I duplicate the setup 1-to-1 across both sides with no issue, and 2 blocks away I can get down to Australia. Yeah, Mike.
You only need to be quarter wave out of phase for the signal to completely drop off.
Have you ever been like outside and it's raining on the other side of the street and it's sunny where you are?
Yes.
Literally. That's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, Florida, you get it. Yeah, I understand. I'm from Florida.
Yeah, rain in California, really? No, I get what you're getting at, though. I don't think it could be soil makeup because we're on nearly the same Adobe land across the whole area.
You'd be surprised, though. I mean, you can check probably either the USGS or maybe your local states. I'm sure the state probably has maps that show soil composition. That you could have, if you're 2 blocks away, you could have an entirely different soil composition. I, up on my hill, have a different composition than down the end of my driveway.
I'll have to check that out. I didn't think of that because, it's Sonoma County, California. We are on Adobe rock everywhere, basically, here. So, thank you. I'll have to check that out and see if that might be contributing to it.
No, if you tried, moving it quarter wave.
I've gone a quarter wave north-south, basically.
Yeah, because I'll give you the short story is if you're on 2 meters, say, and you're picking up a station and you're using your elbow, keep your elbow on your side, right? And you can see the X meter on your handheld, and you've got full deflection, right? If you turn so that if you turn your body so that you're now broadside to the signal will have gone. If you turned your body 90 degrees, so don't swing for the antenna 45 degrees.
I mean, in all real,
that's how direction finding is done, and that's exactly why some signals appear. Because it might be the fact that as it approaches where you are in your home location, it's gone out of a vertical horizontal phase to your antenna. So yeah, it might be you put a vertical up, you'll hear it. It literally might be just the fact the lie of the land is causing it to turn, or some skyscraper, some barn half a mile away. It's just changing the phase of it as it approaches. But 600 yards down the road, where you say your other place is, you're not getting that path where it's being turned by the local barn or whatever.
Yeah, mountain or hill or whatever. Yeah.
Is there some reason, Frank, that you're against running a vertical?
No, I could run a vertical. I have have a 6B TV. I just have to piece it together. I have no instructions for it. I just have to piece it all together and make sure I put it together right. And I just did a measure on the map for Google. It's only 388.5 meters between my house setup and where I am at the local park. Yeah, you're not face.
Yeah, and the thing is, Frank, I mean, rather than worrying about the 6B TV, just get one of those Poseidons. And you don't even have to buy it. Just build one. They're not that hard to build. Just build it.
You see how it works.
We'll stick it quarter way vertically.
Alright, I'll have to try it out and see what happens. Thank you, guys.
I got a change of topic question that I feel like this group would be good for. I have a Microsoft Surface Go and a THD72. I just got the USB hub for it. Now, I'm not a prepper, but I like to be able to use my radios to their capability. Packet is one thing I have never done. What would be a good way to get into that with a D72?
So D72 can run as a KISS terminal. So
just like a Mobilink?
No. Oh yeah, yes, it runs like a Mobilink. You don't need to. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
So you would need a laptop running something like Direwolf as a packet repeater. If you were running Linux, that would be the way to go.
I'm a Windows guy.
Okay.
Direwolf runs on Windows. I've done it.
Yeah. Okay. Try that. You can do packet TNC with a Direwolf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I ran Direwolf on my Flex, which, I mean, through, Smart SDR, but anyway, I basically, there's a download for Direwolf for Windows.
Because I was going to run Vara FM on it for sure. I was going to get the Surface. The Surface is going to be my POTA logger, and it's going to be married to my TX500 and whatever HT I take out, but I wanted to at least get the WinLink stuff and maybe some packet stuff set up on it.
Yeah, the thing about, this may be my confusion, but what does WinLink and a TNC have anything to do with each other?
It's a mode of operation in WinLink. You can do packet with WinLink.
So, WinLink is packet.
No, it's one of the options that you can do with WinLink. You can do packet, you can do VAR FM, you can do VAR HF, you can do RDoc, you can do a myriad of different ways of doing WinLink email traffic. You just have to decide what you want to do.
Because among many others in this channel and in the chat, Josh inspired me to spend money on a Mobilink TNC4. So I have that for all my other handhelds, but I haven't messed with the Kenwood in depth at all. So I'm really curious as to getting that going.
XYZ calling you, but taking you out.
Yeah, I've got a question about WinLink stuff.
Yeah, I'm about. I gotta go take care of some kid issues here. So apparently Leia had to go do some work stuff, and I am the only adult in the house, and the kids are screaming and going nuts. So I'm gonna wrap up after I think this one. So go ahead.
All right. So has anybody ever played with tactical call signs in WinLink?
No, that's a very esoteric question. Okay.
Isn't it?
Tactical call signs? What does that mean? Like, I'm running a man pack and an AR-15 and about 300 rounds of ammunition, and I need to report in with an email that I'm getting low on ammo. What does that mean?
Tactical call signs are more like EOC operations or instant command type people.
Like short-term operation, but
yeah, like
HQ type thing.
Like if I'll use you and me as an example. If you were incident commander and I was a control op, it would be KI6 NAZ IC to KG6 NLW control.
Okay.
So that's for tactical calls.
Oh, so this is all point to point. This is all point to point.
No. Actually, tactical call signs do not work under point to point.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, they are only for regular. They're not for point peer-to-peer. So in this particular case, it's for. I'm trying to come up with. I came up with tactical call signs so that when people want to check into our net via WinLink, that they can. The goal is they can send it to our tactical call sign instead of sending it to anybody specific or everybody specific.
Oh. It's like a group call.
It basically, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And then, like if you have a hospital net, you might come up with a temporary tactical call sign. This is a more permanent tactical call sign.
Gotcha.
But yeah, like for hospitals, you might have Blount County Hospital, and then you might have this one, Sweetwater Hospital, and around here. But that would be like the temporary tactical call sign. But like your NCS might have a tactical call sign, and that way, no matter who the operator is, whoever is that active operator can pick up that traffic for that specific tactical call sign.
And that's when you get the email back that says, "Please remove me from this email group."
Not quite. I'm still trying to get it to work right. I'm getting email forwards from winlink.org, but I'm not getting I'm not able to pick up the traffic on WinLink Express. So that's why I was curious. Anyway, it's esoteric, and I'm wondering if what's his name over here in Tennessee is maybe somebody I ought to reach out to or not.
I love all these fake call signs, tactical call signs.
Well, the thing about the tactical, if you send out an email to a tactical call sign, it still has your call sign attached to it. And if you are like a station that's using the tactical call sign, it does still use your call sign, and then it also has that tactical call sign as well. But you have to enable it. It's a little quirky to enable it, but you have to go into settings and say update, and then it will use your tactical call along with your regular call.
And yes, Jeff, I would suggest Smart Jason would be a good point of contact for
that's probably what I need to get. Yeah. He's the WinLink guru. I know he's done a bunch of stuff. But at any rate, that's all I
There you go.
I do have a question, but I don't know if you...
How much time do you think it takes?
I don't know, because it's with my 705.
Maybe. Okay, sure.
When I hit the button, the power button, it blinks 3 times green and then goes off.
Like if you hold it down or you just click it?
Either way.
Send it to me.
And it just started.
I'll test it for a while.
Okay, let me see what mine does. Hold on. Now that mine's let's unearth it from my pile of connectors. I kind of abuse my 705. I gotta be honest.
I love that box, though. I want one. I need to get.
That's my lure box. There was a lure box I wasn't using there. So there's
Don, it just blinks 3 times and then stops working or shuts off.
I don't know. I don't know if it's shut off or not.
Okay, so mine's officially
light is still on.
So charge light.
That light right there that's on, that green one, blinks 3 times and goes off.
The power light.
Yeah, the power light.
Okay, so
the charge light, or that charge light just goes orange, so it's charging. But
yeah, so mine doesn't do that. That's true. Mine just goes from green to off.
Is it a firmware update maybe you need to do or something?
Never heard of anything. Never heard of a firmware update on the 705%. I mean, I suppose, but I've not.
Don, this is actually one I would call ICOM on because I'm kind of curious what it is because I don't think it's a published. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, well, what I'm beginning to feel like is I got a lemon because I burned 2 batteries in it, or the batteries went bad in it, and I finally got an aftermarket battery, and that one seemed to work. But now I haven't used it in a while, and I took it out of the box and I took it down to the property to use it to listen to in the property, and it blinks 3 times and goes off. And So I thought maybe it was the battery that I brought with me, but I plugged the FTDX10 in, and that came up and worked just fine.
Okay, so Don, real quick, it's the power indicator.
Yeah, the power button, the power button, or the button, or the
one on the left is the
power button. Yeah.
It is in screensaver mode.
Oh, it is in the settings.
How could it be that? Or
Wait, I'm sorry, Don. Did you not see the flying toasters that were flying on your screen?
No,
left alone for too long.
Just a black screen. I mean, it may be that's all it is.
What the hell does that mean? Screensaver mode on a radio. What does that mean?
Frank helped me with my ID50 issue. I think he just helped you with your 705 issue.
Could be.
I'm looking at the basic instruction manual in English. Power indicator blinks green while the transceiver is in the screensaver mode.
But then goes off.
What does screensaver mode mean, though? What does that mean?
Oh, wait a minute. Your radio turns off, so you can't even turn it on.
He's powering it.
So the screensaver on battery pack sets the screensaver function when using the battery pack, and this function activates and automatically turns off the screen when no operation is performed for a period of time.
That's not it.
Because this is like I've taken it out of the box after I haven't used it for a while, and I reached down and I plugged it into external power, by the way. The charge light is on, and I go over and hit the power button to turn it on. Blinks 3 times, and then that's it. That's all I see. So I don't know if it's like actually running and the screen's out. I mean, how would I even know?
Is there maybe like an internal battery, memory battery that might?
That doesn't matter. Relevant. He's got external power plugged in.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about like the battery for
Like something that holds the memories or anything. Even if that was the case, when you plug external power in, it should bypass that battery.
Yeah, just forget it, Don. Have you taken the SD card out?
No, I haven't done any debugging on it because I haven't done any debugging.
Have you saved
it's actually still out in the car?
Oh yeah, all right.
But yeah, I mean, I just wanted to ask
what you're experiencing is not normal.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say that.
Here's another one. The transmit, receive, relay, and light just start cycling off and on every 7 seconds. Does that sound like what you're having? No.
Somebody said
no. You hit the power button, it flashes 3 times, that goes out, and then that's it. Done. And the 3 times are fairly quick, not like rapid fire, but just on, done.
That's weird. That is weird. Is there a CMOS battery on 705?
Jeff was asking me. Not that I'm aware of. This is one of those things. I mean, I don't use my radios every day.
It doesn't do anything wrong. It's not performing incorrectly, right? It's not losing time or anything like that.
Well, how can I tell if the screen never comes on?
Wait, what he's saying is it doesn't chime.
Oh, it won't, you can't even use it?
No.
Oh, I thought you were going from the on position to the off position. And
No. I'm turning it on.
Oh, yeah, you gotta call Icon. You got a problem.
Maybe look up a factory reset key combination.
No.
I'll do some of the things Mike was talking about. I'll pull the battery and do that, and I'll eventually call Icon.
It sounds like you do have a lemon, though, to be honest.
Yeah.
It sounds like you've been through
everything I said, Don, it sounds like you got a lemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why me and Icon have this little problem with each other, but
that's why I love you.
The 7100 and the 7000 works beautifully, but
I will fight you. Icon the death.
I like both of those radios completely, totally. I like them both, but to assume that like any one radio is like out to get you is
I know. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm kidding. Yes, of course.
I hope so. I'm glad.
I'm loving this 2730A. And of course, thanks to Robert, although he's probably dropped. But yeah, that's a nice radio.
So, Don, apparently you're not the only one having this problem. Someone else had it 2 years ago.
And they sent it back to ICOM, and ICOM charged them $2,000 to fix it. Is that right?
It was apparently under warranty, and they took it back to HRO to get it swapped out.
Yeah, no, mine's not under warranty. I've had it for a good year, and it's worked fine, other than the batteries that went out in it. But even when those batteries were out, I could plug it into external power.
Let's talk about those batteries for a second, Don. What happened with those?
They literally stopped taking the charge.
All right, hold on. I gotta wrap things up because I gotta go take care of the kids. It's already 10 o'clock. So. Thank you, guys. There was a question from 1KRD. I didn't do a full quiet live stream on Wednesday, and I'm sorry. There it is. There's full quiet. We gotta get back into full quiet. But when I did the live stream, nobody really seemed to care that much about it. I really enjoy it, but
we cared.
Okay.
Yeah, we cared.
Okay. So there's this damn game is so deep. There's people who have contacted me privately on some information. I didn't get a lot of tips because apparently that's a big thing. I'm supposed to work my way through it, but they were like, "Yeah, you're real close. You're real close to unlocking the next thing. Keep going." It is a cool ass game, I gotta say. So again, it is a Nintendo game. It's a Nintendo proper cartridge.
Hashtag we care in the comments if Josh needs to continue live streaming every other Wednesday the full quieting video game.
It's literally a game. It's literally a game.
We care.
You need to turn Josh into Twitch stream.
Yeah, I'm going to become a Twitch streamer doing full quiet.
Yes.
But it's literally a Nintendo cartridge. And it's the most advanced Nintendo game I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's radio based. You literally fight your way to the next hand shack, basically, and you have to unlock stuff along the way. It is a really good Nintendo game. It's available on Steam. Yeah.
It's available on Steam. So
Steam, Nintendo Switch, and you can buy the cartridge. Go ahead.
Josh, I want to tell you as a friend, but more importantly as a viewer of your channel for literally years. I can go on YouTube and watch full quieting. There's full walkthroughs in 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
We want to see you do it.
Absolutely.
I appreciate being part of that community because I have not watched those.
Okay.
I watched the first level, and then I was like, no, Josh needs to do this. This is a thing. Okay.
All right.
Look at. There's 5 or 6 hashtag we cares in the chat. So me and 6 other people want to see you.
All you 5 or 6 other people.
Hey man, have a great week. Say hi to your family. 73K at Marty.
It's a really fun game.
There's 10 of them, Mike.
Well, okay. We'll get back to it. I'll try and figure out how to do it next week. I don't think I can with Ham Nation and all that. But okay, it's a lot of fun. I held back on playing it. I haven't touched it.
When you can.
I haven't touched it, although I really wanted to continue because I do want to continue. So there you go. So if I'm gonna do it, I might as well do it with you. So that's what we're taking. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. I heard it. I got the message received. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. All right, everybody on the Discord. Thank you so much for hanging out.
See you, Josh. 73.
We'll talk to you.
Better bring that Nintendo game to Huntsville so we can play it.
I'll bring it to the HRCC camp. That's it. No, I'm not gonna drag out. I'm not going to drag out a TV to try and do that, but...
Bring that gold version of full quiet to the park?
It's silver. It's silver.
Silver, whatever. Silver and gold, either way.
Hey, I've got a TV. I don't know what cabin what the cabin's going to be like, but there's a TV in every cabin. It may be a different.
Anybody got a CRT TV they want to hike up a mountain?
Honestly, yeah. Adam will do it. But honestly, just get it on the Switch. It's like a couple of bucks on the Switch, and it's like an amazing game. It's a proper, real, actual radio game. Yes, there's action and all that other stuff, but like it is a radio game. I'm not kidding. We're literally, you have to VFO around like with your D-pad to move the VFO knob in the right order. It's fun. It's really fun. So anyway, thanks everybody.
73.
Thank you.
73.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm probably going to end here, and I'm going to make them watch like the first episode of X-Men '97. Oh my gosh, they recreated the X-Men cartoon. It's pretty good. So, that's it. Take it easy, guys. See ya.
73
All right. Yeah, it's great talking to everybody on the Discord. I will be back next week. Someone cares. Someone cares. We care. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, boy, a lot going on next week. I've got a birthday party to go to. My son is another year older tomorrow, so I will be posting videos, but not doing necessarily anything ham related tomorrow, which Sunday is normally ham day. But it's okay. We're going to have fun watching kids hurt themselves in the trampoline park. Hopefully not my kid. Anyway, yeah, that's about it. We'll wrap it up with that. Enjoy the memes. Play out. 73. Thanks so much for watching. See ya.
Yo, yo, yo!
131 Reverend Dr. Bull, Whipple, Georgia. 131 Reverend Dr. Bull, Whipple, Georgia.
I see a plane.
Reverend Dr. Bull, Whipple,
I see no ships. Hey folks, how you doing? Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the stream this morning. It was pretty good. We'll put that out to our friend later on today, the Air Canada pilot, Sebastian. Yeah, so here we are at. Is that me? Probably don't sound like because we're in a room. But anyway, runway 27 right, arrivals right behind me here is the sort of thing to be looking out for. We're tuning in from Jamaica. But it's nicer there than it is here. Yeah! So from this point, we get, unless there's a bus in front of us, we generally get unrestricted shots. Oh, flare it. See, look at that. Get that gear right on the floor. Sort of level-ish, but isn't that beautiful? Yeah, I mentioned earlier on about a video that I'm going to be uploading. Unfortunately, if you know me, then you'll know that when it comes to editing, I basically I'm never finished. When the finished one is finished, I'm still not finished. I think I'm nearly there. What I've basically done is I've taken a video of Miniature Wonderland. Now, if you know what Miniature Wonderland is, it's a fantastic facility in Hamburg. In Hamburg? Yeah, Hamburg? It is Hamburg, isn't it? And it is amazing. I mean, you just got to Google it. But look at it's literally the world in model form. You'd just be amazed and bamboozled by what they've got there and the reality of it. You know, like mountains, and they've got the docklands, and they've got a snow scene. You know, I'm talking about whole like cities and skyscrapers, and you know, and of course they've got Monaco now. It's that's up and running. They've got, and of course they've got Nottingham, which is probably, I'd say, the biggest of the dioramas that they have there. But in terms of, you know, when you talk about like model railways, which we see a lot of, and there's some fantastic model railways out there. But in terms of dioramas and moving ones at that, that's where these guys are number one in the world. There is no better place. But basically, what I've done is I've been here a couple of times, and I've put a video together. And when I put the video together, the problem with it is with the audio. Is that you've got a lot of people? It's like being in a hall with lots of people talking and kids yapping and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Babies crying and people talk blah 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 blah. Slinger 20 minutes out. Like Claire Bear, Jan Stan. It's a little bit of a sort of like, you know, these are these headwinds, almost a direct headwind now. It's almost turned into a southwesterly, well, southwesterly. Would that be right? Now, this is where you get these long landings there. That's quite rare, I've got to be honest with you folks. We're quite lucky. Certainly not the frequency that you get with the paddock. So anyway, what I've done is I've taken our video and I looked at it again and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm not really all that keen on the music, because what I did was to take away the music, like I did with the Farnborough air show piece that I did, I put music over it. That kind of worked because I was in and out of the audio. But the thing with the Miniature Wonderland is the fact that there's constantly people talking and shouting or kids or whatever it might be, you know, which is it's nice when you're there. You kind of don't, you put that out of your mind when you're there. Neon. So yet another incident with Turkish 321 this time. One of the cabin crew was quite badly injured, wasn't she? I think she may have broken her back, I'm not sure. But yeah, a broken back can be fixed, I think, as far as I'm aware. So it's quite rare that the old buses come past. But we're looking straight down runway 27 right. Okay, so what I've done is, with the video, is I've taken, and trust me folks, this took a lot of effort, so I hope you're going to watch it and appreciate it and not go, oh, don't lie on the side of the airport in the background, there's too much noise going on, because it took me a long time to do it. It's been over 2 days now, but what I've basically done is I've taken snippets of our live streams and laid it over the footage from Nuffingen, and I think you'll find that you'll enjoy it. I certainly do. It gets you kind of mesmerised, really. It's quite mesmerising. I hope you enjoy it. It even features the Star Wars. Millennium Falcon, there we go. And so we have used a couple of sound bites from not from that channel, because we obviously haven't had the Millennium Falcon showing up at any airport, not yet anyway. But it's good fun. It's a nice little piece. It's about 15 minutes long. And it's like watching really, because of all the moving vehicles and all the stuff that they have there, it is freaky, man. You can find yourself, you definitely, if you showed it to someone who knew about airports but wasn't into the place as much, that you could quite easily, if you said to them, that's not real, they'd be like, get out of it, go on, sling your own. No, really. It's not real. Not real? What do you mean it's not real? No, these are models. Is it Z scale? Is it something like that? I can't remember what it is. No, it's not Z. I've put in a long distance call for that one. It's not Z scale, is it? Because they're bigger than 1/200, so it's got to be like 100, maybe? No, bigger than that. 1,000.
Man, it sure got quiet out there pretty quick.
Let's see if I can make a little bit of noise out there in the world of sound. 47470, California.
California making a lot of noise in low country. 915.
Hey, 915, we ain't got the best conditions over here. A whole lot of heterodyne. 915 into love. 470, California coast. Hey, no doubt about it. 915, just looking your way with my four-eyed monster. All right, I'm going to get wide to the side. I'm restarting my gate. Going to plant it right firm on 17. On YouTube, 470 video gates. All right, you guys take